Indian Summer of a Forsyte, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery, Indian Summer of a Forsyte, Part 1. On the last day of May, in the early 90s, about 6 o'clock of the evening, old Jolyon Forsyte sat under the oak tree below the terrace of his house at Robin Hill. He was waiting for the midges to bite him, before abandoning the glory of the afternoon. His thin brown hand, where blue veins stood out, held the end of a cigar in its tapering, long-nailed fingers. A pointed polished nail had survived with him from those earlier Victorian days when to touch nothing, even with the tips of the fingers, had been so distinguished. His domed forehead, great white moustache, lean cheeks, and long, lean jaw were covered from the westering sunshine by an old brown Panama hat. His legs were crossed. In all his attitude was serenity and a kind of elegance, as of an old man who every morning put eau de cologne upon his silk handkerchief. At his feet lay a woolly brown and white dog trying to be a Pomeranian, the dog Balthazar, between whom and old Jolyon primal aversion had changed into attachment with the years. Close to his chair was a swing, and on the swing was seated one of Holly's dolls, called Duffer Alice, with her body fallen over her legs and her doleful nose buried in a black petticoat. She was never out of disgrace, so it did not matter to her how she sat. Below the oak tree the lawn dipped down a bank, stretched to the fernery, and beyond that refinement became fields, dropping to the pond, the coppice, and the prospect. Fine, remarkable, at which Swithin Forsyte, from under this very tree, had stared 5 years ago, when he drove down with Irene to look at the house. Old Jolyon had heard of his brother's exploit, that drive, which had become quite celebrated on Forsyte Change. Swithin! And the fellow had gone and died last November, at the age of only 79, renewing the doubt whether Forsytes could live for ever, which had first arisen when Aunt Anne passed away, died, and left only Jolyon and James, Roger and Nicholas and Timothy, Julia, Hester, Susan. And old Jolyon thought, 85, I don't feel it, except when I get that pain. His memory went searching. He had not felt his age since he had bought his nephew Soames's ill-starred house and settled into it here at Robin Hill over 3 years ago. It was as if he had been getting younger every spring, living in the country with his son and his grandchildren, June and the little ones of the second marriage, Jolly and Holly, living down here, out of the racket of London and the cackle of Forsyte Change, free of his boards, in a delicious atmosphere of no work and all play, with plenty of occupation in the perfecting and mellowing of the house, and its 20 acres, and in ministering to the whims of Holly and Jolly. All the knots and crankiness which had gathered in his heart during that long and tragic business of June, Soames, Irene his wife, and poor young Bosinney had been smoothed out. Even June had thrown off her melancholy at last. Witness this travel in Spain she was taking now with her father and her stepmother. Curiously perfect peace was left by their departure, blissful yet blank, because his son was not there. Joe was never anything but a comfort and a pleasure to him nowadays, an amiable chap. But women, somehow, even the best, got a little on one's nerves, unless, of course, one admired them. Far off, a cuckoo called. A wood pigeon was cooing from the first elm tree in the field. And how the daisies and buttercups had sprung up after the last mowing! The wind had got into the southwest too. A delicious air, sappy. He pushed his head back and let the sun fall on his chin and cheek. Somehow today he wanted company, wanted a pretty face to look at. People treated the old as if they wanted nothing, and with the unforsitian philosophy which ever intruded on his soul, he thought, one has never had enough. With a foot in the grave, one will want something. I shouldn't be surprised. Down here, away from the exigencies of affairs, his grandchildren and the flowers, trees, birds of his little domain, to say nothing of sun and moon and stars above them, said, "Open, Sesame," to him day and night. And Sesame had opened. How much, perhaps, he did not know. He had always been responsive to what they had begun to call nature. Genuinely, almost religiously responsive, though he had never lost his habit of calling a sunset and a view, however deeply they might move him. But nowadays nature actually made him ache. He appreciated it so. Every one of these calm, bright, lengthening days, with Holly's hand in his, and the dog Balthasar in front looking studiously for what he never found, he would stroll watching the roses open, fruit budding on the walls, sunlight brightening the oak leaves and saplings in the coppice, watching the water-lily leaves unfold and glisten, and the silvery young corn of the one wheat field, listening to the starlings and skylarks, and the Alderney cows chewing the cud, flicking slow their tufted tails. And every one of these fine days he ached a little from sheer love of it all, feeling perhaps deep down that he had not very much longer to enjoy it. The thought that some day, perhaps not 10 years hence, perhaps not 5, all this world would be taken away from him, before he had exhausted his powers of loving it, seemed to him in the nature of an injustice brooding over his horizon. If anything came after this life, it would not be what he wanted. Not Robin Hill and flowers and birds and pretty faces, too few even now of those about him. With the years his dislike of humbug had increased. The orthodoxy he had worn in the 60s, as he had worn side whiskers out of sheer exuberance, had long dropped off, leaving him reverent before 3 things alone: beauty, upright conduct, and a sense of property. And the greatest of these now was beauty. He had always had wide interest, and indeed could still read the Times, but he was liable at any moment to put it down if he heard a blackbird sing. Upright conduct, property, somehow they were tiring. The blackbirds and the sunsets never tired him, only gave him an uneasy feeling that he could not get enough of them. staring into the stilly radiance of the early evening and at the little gold and white flowers on the lawn, a thought came to him. This weather was like the music of Orfeo, which he had recently heard at Covent Garden. A beautiful opera, not like Meyerbeer, nor even quite Mozart, but in its way perhaps even more lovely. Something classical and of the golden age about it, chaste and mellow, and the Ravoglis almost worthy of the old days. Highest praise he could bestow. The yearning of Orpheus for the beauty he was losing, for his love going down to Hades, as in life, love, and beauty did go, the yearning which sang and throbbed through the golden music, stirred also in the lingering beauty of the world that evening. And with the tip of his cork-soled, elastic-sided boot, he involuntarily stirred the ribs of the dog Balthazar, causing the animal to wake and attack his fleas, for though he was supposed to have none, nothing could persuade him of the fact. When he had finished, he rubbed the place he had been scratching against his master's calf, and settled down again with his chin over the instep of the disturbing boot. And into old Jolyon's mind came a sudden recollection, a face he had seen at the opera 3 weeks ago. Irene, the wife of his precious nephew Soames, that man of property. Though he had not met her since the day of the "at home" in his old house at Stanhope Gate, which celebrated his granddaughter June's ill-starred engagement to young Bosinney, he had remembered her at once, for he had always admired her, a very pretty creature. After the death of young Bosinney, whose mistress she had so reprehensibly become, he had heard that she had left Soames at once. Goodness only knew what she had been doing since. That sight of her face, a side view, in the row in front, had been literally the only reminder these 3 years that she was still alive. No one ever spoke of her. And yet Jo had told him something once, something which had upset him completely. The boy had got it from George Forsyte, he believed, who had seen Bosinney in the fog the day he was run over, something which explained the young fellow's distress, an act of Soames towards his wife, a shocking act. Jo had seen her too that afternoon, after the news was out, seen her for a moment, and his description had always lingered in old Jolyon's mind. Wild and lost, he had called her. And next day June had gone there, bottled up her feelings and gone there, and the maid had cried and told her how her mistress had slipped out in the night and vanished. A tragic business altogether. One thing was certain, Soames had never been able to lay hands on her again. And he was living at Brighton and journeying up and down, a fitting fate, the man of property. For when he once took a dislike to anyone, as he had to his nephew, old Jolyon never got over it. He remembered still the sense of relief with which he had heard the news of Irene's disappearance. It had been shocking to think of her a prisoner in that house, to which she must have wandered back when Jo saw her, wandered back for a moment, like a wounded animal to its hole after seeing that news, tragic death of an architect, in the street. Her face had struck him very much the other night, more beautiful than he had remembered, but like a mask, with something going on beneath it. A young woman still, 28 perhaps. Ah well, Very likely she had another lover by now. But at this subversive thought, for married women should never love, once even had been too much, his instep rose, and with it the dog Balthazar's head. The sagacious animal stood up and looked into old Jolyon's face. "Walk?" he seemed to say, and old Jolyon answered, "Come on, old chap." Slowly, as was their wont, they crossed among the constellations of buttercups and daisies, and entered the fernery. This feature, where very little grew as yet, had been judiciously dropped below the level of the lawn, so that it might come up again on the level of the other lawn, and give the impression of irregularity so important in horticulture. Its rocks and earth were beloved of the dog Balthazar, who sometimes found a mole there. Old Jolyon made a point of passing through it because, though it was not beautiful, he intended that it should be some day, and he would think, "I must get Var to come down and look at it. He's better than Beech." For plants, like houses and human complaints, required the best expert consideration. It was inhabited by snails, and if accompanied by his grandchildren, he would point to one and tell them the story of the little boy who said, "Have plumbers got leggers, mother?" "No, sonny." "Then darned if I haven't been and swallowed a snileybob." And when they skipped and clutched his hand, thinking of the snileybob going down the little boy's red lane, his eyes would twinkle. Emerging from the fernery, he opened the wicket gate, which just there led into the first field, a large and park-like area, out of which, within brick walls, the vegetable garden had been carved. Old Jolyon avoided this, which did not suit his mood, and made down the hill towards the pond. Balthazar, who knew a water rat or two, gambolled in front, at the gait which marks an oldish dog who takes the same walk every day. Arrived at the edge, old Jolyon stood, noting another water lily opened since yesterday. He would show it to Holly to-morrow, when his little sweet had got over the upset which had followed on her eating a tomato at lunch. Her little arrangements were very delicate. Now that Jolly had gone to school, his first term, Holly was with him nearly all day long, and he missed her badly. He felt that pain too, which often bothered him now, a little dragging at his left side. He looked back up the hill. Really, poor young Bosinney had made an uncommonly good job of the house. He would have done very well for himself if he had lived. And where was he now? Perhaps still haunting this, the site of his last work, of his tragic love affair. Or was Philip Bosinney's spirit diffused in the general? Who could say? That dog was getting his legs muddy. And he moved towards the coppice. There had been the most delightful lot of bluebells, and he knew where some still lingered, like little patches of sky fallen in between the trees, away out of the sun. He passed the cow-houses and the hen-houses there installed, and pursued a path into the thick of the saplings, making for one of the bluebell plots. Balthazar, preceding him once more, uttered a low growl. Old Jolyon stirred him with his foot, but the dog remained motionless, just where there was no room to pass, and the hair rose slowly along the centre of his woolly back. Whether from the growl and the look of the dog's stivert hair, or from the sensation which a man feels in a wood, old Jolyon also felt something move along his spine. And then the path turned, and there was an old mossy log, and on it a woman sitting. Her face was turned away, and he had just time to think, "She's trespassing. I must have a board put up," before she turned. Powers above! The face he had seen at the opera, the very woman he had just been thinking of. In that confused moment he saw things blurred as if a spirit. Queer effect. The slant of sunlight perhaps on her violet grey frock. And then she rose and stood smiling, her head a little to one side. Old Jolyon thought, "How pretty she is!" She did not speak, neither did he. And he realized why with a certain admiration. She was here no doubt because of some memory, and did not mean to try and get out of it by vulgar explanation. "Don't let that dog touch your frock," he said. "He has got wet feet. Come here, you." But the dog Balthasar went on towards the visitor, who put her hand down and stroked his head. Old Jolyon said quickly, "I saw you at the opera the other night. You didn't notice me." "Oh yes, I did." He felt a subtle flattery in that, as though she had added, "Do you think one could miss seeing you?" "They are all in Spain," he remarked abruptly. "I am alone. I drove up for the opera. The Ravogli's was good. Have you seen the cowhouses?" In a situation so charged with mystery and something very like emotion, he moved instinctively towards that bit of property, and she moved beside him. Her figure swayed faintly, like the best kind of French figures. Her dress, too, was a sort of French grey. He noticed 2 or 3 silver threads in her amber-coloured hair, strange hair, with those dark eyes of hers, and that creamy pale face. A sudden sidelong look from the velvety brown eyes disturbed him. It seemed to come from deep and far, from another world almost, or at all events from someone not living very much in this. And he said mechanically, "Where are you living now?" "I have a little flat in Chelsea." He did not want to hear what she was doing, did not want to hear anything, but the perverse word came out. "Alone?" She nodded. It was a relief to know that. And it came into his mind that, but for a twist of fate, she would have been mistress of this coppice, showing these cow-houses to him, a visitor. "All Alderneys," he muttered. "They give the best milk. This one is a pretty creature. Wah! Myrtle!" The fawn-coloured cow, with eyes as soft and brown as Irene's own, was standing absolutely still, not having long been milked. She looked round at them out of the corner of those lustrous, mild, cynical eyes, and from her grey lips a little dribble of saliva threaded its way towards the straw. The scent of hay and vanilla and ammonia rose in the dim light of the cool cow-house, and old Jolyon said, "You must come up and have some dinner with me. I will send you home in the carriage." He perceived a struggle going on within her, natural, no doubt, with her memories. But he wanted her company, a pretty face, a charming figure, beauty. He had been alone all the afternoon. Perhaps his eyes were wistful, for she answered, "Thank you, Uncle Jolyon, I should like to." He rubbed his hands and said, Capital. Let us go up then." And preceded by the dog Balthazar, they ascended through the field. The sun was almost level in their faces now, and he could see not only those silver threads, but little lines just deep enough to stamp her beauty with a coin-like fineness, the special look of life unshared with others. "I will take her in by the terrace," he thought. "I won't make a common visitor of her." "What do you do all day?" he said. "Teach music. I have another interest too." "Work," said old Jolyon, picking up the doll from off the swing and smoothing its black petticoat. "Nothing like it, is there? I don't do any now. I'm getting on." "What interest is that?" "Trying to help women who have come to grief." Old Jolyon did not quite understand. "To grief?" he repeated, then realized with a shock that she meant exactly what he would have meant himself if he had used that expression. Assisting the Magdalens of London! What a weird and terrifying interest! And curiosity overcoming his natural shrinking, he asked, "Why? What do you do for them?" "Not much. I have no money to spare. I can only give sympathy and food sometimes." Involuntarily old Jolyon's hand sought his purse. He said hastily, "How do you get hold of them?" "I go to a hospital." "A hospital, phew! What hurts me most is that once they nearly all had some sort of beauty." Old Jolyon straightened the doll. "Beauty!" he ejaculated. "Ha! Yes, a sad business." And he moved towards the house. Through a French window, under the sun blinds not yet drawn up, he preceded her into the room where he was wont to study the Times and the sheets of an agricultural magazine with huge illustrations of mangold wurzels and the like, which provided Holly with material for her paint-brush. "Dinner is in half an hour. You would like to wash your hands. I will take you to June's room." He saw her looking round eagerly. What changes since she had last visited this house with her husband, or her lover, or both perhaps, he did not know, could not say. All that was dark, and he wished to leave it so. But what changes? And in the hall he said, "My boy Joe is a painter, you know. He has got a lot of taste. It isn't mine, of course, but I have let him have his way." She was standing very still, her eyes roaming through the hall and music room as it now was, all thrown into one under the great skylight. Old Jolyon had an odd impression of her. Was she trying to conjure somebody from the shades of that space where the colouring was all pearl grey and silver? He would have had gold himself, more lively and solid. But Joe had French tastes, and it had come out shadowy like that, with an effect as of the fume of cigarettes the chap was always smoking, broken here and there by a little blaze of blue or crimson colour. It was not his dream. Mentally he had hung this space with those gold-framed masterpieces of still and stiller life, which he had bought in days when quantity was precious. And now, where were they? Sold for a song. That something which made him alone among Forsytes, move with the times, had warned him against the struggle to retain them. But in his study he still had Dutch fishing boats at sunset. He began to mount the stairs with her, slowly, for he felt his side. "These are the bathrooms," he said, "and other arrangements. I have had them tiled. The nurseries are along there, and this is Jo's and his wife's. They all communicate. But you remember, I expect." Irene nodded. They passed on up the gallery and entered a large room with a small bed and several windows. "This is mine," he said. The walls were covered with the photographs of children and watercolor sketches, and he added doubtfully, "These are Jo's. The view is first rate. You can see the grandstand at Epsom in clear weather." The sun was down now behind the house, and over the prospect a luminous haze had settled, emanation of the long and prosperous day. Few houses showed, but fields and trees faintly glistened away to a loom of downs. "The country is changing," he said abruptly, "but there it will be when we are all gone. Look at those thrushes. The birds are sweet here in the mornings. I am glad to have washed my hands of London." Her face was close to the window pane, and he was struck by its mournful look. "Wish I could make her look happy," he thought. "A pretty face, but sad." And taking up his can of hot water, he went out into the gallery. "This is June's room," he said, opening the next door and putting the can down. "I think you will find everything." And closing the door behind her, he went back to his own room. Brushing his hair with his great ebony brushes and dabbing his forehead with eau de Cologne, he mused. She had come so strangely. A sort of visitation, mysterious, even romantic, as if his desire for company, for beauty, had been fulfilled by whatever it was which fulfilled that sort of thing. And before the mirror he straightened his still upright figure, passed the brushes over his great white moustache, touched up his eyebrows with eau de Cologne, and rang the bell. "I forgot to let them know that I have a lady to dinner with me. Let cook do something extra. And tell Beacon to have the landau and pair at 10:30 to drive her back to town tonight. Is Miss Holly asleep?" The maid thought not, and old Jolyon, passing down the gallery, stole on tiptoe towards the nursery and opened the door, whose hinges he kept specially oiled that he might slip in and out in the evenings without being heard. But Holly was asleep, and lay like a miniature Madonna of that type which the old painters could not tell from Venus when they had completed her. Her long dark lashes clung to her cheeks. On her face was perfect peace. Her little arrangements were evidently all right again. And old Jolyon, in the twilight of the room, stood adoring her. It was so charming, solemn and loving, that little face. He had more than his share of the blessed capacity of living again in the young. They were to him his future life, all of a future life that his fundamental pagan sanity perhaps admitted. There she was, with everything before her, and his blood, some of it, in her tiny veins. There she was, his little companion, to be made as happy as ever he could make her, so that she knew nothing but love. His heart swelled, and he went out, stilling the sound of his patent leather boots. In the corridor an eccentric notion attacked him. To think that children should come to that which Irene had told him she was helping. Women who were all once little things like this one sleeping there. "I must give her a cheque," he mused. "Can't bear to think of them." They had never borne reflecting on, those poor outcasts, wounding too deeply the core of true refinement hidden under layers of conformity to the sense of property, wounding too grievously the deepest thing in him, a love of beauty which could give him even now a flutter of the heart, thinking of his evening in the society of a pretty woman. And he went downstairs through the swinging doors to the back regions. There, in the wine cellar, was a hock worth at least £2 a bottle, a Steinberg cabinet, better than any Johannesburg that ever went down throat, a wine of perfect bouquet, sweet as a nectarine. Nectar, indeed! He got a bottle out, handling it like a baby, and holding it level to the light to look. Enshrined in its coat of dust, that mellow-coloured, slender-necked bottle gave him deep pleasure. 3 years to settle down again since the move from town ought to be in prime condition. 35 years ago he had bought it. Thank God, he had kept his palate and earned the right to drink it. She would appreciate this. Not a spice of acidity in a dozen. He wiped the bottle, drew the cork with his own hands, put his nose down, inhaled its perfume, and went back to the music room. Irene was standing by the piano. She had taken off her hat and the lace scarf she had been wearing, so that her gold-coloured hair was visible and the pallor of her neck. In her grey frock she made a pretty picture for old Jolyon against the rosewood of the piano. He gave her his arm, and solemnly they went. The room, which had been designed to enable 24 people to dine in comfort, held now but a little round table. In his present solitude the big dining table oppressed old Jolyon. He had caused it to be removed till his son came back. Here, in the company of 2 really good copies of Raphael Madonnas, he was wont to dine alone. It was the only disconsolate hour of his day, this summer weather. He had never been a large eater, like that great chap Swithin, or Sylvanus Haythorpe, or Anthony Thornworthy, those cronies of past times, and to dine alone, overlooked by the Madonnas, was to him but a sorrowful occupation, which he got through quickly, that he might come to the more spiritual enjoyment of his coffee and cigar. But this evening was a different matter. His eyes twinkled at her across the little table, and he spoke of Italy and Switzerland, telling her stories of his travels there and other experiences, which he could no longer recount to his son and granddaughter because they knew them. This fresh audience was precious to him. He had never become one of those old men who ramble round and round the fields of reminiscence. Himself quickly fatigued by the insensitive, he instinctively avoided fatiguing others, and his natural flirtatiousness towards beauty guarded him specially in his relations with a woman. He would have liked to draw her out, but though she murmured and smiled and seemed to be enjoying what he told her, he remained conscious of that mysterious remoteness which constituted half her fascination. He could not bear women who threw their shoulders and eyes at you and chattered away, or hard-mouthed women who laid down the law and knew more than you did. There was only one quality in a woman that appealed to him: charm, and the quieter it was, the more he liked it. And this one had charm, shadowy as afternoon sunlight on those Italian hills and valleys he had loved. The feeling, too, that she was, as it were, apart, cloistered, made her seem nearer to himself, a strangely desirable companion. When a man is very old and quite out of the running, he loves to feel secure from the rivalries of youth, for he would still be first in the heart of beauty. And he drank his hock and watched her lips, and felt nearly young. But the dog Balthasar lay watching her lips too, and despising in his heart the interruptions of their talk, and the tilting of those greenish glasses full of a golden fluid which was distasteful to him. The light was just failing when they went back into the music room, and cigar in mouth, old Jolyon said, "Play me some Chopin." By the cigars they smoke and the composers they love, ye shall know the texture of men's souls. Old Jolyon could not bear a strong cigar or Wagner's music. He loved Beethoven and Mozart, Handel and Gluck, and Schumann, and, for some occult reason, the operas of Meyerbeer. But of late years he had been seduced by Chopin, just as in painting he had succumbed to Botticelli. In yielding to these tastes he had been conscious of divergence from the standard of the Golden Age. Their poetry was not that of Milton and Byron and Tennyson, of Raphael and Titian, Mozart and Beethoven. It was, as it were, behind a veil. Their poetry hit no one in the face, but slipped its fingers under the ribs and turned and twisted and melted up the heart. And, never certain that this was healthy, he did not care a rap so long as he could see the pictures of the one or hear the music of the other. Irene sat down at the piano under the electric lamp festooned with pearl grey, and old Jolyon, in an armchair whence he could see her, crossed his legs and drew slowly at his cigar. She sat a few moments with her hands on the keys, evidently searching her mind for what to give him. Then she began, and within old Jolyon there arose a sorrowful pleasure, not quite like anything else in the world. He fell slowly into a trance, interrupted only by the movements of taking the cigar out of his mouth at long intervals and replacing it. She was there, and the hock within him, and the scent of tobacco, but there, too, was a world of sunshine lingering into moonlight, and pools with stalks upon them, and bluish trees above, glowing with blurs of wine-red roses, and fields of lavender where milk-white cows were grazing, and a woman all shadowy, with dark eyes and a white neck, smiled holding out her arms, and through air which was like music a star dropped, and was caught on a cow's horn. He opened his eyes. Beautiful piece, she played well, the touch of an angel. And he closed them again. He felt miraculously sad and happy, as one does standing under a lime tree in full honey flower. Not live one's own life again, but just stand there and bask in the smile of a woman's eyes, and enjoy the bouquet. And he jerked his hand. The dog Balthasar had reached up and licked it. "Beautiful," he said. "Go on, more Chopin." She began to play again. This time the resemblance between her and Chopin struck him. The swaying he had noticed in her walk was in her playing too, and the nocturne she had chosen, and the soft darkness of her eyes, the light on her hair as of moonlight from a golden moon. Seductive, yes, but nothing of Delilah in her or in that music. A long blue spiral from his cigar ascended and dispersed. So we go out, he thought. No more beauty. Nothing? Again Irene stopped. Would you like some Gluck? He used to write his music in a sunlit garden with a bottle of Rhine wine beside him. Oh yes, let's have Orfeo. Round about him now were fields of gold and silver flowers, white forms swaying in the sunlight, bright birds flying to and fro. All was summer. Lingering waves of sweetness and regret flooded his soul. Some cigar ash dropped, and taking out a silk handkerchief to brush it off, he inhaled a mingled scent as of snuff and eau de cologne. Ah, he thought, Indian summer, that is all. And he said, "You haven't played me Che Faro." She did not answer, did not move. He was conscious of something, some strange upset. Suddenly he saw her rise and turn away, and a pang of remorse shot through him. What a clumsy chap! Like Orpheus, she too was looking for her lost one in the hall of memory. And disturbed to the heart, he got up from his chair. She had gone to the great window at the far end. Gingerly he followed. Her hands were folded over her breast. He could just see her cheek, very white. And quite emotionalized, he said, "There, there, my love." The words had escaped him mechanically, for they were those he used to Holly when she had a pain, but their effect was instantaneously distressing. She raised her arms, covered her face with them, and wept. Old Jolyon stood gazing at her with eyes very deep from age. The passionate shame she seemed feeling at her abandonment, so unlike the control and quietude of her whole presence, was as if she had never before broken down in the presence of another being. "There, there, there, there," he murmured, and putting his hand out reverently, touched her. She turned and leaned the arms which covered her face against him. Old Jolyon stood very still, keeping one thin hand on her shoulder. Let her cry her heart out. It would do her good. And the dog Balthasar, puzzled, sat down on his turn to examine them. The window was still open, the curtains had not been drawn. The last of daylight from without mingled with faint intrusion from the lamp within. There was a scent of new-mown grass. With the wisdom of a long life, old Jolyon did not speak. Even grief sobbed itself out in time. Only time was good for sorrow. Time who saw the passing of each mood, each emotion in turn. Time the layer to rest. There came into his mind the words, as panted the heart after cooling streams. But they were of no use to him. Then, conscious of a scent of violets, he knew she was drying her eyes. He put his chin forward, pressed his moustache against her forehead, and felt her shake with a quivering of her whole body, as of a tree which shakes itself free of raindrops. She put his hand to her lips, as if saying, "All over now, forgive me." The kiss filled him with a strange comfort. He led her back to where she had been so upset. And the dog Balthasar, following, laid the bone of one of the cutlets they had eaten at their feet. Anxious to obliterate the memory of that emotion, he could think of nothing better than China, and moving with her slowly from cabinet to cabinet, he kept taking up bits of Dresden and Lowestoft and Chelsea, turning them round and round with his thin, veined hands, whose skin, faintly freckled, had such an aged look. "I bought this at Jobson's," he would say. "Cost me £30. It is very old. That dog leaves his bones all over the place. This old ship bowl I picked up at the sale when that precious rip the Marquis came to grief. But you don't remember. Here is a nice piece of Chelsea. Now what would you say this was?" And he was comforted, feeling that with her taste she was taking a real interest in these things, for after all nothing better composes the nerves than a doubtful piece of china. When the crunch of the carriage wheels was heard at last, he said, "You must come again. You must come to lunch. Then I can show you these by daylight. And my little sweet. She's a dear little thing. This dog seems to have taken a fancy to you." For Balthasar, feeling that she was about to leave, was rubbing his side against her leg. Going out under the porch with her, he said, "He will get you up in an hour and a quarter. Take this for your protégés," and he slipped a cheque for £50 into her hand. He saw her brightened eyes and heard her murmur, "Oh, Uncle Jolyon," and a real throb of pleasure went through him. That meant one or two poor creatures helped a little, and it meant that she would come again. He put his hand in at the window and grasped hers once more. The carriage rolled away. He stood looking at the moon and the shadows of the trees and thought, "A sweet night, she—" End of An Indian Summer of a Forsyte, Part 1. Reading by Eva Harnick. Indian Summer of a Forsyte, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery, Indian Summer of a Forsyte, Part 2. 2 days of rain and summer set in bland and sunny. Old Jolyon walked and talked with Holly. At first he felt taller and full of a new vigour. Then he felt restless. Almost every afternoon they would enter the coppice and walk as far as the log. "Well, she's not there," he would think. "Of course not." And he would feel a little shorter and drag his feet walking up the hill home with his hand clapped to his left side. Now and then the thought would move in him, "Did she come, or did I dream it?" And he would stare at space while the dog Balthasar stared at him. Of course she would not come again. He opened the letters from Spain with less excitement. They were not returning till July. He felt oddly that he could bear it. Every day at dinner he screwed up his eyes and looked at where she had sat. She was not there, so he unscrewed his eyes again. On the 7th afternoon he thought, "I must go up and get some boots." He ordered Beacon and set out. Passing from Putney to Hyde Park, he reflected, "I might as well go to Chelsea and see her." And he called out, "Just drive me to where you took that lady the other night." The coachman turned his broad red face, and his juicy lips answered, "The lady in grey, sir?" "Yes, the lady in grey. What other ladies were there? Stodgy chap." The carriage stopped before a small three-storied block of flats standing a little back from the river. With a practised eye old Jolyon saw that they were cheap. "I should think about £60 a year," he mused, and entering he looked at the name board. The name Forsyte was not on it, but against "First floor, flat C" were the words "Mrs. Irene Heron." Ah, she had taken her maiden name again, and somehow this pleased him. He went upstairs slowly, feeling his side a little. He stood a moment before ringing, to lose the feeling of drag and fluttering there. She would not be in. And then boots! The thought was black. What did he want with boots at his age? He could not wear out all those he had. "Your mistress at home?" "Yes, sir. Say Mr. Jolyon Forsyte." "Yes, sir. Will you come this way?" Old Jolyon followed a very little maid, not more than 16, one would say, into a very small drawing-room where the sun-blinds were drawn. It held a cottage piano and little else save a vague fragrance and good taste. He stood in the middle with his top hat in his hand and thought, "I expect she's very badly off." There was a mirror above the fireplace, and he saw himself reflected. An old-looking chap. He heard a rustle and turned round. She was so close that his moustache almost brushed her forehead just under her hair. "I was driving up," he said. "I thought I would look in on you and ask you how you got up the other night." And seeing her smile, he felt suddenly relieved. She was really glad to see him. Perhaps. "Would you like to put on your hat and come for a drive in the park?" But while she was gone to put her hat on, he frowned. The park! James and Emily, Mrs. Nicholas, or some other member of his precious family would be there, very likely, prancing up and down. And they would go and wag their tongues about having seen him with her afterwards. Better not. He did not wish to revive the echoes of the past on Forsyte Change. He removed a white hair from the lapel of his closely buttoned-up frock-coat and passed his hand over his cheeks, moustache, and square chin. It felt very hollow there under the cheekbones. He had not been eating much lately. He had better get that little whipper-snapper who attended Holly to give him a tonic. But she had come back, and when they were in the carriage, he said, "Suppose we go and sit in Kensington Gardens instead," and added with a twinkle, "No prancing up and down there," as if she had been in the secret of his thoughts. Leaving the carriage, they entered those select precincts and strolled towards the water. "You have gone back to your maiden name, I see," he said. "I am not sorry." She slipped her hand under his arm. "Has June forgiven me, Uncle Jolyon?" He answered gently, "Yes, yes, of course. Why not?" "And have you?" I forgave you as soon as I saw how the land really lay." And perhaps he had. His instinct had always been to forgive the beautiful. She drew a deep breath. "I never regretted. I couldn't." "Did you ever love very deeply, Uncle Jolyon?" At that strange question old Jolyon stared before him. Had he? He did not seem to remember that he ever had. But he did not like to say this to the young woman whose hand was touching his arm, whose life was suspended, as it were, by memory of a tragic love. And he thought, "If I had met you when I was young, I might have made a fool of myself, perhaps." and a longing to escape in generalities beset him. "Love is a queer thing," he said. "Fatal thing often. It was the Greeks, wasn't it? Made love into a goddess. They were right, I dare say, but then they lived in the Golden Age." Phil adored them. Phil. The word jarred him, for suddenly, with his power to see all round the thing, he perceived why she was putting up with him like this. She wanted to talk about her lover. Well, if it was any pleasure to her. And he said, "Ah, there was a bit of a sculptor in him, I fancy." Yes, he loved balance and symmetry. He loved the whole-hearted way the Greeks gave themselves to art. Balance? The chap had no balance at all, if he remembered. As for symmetry, clean built enough he was, no doubt, but those queer eyes of his, and high cheekbones, symmetry? "You are of the Golden Age too, Uncle Jolyon." Old Jolyon looked round at her. Was she chaffing him? No, her eyes were soft as velvet. Was she flattering him? But if so, why? There was nothing to be had out of an old chap like him. Phil thought so. He used to say, "But I can never tell him that I admire him." Ah, there it was again, her dead lover, her desire to talk of him. And he pressed her arm, half resentful of those memories, half grateful, as if he recognized what a link they were between herself and him. "He was a very talented young fellow," he murmured. "It is hot. I feel the heat nowadays. Let us sit down." They took two chairs beneath a chestnut tree whose broad leaves covered them from the peaceful glory of the afternoon. A pleasure to sit there and watch her, and feel that she liked to be with him, and the wish to increase that liking if he could, made him go on. "I expect he showed you a side of him I never saw. He would be at his best with you. His ideas of art were a little new to me." He had stiffed the word fangled. "Yes, but he used to say you had a real sense of beauty." Old Jolyon thought, "The devil he did," but answered with a twinkle, "Well, I have, or I shouldn't be sitting here with you." She was fascinating when she smiled with her eyes like that. "He thought you had one of those hearts that never grow old." Phil had real insight. He was not taken in by this flattery spoken out of the past, out of a longing to talk of her dead lover, not a bit. And yet it was precious to hear, because she pleased his eyes and heart, which, quite true, had never grown old. Was that because, unlike her and her dead lover, he had never loved to desperation, had always kept his balance, his sense of symmetry? Well, it had left him power, at 84, to admire beauty. And he thought, "If I were a painter or a sculptor, but I'm an old chap. Make hay while the sun shines." A couple, with arms entwined, crossed on the grass before them, at the edge of the shadow from their tree. The sunlight fell cruelly on their pale, squashed, unkempt young faces. "We are an ugly lot," said old Jolyon suddenly. "It amazes me to see how love triumphs over that." "Love triumphs over everything. The young think so," he muttered. "Love has no age, no limit, and no death." With that glow in her pale face, her breast heaving, her eyes so large and dark and soft, she looked like Venus come to life. But this extravagance brought instant reaction, and twinkling he said, "Well, if it had limits we should not be born, for by George, it has got a lot to put up with." Then, removing his top hat, he brushed it round with a cuff. The great clumsy thing heated his forehead. In these days he often got a rush of blood to the head. His circulation was not what it had been. She still sat gazing straight before her, and suddenly she murmured, "It is strange enough that I am alive." Those words of Jo's, wild and lost, came back to him. "Ah," he said, "my son saw you for a moment that day." "Was it your son?" "I heard a voice in the hall. I thought for a second it was Phil." Old Jolyon saw her lips tremble. She put her hand over them, took it away again, and went on calmly. "That night I went to the Embankment. A woman caught me by the dress. She told me about herself. When one knows that others suffer, one is ashamed." "One of those?" She nodded, and horror stirred within old Jolyon, the horror of one who has never known a struggle with desperation. Almost against his will he muttered, "Tell me, won't you?" "I didn't care whether I lived or died. When you are like that, fate ceases to want to kill you. She took care of me 3 days. She never left me. I had no money. That is why I do what I can for them now." But old Jolyon was thinking, no money? What fate could compare with that? Every other was involved in it. "I wish you had come to me," he said. "Why didn't you?" But Irene did not answer. "Because my name was Forsyte, I suppose. Or was it June who kept you away? How are you getting on now?" His eyes involuntarily swept her body. Perhaps even now she was. And yet she wasn't thin, not really. "Oh, with my £50 a year I make just enough." The answer did not reassure him. He had lost confidence. And that fellow Soames! But his sense of justice stifled condemnation. No, she would certainly have died rather than take another penny from him. Soft as she looked, there must be strength in her somewhere, strength and fidelity. But what business had young Bosinney to have got run over and left her stranded like this? "Well, you must come to me now," he said, "for anything you want, or I shall be quite cut up." And putting on his hat he rose. "Let us go and get some tea. I told that lazy chap to put the horses up for an hour and come for me at your place." "We will take a cab presently. I can't walk as I used to." He enjoyed that stroll to the Kensington end of the Gardens, the sound of her voice, the glancing of her eyes, the subtle beauty of a charming form moving beside him. He enjoyed their tea at Ruffles's, in the High Street, and came out thence with a great box of chocolates swung on his little finger. He enjoyed the drive back to Chelsea in a hansom, smoking his cigar. She had promised to come down next Sunday and play to him again, and already in thought he was plucking carnations and early roses for her to carry back to town. It was a pleasure to give her a little pleasure, if it were pleasure from an old chap like him. The carriage was already there when they arrived. Just like that fella, who was always late when he was wanted. Old Jolyon went in for a minute to say good-bye. The little dark hall of the flat was impregnated with a disagreeable odour of patchouli, and on a bench against the wall, its only furniture, he saw a figure sitting. He heard Irene say softly, "Just 1 minute." In the little drawing-room, when the door was shut, he asked gravely, "One of your protégées?" "Yes. Now, thanks to you, I can do something for her." He stood staring and stroking that chin whose strength had frightened so many in its time. The idea of her thus actually in contact with this outcast grieved and frightened him. What could she do for them? Nothing. Only soil and make trouble for herself, perhaps. And he said, "Take care, my dear. The world puts the worst construction on everything." "I know that." He was abashed by her quiet smile. "Well then, Sunday," he murmured. "Good-bye." She put her cheek forward for him to kiss. "Good-bye," he said again. "Take care of yourself." And he went out, not looking towards the figure on the bench. He drove home by way of Hammersmith, that he might stop at a place he knew of and tell them to send her in 2 dozen of their best Burgundy. She must want picking up sometimes. Only in Richmond Park did he remember that he had gone up to order himself some boots, and was surprised that he could have had so paltry an idea. End of Part 2. Indian Summer of a Forsyte. Recording by Eva Harnick. Indian Summer of a Forsyte, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery. Indian Summer of a Forsyte, Part 3. The little spirits of the past, which throng an old man's days, had never pushed their faces up to his so seldom as in the 70 hours elapsing before Sunday came. The spirit of the future, with the charm of the unknown, put up her lips instead. Old Jolyon was not restless now, and paid no visits to the log, because she was coming to lunch. There is wonderful finality about a meal. It removes a world of doubts, for no one misses meals except for reasons beyond control. He played many games with Holly on the lawn, pitching them up to her, who was betting so as to be ready to bowl to Jolly in the holidays. For she was not a Forsyte, but Jolly was, and Forsytes always bet until they have resigned and reached the age of 85. The dog Balthazar, in attendance, lay on the ball as often as he could, and the page boy fielded till his face was like the harvest moon. And because the time was getting shorter, each day was longer and more golden than the last. On Friday night he took a liver pill. His sight hurt him rather, and though it was not the liver side, there is no remedy like that. Anyone telling him that he had found a new excitement in life, and that excitement was not good for him, would have been met by one of those steady and rather defiant looks of his deep-set iron-grey eyes, which seemed to say, "I know my own business best." He always had and always would. On Sunday morning, when Holly had gone with her governess to church, he visited the strawberry beds. There, accompanied by the dog Balthazar, he examined the plants narrowly, and succeeded in finding at least 2 dozen berries which were really ripe. Stooping was not good for him, and he became very dizzy and red in the forehead. Having placed the strawberries in a dish on the dining table, he washed his hands and bathed his forehead with eau de cologne. There, before the mirror, it occurred to him that he was thinner. What a threadpaper he had been when he was young! It was nice to be slim. He could not bear a fat chap. And yet perhaps his cheeks were too thin. She was to arrive by train at 12:30 and walk up, entering from the road past Drage's farm at the far end of the coppice. And having looked into June's room to see that there was hot water ready, he set forth to meet her, leisurely, for his heart was beating. The air smelled sweet, larks sang, and the grand stand at Epsom was visible. A perfect day. On just such a one, no doubt, 6 years ago, Soames had brought young Bosinney down with him to look at the site before they began to build. It was Bosinney who had pitched on the exact spot for the house, as June had often told him. In these days he was thinking much about that young fellow, as if his spirit were really haunting the field of his last work, on the chance of seeing her. Bosinney, the one man who had possessed her heart, to whom she had given her whole self with rapture. At his age one could not, of course, imagine such things, but there stirred in him a queer, vague aching, as it were the ghost of an impersonal jealousy, and a feeling, too, more generous, of pity for that love so early lost. All over in a few poor months. Well, well. He looked at his watch before entering the coppice. Only 1/4 past, 25 minutes to wait. And then, turning the corner of the path, he saw her exactly where he had seen her the first time, on the log, and realized that she must have come by the earlier train to sit there alone for a couple of hours at least. 2 hours of her society missed. What memory could make that log so dear to her? His face showed what he was thinking, for she said at once: "Forgive me, Uncle Jolyon. It was here that I first knew." "Yes, yes, there it is for you, whenever you like. You are looking a little Londony. You are giving too many lessons." That she should have to give lessons worried him. Lessons to a parcel of young girls thumping out scales with their thick fingers. "Where do you go to give them?" he asked. "They are mostly Jewish families, luckily." Old Jolyon stared. To all Forsytes, Jews seemed strange and doubtful. "They love music, and they are very kind." "They had better be, by George." He took her arm, his side always hurt him a little going uphill, and said: "Did you ever see anything like those buttercups? They came like that in a night." Her eyes seemed really to fly over the field, like bees after the flowers and the honey. "I wanted you to see them, wouldn't let them turn the cows in yet." Then, remembering that she had come to talk about Bosinney, he pointed to the clock tower over the stables. "I expect he would not have let me put that there. Had no notion of time, if I remember." But pressing his arm to her, she talked of flowers instead, and he knew it was done that he might not feel she came because of her dead lover. "The best flower I can show you," he said, with a sort of triumph, "is my little sweet. She will be back from church directly. There is something about her which reminds me a little of you." And it did not seem to him peculiar that he had put it thus, instead of saying there is something about you which reminds me a little of her." Ah, and here she was. Holly, followed closely by her elderly French governess, whose digestion had been ruined 22 years ago in the siege of Strasbourg, came rushing towards them from under the oak tree. She stopped about a dozen yards away to pat Balthasar and pretend that this was all she had in her mind. Old Jolyon, who knew better, said, "Well, my darling, here is the lady in grey I promised you." Holly raised herself and looked up. He watched the two of them with a twinkle, Irene smiling, Holly beginning with grave inquiry, passing into a shy smile too, and then to something deeper. She had a sense of beauty, that child, knew what was what. He enjoyed the sight of the kiss between them. "Mrs. Heron, Mam'zelle Beauce. Well, Mam'zelle, good sermon?" For now that he had not much more time before him, the only part of the service connected with this world absorbed what interest in church remained to him. Mam'zelle Beauce stretched out a spidery hand clad in a black kid glove—she had been in the best families—and the rather sad eyes of her lean yellowish face seemed to ask, "Are you well bred?" Whenever Holly or Jolly did anything unpleasing to her, a not uncommon occurrence, she would say to them, "The little Tylers never did that, they were such well-bred little children." Jolly hated the little Tylers. Holly wondered dreadfully how it was she fell so short of them. A thin, rum little soul old Jolyon thought her, Mam'zelle Beauce. Luncheon was a successful meal. The mushrooms, which he himself had picked in the mushroom house, his chosen strawberries, and another bottle of the Steinberg cabinet, filled him with a certain aromatic spirituality and a conviction that he would have a touch of eczema tomorrow. After lunch they sat under the oak tree drinking Turkish coffee. It was no matter of grief to him when Mademoiselle Beauce withdrew to write her Sunday letter to her sister, whose future had been endangered in the past by swallowing a pin, an event held up daily in warning to the children to eat slowly and digest what they had eaten. At the foot of the bank, on a carriage rug, Holly and the dog Balthasar teased and loved each other, and in the shade old Jolyon, with his legs crossed and his cigar luxuriously savoured, gazed at Irene sitting in the swing, a light, vaguely swaying grey figure, with a fleck of sunlight here and there upon it, lips just opened, eyes dark and soft, under lids a little drooped. She looked content. Surely it did her good to come and see him. The selfishness of age had not set its proper grip on him, for he could still feel pleasure in the pleasure of others, realizing that what he wanted, though much, was not quite all that mattered. "It is quiet here," he said. "You must not come down if you find it dull, but it is a pleasure to see you. My little sweet is the only face which gives me any pleasure, except yours." From her smile he knew that she was not beyond liking to be appreciated, and this reassured him. "That's not humbug," he said. "I never told a woman I admired her when I didn't. In fact, I don't know when I have told a woman I admired her, except my wife in the old days. And wives are funny." He was silent, but resumed abruptly. "She used to expect me to say it more often than I felt it, and there we were." Her face looked mysteriously troubled, and, afraid that he had said something painful, he hurried on. "When my little sweet marries, I hope she will find someone who knows what women feel. I shan't be here to see it, but there is too much topsy-turvydom in marriage. I don't want her to pitch up against that." And aware that he had made bad worse, he added, "That dog will scratch." A silence followed. Of what was she thinking? This pretty creature, whose life was spoiled, who had done with love, and yet was made for love. Some day, when he was gone, perhaps she would find another mate, not so disorderly as that young fellow who had got himself run over. Ah, but her husband? "Does Soames never trouble you?" he asked. She shook her head. Her face had closed up suddenly. For all her softness, there was something irreconcilable about her. And a glimpse of light on the inexorable nature of sex antipathies strayed into a brain which, belonging to early Victorian civilization, so much older than this of his old age, had never thought about such primitive things. "That's a comfort," he said. "You can see the grandstand today. Shall we take a turn round?" Through the flower and fruit garden, against whose high outer walls peach trees and nectarines were trained to the sun, through the stables, the vinery, the mushroom house, the asparagus beds, the rosery, the summer house, he conducted her even into the kitchen garden to see the tiny green peas which Holly loved to scoop out of their pods with her finger and lick up from the palm of her little brown hand. Many delightful things he showed her, while Holly and the dog Balthasar danced ahead, or came to them at intervals for attention. It was one of the happiest afternoons he had ever spent, but it tired him, and he was glad to sit down in the music room and let her give him tea. A special little friend of Holly's had come in, a fair child with short hair like a boy's, and the two sported in the distance, under the stairs, on the stairs, and up in the gallery. Old Jolyon begged for Chopin. She played studies, mazurkas, waltzes, till the two children, creeping near, stood at the foot of the piano, their dark and golden heads bent forward, listening. Old Jolyon watched. "Let us see you dance, you two." Shyly, with a false start, they began. Bobbing and circling, earnest, not very adroit, they went past and past his chair to the strains of that waltz. He watched them, and the face of her who was playing turned smiling towards those little dancers, thinking, "Sweetest picture I have seen for ages." A voice said, "Holly, mais enfin, qu'est-ce que tu fais là? Danser le dimanche? Viens donc." But the children came close to old Jolyon, knowing that he would save them, and gazed into a face which was decidedly caught out. "Better the day, better the deed, mam'selle. It is all my doing. Trot along, chicks, and have your tea." And when they were gone, followed by the dog Balthasar, who took every meal, he looked at Irene with a twinkle and said, "Well, there we are. Aren't they sweet? Have you any little ones among your pupils?" "Yes, 3. 2 of them darlings." "Pretty?" "Lovely." Old Jolyon sighed. He had an insatiable appetite for the very young. "My little sweet," he said, "is devoted to music. She will be a musician some day. You wouldn't give me your opinion of her playing, I suppose?" "Of course I will." "You wouldn't like—" But he stifled the words to give her lessons. The idea that she gave lessons was unpleasant to him, yet it would mean that he would see her regularly. She left the piano and came over to his chair. "I would like very much, but there is June. When are they coming back?" Old Jolyon frowned. Not till the middle of next month. What does that matter? You said June had forgiven me, but she could never forget Uncle Jolyon. Forget? She must forget if he wanted her to. But as if answering, Irene shook her head. You know, she couldn't. One does not forget. Always that wretched past. And he said with a sort of vexed finality, well, we shall see. He talked to her an hour or more, of the children and 100 little things, till the carriage came round to take her home. And when she had gone, he went back to his chair and sat there smoothing his face and chin, dreaming over the day. That evening, after dinner, he went to his study and took a sheet of paper. He stayed for some minutes without writing, then rose and stood under the masterpiece, Dutch Fishing Boats at Sunset. He was not thinking of that picture, but of his life. He was going to leave her something in his will. Nothing could so have stirred the stilly deeps of thought and memory. He was going to leave her a portion of his wealth, of his aspirations, deeds, qualities, work, all that had made that wealth. Going to leave her, too, a part of all he had missed in life, by his sane and steady pursuit of wealth. All. What had he missed? Dutch fishing boats responded blankly. He crossed to the French window and, drawing the curtain aside, opened it. A wind had got up, and one of last year's oak leaves, which had somehow survived the gardener's brooms, was dragging itself with a tiny clicking rustle along the stone terrace in the twilight. Except for that, it was very quiet out there, and he could smell the heliotrope watered not long since. A bat went by. A bird uttered its last cheep, and right above the oak tree the first star shone. Faust in the opera had bartered his soul for some fresh years of youth. Morbid notion! No such bargain was possible. That was real tragedy. No making oneself new again for love or life or anything. Nothing left to do but enjoy beauty from afar off while you could, and leave it something in your will. But how much? And as if he could not make that calculation looking out into the mild freedom of the country night, he turned back and went up to the chimney-piece. There were his pet bronzes, a Cleopatra with the asp at her breast, a Socrates, a greyhound playing with her puppy, a strong man reining in some horses. They last, he thought, and a pang went through his heart. They had 1,000 years of life before them. How much? Well, enough at all events to save her getting old before her time, to keep the lines out of her face as long as possible, and grey from soiling that bright hair. He might live another 5 years. She would be well over 30 by then. How much? She had none of his blood in her. In loyalty to the tenor of his life for 40 years and more, ever since he married and founded that mysterious thing, a family, came this warning thought: none of his blood, no right to anything. It was a luxury then, this notion, an extravagance, a petting of an old man's whim, one of those things done in dotage. His real future was vested in those who had his blood, in whom he would live on when he was gone. He turned away from the bronzes and stood looking at the old leather chair in which he had sat and smoked so many hundreds of cigars. And suddenly he seemed to see her sitting there in her grey dress, fragrant, soft, dark-eyed, graceful, looking up at him. Why? She cared nothing for him really. All she cared for was that lost lover of hers. But she was there, whether she would or no, giving him pleasure with her beauty and grace. One had no right to inflict an old man's company, no right to ask her down to play to him and let him look at her for no reward. Pleasure must be paid for in this world. How much? After all, there was plenty. His son and his 3 grandchildren would never miss that little lump. He had made it himself, nearly every penny. He could leave it where he liked. Allow himself this little pleasure. He went back to the bureau. Well, I am going to, he thought. Let them think what they like. I am going to. And he sat down. How much? 10,000, 20,000. How much? If only with his money he could buy 1 year, 1 month of use. And startled by that thought, he wrote quickly. Dear Herring, draw me a codicil to this effect. I leave to my niece Irene Forsyte, born Irene Heron, by which name she now goes, £15,000, free of legacy duty. Yours faithfully, Jolyon Forsyte. When he had sealed and stamped the envelope, he went back to the window and drew in a long breath. It was dark, but many stars shone now. End of Part 3. Indian Summer of a Forsyte. Reading by Eva Harnick. Indian Summer of a Forsyte. Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga. Volume 2. In Chancery. Part 4. Indian Summer of a Forsyte. He woke at 2:30, an hour which long experience had taught him brings panic intensity to all awkward thoughts. Experience had also taught him that a further waking at the proper hour of 8 showed the folly of such panic. On this particular morning the thought which gathered rapid momentum was that if he became ill, at his age not improbable, he would not see her. From this it was but a step to realization that he would be cut off too when his son and June returned from Spain. How could he justify desire for the company of one who had stolen, early morning does not mince words, June's lover? That lover was dead, but June was a stubborn little thing, warm-hearted but stubborn as wood, and quite true, not one who forgot. By the middle of next month they would be back. He had barely 5 weeks left to enjoy the new interest which had come into what remained of his life. Darkness showed up to him absurdly clear the nature of his feeling. Admiration for beauty, a craving to see that which delighted his eyes. Preposterous at his age, and yet what other reason was there for asking June to undergo such painful reminder, and how prevent his son and his son's wife from thinking him very queer? He would be reduced to sneaking up to London, which tired him, and the least indisposition would cut him off even from that. He lay with eyes open, setting his jaw against the prospect, and calling himself an old fool, while his heart beat loudly, and then seemed to stop beating altogether. He had seen the dawn lighting the window chinks, heard the birds chirp and twitter and the cocks crow before he fell asleep again, and awoke tired but sane. 5 weeks before he need bother, at his age an eternity. But that early morning panic had left its mark, had slightly fevered the will of one who had always had his own way. He would see her as often as he wished. Why not go up to town and make that codicil at his solicitor's instead of writing about it? She might like to go to the opera, but by train, for he would not have that fat chap Beacon grinning behind his back. Servants were such fools, and as likely as not they had known all the past history of Irene and young Bosinney. Servants knew everything and suspected the rest. He wrote to her that morning: "My dear Irene, I have to be up in town tomorrow. If you would like to have a look in at the opera, come and dine with me quietly." But where? It was decades since he had dined anywhere in London save at his club or at a private house. Oh, that new-fangled place close to Covent Garden. "Let me have a line tomorrow morning to the Piedmont Hotel whether to expect you there at 7 o'clock. Yours affectionately, Jolyon Forsyte." She would understand that he just wanted to give her a little pleasure, for the idea that she should guess that he had this itch to see her was instinctively unpleasant to him. It was not seemly that one so old should go out of his way to see beauty, especially in a woman. The journey next day, short though it was, and the visit to his lawyers tired him. It was hot too, and after dressing for dinner he lay down on the sofa in his bedroom to rest a little. He must have had a sort of fainting fit, for he came to himself feeling very queer, and with some difficulty rose and rang the bell. Why, it was past 7, and there he was, and she would be waiting. But suddenly the dizziness came on again, and he was obliged to relapse on the sofa. He heard the maid's voice say: "Did you ring, sir?" "Yes, come here." He could not see her clearly for the cloud in front of his eyes. "I am not well. I want some sal volatile." "Yes, sir." Her voice sounded frightened. Old Jolyon made an effort. "Don't go. Take this message to my niece, a lady waiting in the hall, a lady in grey. Say Mr. Forsyte is not well, the heat. He is very sorry if he is not down directly. She is not to wait dinner." When she was gone he thought feebly: "Why did I say a lady in grey? She may be in anything. Sal volatile." He did not go off again, yet was not conscious of how Irene came to be standing beside him, holding smelling salts to his nose and pushing a pillow up behind his head. He heard her say anxiously: "Dear Uncle Jolyon, what is it?" was dimly conscious of the soft pressure of her lips on his hand, then drew a long breath of smelling salts, suddenly discovered strength in them, and sneezed. "Ha!" he said, "it is nothing. How did you get here? Go down and dine. The tickets are on the dressing table. I shall be all right in a minute." He felt her cool hand on his forehead, smelled violets, and sat divided between a sort of pleasure and a determination to be all right. "Why, you are in grey," he said. "Help me up." Once on his feet he gave himself a shake. "What business had I to go off like that?" And he moved very slowly to the glass. What a cadaverous chap! Her voice behind him murmured, "You mustn't come down, Uncle. You must rest." "Fiddlesticks! A glass of champagne will soon set me rights. I can't have you missing the opera." But the journey down the corridor was troublesome. What carpets they had in these new-fangled places, so thick that you tripped up in them at every step. In the lift he noticed how concerned she looked, and said with the ghost of a twinkle, "I am a pretty host." When the lift stopped, he had to hold firmly to the seat to prevent its slipping under him. But after soup and a glass of champagne he felt much better, and began to enjoy an infirmity which had brought such solicitude into her manner towards him. "I should have liked you for a daughter," he said suddenly, and watching the smile in her eyes went on. "You mustn't get wrapped up in the past at your time of life. Plenty of that when you get to my age. That is a nice dress. I like the style. I made it myself." Oh, a woman who could make herself a pretty frock had not lost her interest in life. "Make hay while the sun shines," he said, "and drink that up. I want to see some colour in your cheeks. We must not waste life. It does not do. There's a new Marguerite to-night. Let us hope she won't be fat. And Mephisto, anything more dreadful than a fat chap playing the devil I can't imagine." But they did not go to the opera after all, for in getting up from dinner the dizziness came over him again, and she insisted on his staying quiet and going to bed early. When he parted from her at the door of the hotel, having paid the cabman to drive her to Chelsea, he sat down again for a moment to enjoy the memory of her words. "You are such a darling to me, Uncle Jolyon." Why, who wouldn't be? He would have liked to stay up another day and take her to the Zoo, but 2 days running of him would bore her to death. No, he must wait till next Sunday. She had promised to come then. They would settle those lessons for Holly, if only for a month. It would be something. That little Mam'zelle Booth wouldn't like it, but she would have to lump it. And crushing his old opera hat against his chest, he sought the lift. He drove to Waterloo next morning, struggling with a desire to say, "Drive me to Chelsea," but his sense of proportion was too strong. Besides, he still felt shaky, and did not want to risk another aberration like that of last night away from home. Holly, too, was expecting him, and what he had in his bag for her. Not that there was any cupboard love in his little sweet. She was a bundle of affection. Then, with the rather bitter cynicism of the old, he wondered for a second whether it was not cupboard love which made Irene put up with him. No, she was not that sort either. She had, if anything, too little notion of how to butter her bread. No sense of property, poor thing. Besides, he had not breathed a word about that codicil, nor should he. Sufficient unto the day was the good thereof. In the victoria which met him at the station, Holly was restraining the dog Balthazar, and their caresses made Juby his drive home. All the rest of that fine hot day, and most of the next, he was content and peaceful, reposing in the shade, while the long lingering sunshine showered gold on the lawns and the flowers. But on Thursday evening, at his lonely dinner, he began to count the hours. 65, till he would go down to meet her again in the little coppice, and walk up through the fields at her side. He had intended to consult the doctor about his fainting fit, but the fellow would be sure to insist on quiet, no excitement and all that, and he did not mean to be tied by the leg, did not want to be told of an infirmity, if there were one, could not afford to hear of it at his time of life, now that this new interest had come. And he carefully avoided making any mention of it in a letter to his son. It would only bring them back with a run. How far this silence was due to consideration for their pleasure, how far to regard for his own, he did not pause to consider. That night in his study he had just finished his cigar and was dozing off when he heard the rustle of a gown and was conscious of a scent of violets. Opening his eyes, he saw her, dressed in grey, standing by the fireplace, holding out her arms. The odd thing was that, though those arms seemed to hold nothing, they were curved as if round someone's neck, and her own neck was bent back, her lips open, her eyes closed. She vanished at once, and there were the mantelpiece and his bronzes. But those bronzes and the mantelpiece had not been there when she was, only the fireplace and the wall. Shaken and troubled, he got up. "I must take medicine," he thought. "I can't be well." His heart beat too fast. He had an asthmatic feeling in the chest, and going to the window, he opened it to get some air. A dog was barking far away, one of the dogs at Gage's farm, no doubt, beyond the coppice. A beautiful still night, but dark. "I dropped off," he mused. "That is it. And yet I will swear my eyes were open." A sound like a sigh seemed to answer. "What is that?" he said sharply. "Who is there?" Putting his hand to his side to still the beating of his heart, he stepped out on the terrace. Something soft scurried by in the dark. Shoo! It was that great grey cat. Young Bosinney was like a great cat, he thought. It was him in there, that she was. He's got her still. He walked to the edge of the terrace and looked down into the darkness. He could just see the powdering of the daisies on the unmown lawn. Here today and gone tomorrow. And there came the moon, who saw all, young and old, alive and dead, and didn't care a dump. His own turn soon. For a single day of youth he would give what was left. And he turned again towards the house. He could see the windows of the night nursery up there. His little sweet would be asleep. "Hope that dog won't wake her," he thought. "What is it makes us love, and makes us die? I must go to bed." And across the terrace stones, growing grey in the moonlight, he passed back within. How should an old man live his days if not in dreaming of his well-spent past? In that, at all events, there is no agitating warmth, only pale winter sunshine. The shell can withstand the gentle beating of the dynamos of memory. The present he should distrust, the future shun. From beneath thick shade he should watch the sunlight creeping at his toes. If there be sun of summer, let him not go out into it, mistaking it for the Indian summer sun. Thus, peradventure, he shall decline softly, slowly, imperceptibly, until impatient nature clutches his windpipe and he gasps away to death some early morning before the world is aired and they put on his tombstone, "In the fullness of years." Yea, if he preserves his principles in perfect order, a Forsyte may live on long after he is dead. Old Jolyon was conscious of all this. And yet there was in him that which transcended Forsyteism. For it is written that a Forsyte shall not love beauty more than reason, nor his own way more than his own health. And something beat within him in these days that with each shrub fretted at the thinning shell. His sagacity knew this, but it knew too that he could not stop that beating, nor would if he could. And yet, if you had told him he was living on his capital, he would have stared you down. No, no, a man did not live on his capital. It was not done. The shibboleths of the past are ever more real than the actualities of the present, and he to whom living on one's capital had always been anathema could not have borne to have applied so gross a phrase to his own case. Pleasure is healthful, beauty good to see, to live again, in the youth of the young, and what else on earth was he doing? Methodically, as had been the way of his whole life, he now arranged his time. On Tuesdays he journeyed up to town by train. Irene came and dined with him, and they went to the opera. On Thursdays he drove to town, and, putting that fat chap and his horses up, met her in Kensington Gardens, picking up the carriage after he had left her, and driving home again in time for dinner. He threw out the casual formula that he had business in London on those 2 days. On Wednesdays and Saturdays she came down to give Holly music lessons. The greater the pleasure he took in her society, the more scrupulously fastidious he became, just a matter-of-fact and friendly uncle. Not even in feeling, really, was he more, for, after all, there was his age. And yet, if she were late, he fidgeted himself to death. If she missed coming, which happened twice, his eyes grew sad as an old dog's, and he failed to sleep. And so a month went by, a month of summer in the fields, and in his heart, with summer's heat and the fatigue thereof. Who could have believed a few weeks back that he would have looked forward to his son's and his granddaughter's return with something like dread? There was such a delicious freedom, such recovery of that independence a man enjoys before he founds a family, about these weeks of lovely weather, and this new companionship with one who demanded nothing, and remained always a little unknown, retaining the fascination of mystery. It was like a draught of wine to him who has been drinking water for so long that he has almost forgotten the stir wine brings to his blood, the narcotic to his brain. The flowers were coloured brighter, scents and music and the sunlight had a living value, were no longer mere reminders of past enjoyment. There was something now to live for, which stirred him continually to anticipation. He lived in that, not in retrospection. The difference is considerable to any so old as he. The pleasures of the table, never of much consequence to one naturally abstemious, had lost all value. He ate little, without knowing what he ate, and every day grew thinner and more worn to look at. He was again a threadpaper, and to this thinned form his massive forehead with hollows at the temples gave more dignity than ever. He was very well aware that he ought to see the doctor, but liberty was too sweet. He could not afford to pet his frequent shortness of breath and the pain in his side at the expense of liberty. Returned to the vegetable existence he had led among the agricultural journals, with the life-size mangold Wurzels before this new attraction came into his life. No, he exceeded his allowance of cigars. 2 a day had always been his rule. Now he smoked 3 and sometimes 4. A man will when he is filled with the creative spirit. But very often he thought, I must give up smoking and coffee. I must give up rattling up to town. But he did not. There was no one in any sort of authority to notice him, and this was a priceless boon. The servants perhaps wondered, but they were naturally dumb. Mamselle Booth was too concerned with her own digestion and too well bred to make personal allusions. Holly had not as yet an eye for the relative appearance of him who was her plaything and her god. It was left for Irene herself to beg him to eat more, to rest in the hot part of the day, to take a tonic, and so forth. But she did not tell him that she was the cause of his thinness, for one cannot see the havoc oneself is working. A man of 85 has no passions, but the beauty which produces passions works on in the old way till death closes the eyes which crave the sight of her. On the first day of the 2nd week in July he received a letter from his son in Paris to say that they would all be back on Friday. This had always been more sure than fate, but with the pathetic improvidence given to the old, that they may endure to the end, he had never quite admitted it. Now he did, and something would have to be done. He had ceased to be able to imagine life without this new interest, but that which is not imagined sometimes exists, as Forsytes are perpetually finding to their cost. He sat in his old leather chair, doubling up the letter, and mumbling with his lips the end of an unlit cigar. After tomorrow, his Tuesday expeditions to town would have to be abandoned. He could still drive up, perhaps once a week, on the pretext of seeing his man of business. But even that would be dependent on his health, for now they would begin to fuss about him. The lessons must go on. She must swallow down her scruples, and June must put her feelings in her pocket. She had done so once on the day after the news of Bosinney's death. What she had done then she could surely do again now. 4 years since that injury was inflicted on her. Not Christian to keep the memory of old sores alive. June's will was strong, but his was stronger, for his sands were running out. Irene was soft. Surely she would do this for him, subdue her natural shrinking, sooner than give him pain. The lessons must continue, for if they did, he was secure. And lighting his cigar at last, he began trying to shape out how to put it to them all, and explain this strange intimacy, how to veil and wrap it away from the naked truths that he could not bear to be deprived of the sight of beauty. Ah, Holly! Holly was fond of her. Holly liked her lessons. She would save him, his little sweet. And with that happy thought he became serene and wondered what he had been worrying about so fearfully. He must not worry. It left him always curiously weak, and as if but half present in his own body. That evening, after dinner, he had a return of the dizziness, though he did not faint. He would not ring the bell, because he knew it would mean a fuss, and make his going up on the morrow more conspicuous. When one grew old, the whole world was in conspiracy to limit freedom, and for what reason? Just to keep the breath in him a little longer. He did not want it at such cost. Only the dog Balthazar saw his lonely recovery from that weakness, anxiously watched his master go to the sideboard and drink some brandy, instead of giving him a biscuit. When at last old Jolyon felt able to tackle the stairs, he went up to bed. And though still shaky next morning, the thought of the evening sustained and strengthened him. It was always such a pleasure to give her a good dinner. He suspected her of under-eating when she was alone, and at the opera to watch her eyes glow and brighten, the unconscious smiling of her lips. She hadn't much pleasure, and this was the last time he would be able to give her that treat. But when he was packing his bag, he caught himself wishing that he had not the fatigue of dressing for dinner before him, and the exertion, too, of telling her about June's return. The opera that evening was Carmen, and he chose the last entr'acte to break the news, instinctively putting it off till the latest moment. She took it quietly, queerly, in fact. He did not know how she had taken it before the wayward music lifted up again and silence became necessary. The mask was down over her face, that mask behind which so much went on that he could not see. She wanted time to think it over, no doubt. He would not press her, for she would be coming to give her lesson tomorrow afternoon, and he should see her then, when she had got used to the idea. In the cab he talked only of the Carmen. He had seen better in the old days, but this one was not bad at all. When he took her hand to say good night, she bent quickly forward and kissed his forehead. "Good-bye, dear Uncle Jolyon. You have been so sweet to me." "Tomorrow, then," he said. "Good night. Sleep well." She echoed softly, "Sleep well," and from the cab window, already moving away, he saw her face screwed round towards him, and her hand put out in a gesture which seemed to linger. He sought his room slowly. They never gave him the same, and he could not get used to these spick-and-spandy bedrooms with new furniture and grey-green carpets sprinkled all over with pink roses. He was wakeful, and that wretched habanera kept throbbing in his head. His French had never been equal to its words, but its sense he knew, if it had any sense, a gypsy thing, wild and unaccountable. Well, there was in life something which upset all your care and plans, something which made men and women dance to its pipes. And he lay staring from deep-sunk eyes into the darkness, where the unaccountable held sway. You thought you had hold of life, but it slipped away behind you, took you by the scruff of the neck, forced you here and forced you there, and then, likely as not, squeezed life out of you. It took the very stars like that, he shouldn't wonder, rubbed their noses together and flung them apart. It had never done playing its pranks. 5 million people in this great blunderbuss of a town, and all of them at the mercy of that life force, like a lot of little dried peas hopping about on a board when you struck your fist on it. Ah well, himself would not hop much longer. A good long sleep would do him good. How hot it was up here, how noisy! His forehead burned. She had kissed it just where he always worried, just there, as if she had known the very place and wanted to kiss it all away for him. But instead her lips left a patch of grievous uneasiness. She had never spoken in quite that voice, had never before made that lingering gesture or looked back at him as she drove away. He got out of bed and pulled the curtains aside. His room faced down over the river. There was little air, but the sight of that breath of water flowing by, calm, eternal, soothed him. The great thing, he thought, is not to make myself a nuisance. I will think of my little sweet and go to sleep. But it was long before the heat and throbbing of the London night died out in the short slumber of the summer morning, and old Jolyon had but 40 winks. When he reached home next day he went out to the flower garden and, with the help of Holly, who was very delicate with flowers, gathered a great bunch of carnations. They were, he told her, for the lady in grey, a name still bandied between them, and he put them in a bowl in his study, where he meant to tackle Irene the moment she came, on the subject of June and future lessons. Their fragrance and colour would help. After lunch he lay down, for he felt very tired, and the carriage would not bring her from the station till 4 o'clock. But as the hour approached he grew restless, and sought the schoolroom, which overlooked the drive. The sun blinds were down, and Holly was there with Mademoiselle Beauce, sheltered from the heat of the stifling July day, attending to their silkworms. Old Jolyon had a natural antipathy to these methodical creatures, whose heads and colour reminded him of elephants, who nibbled such quantities of holes in nice green leaves, and smelled, as he thought, horrid. He sat down on a chintz-covered window-seat, whence he could see the drive, and get what air there was, and the dog Balthasar, who appreciated chintz on hot days, jumped up beside him. Over the cottage piano a violet dust sheet, faded almost to grey, was spread, and on it the first lavender, whose scent filled the room. In spite of the coolness here, perhaps because of that coolness, the beat of life vehemently impressed his ebbed-down senses. Each sunbeam which came through the chinks had annoying brilliance. That dog smelled very strong. The lavender perfume was overpowering. Those silkworms heaving up their grey-green backs seemed horribly alive, and Holly's dark head, bent over them, had a wonderfully silky sheen. A marvellous, cruelly strong thing was life, when you were old and weak. It seemed to mock you with its multitude of forms and its beating vitality. He had never, till those last few weeks, had this curious feeling of being with one half of him eagerly borne along in the stream of life, and with the other half left on the bank, watching that helpless progress. Only when Irene was with him did he lose this double consciousness. Holly turned her head, pointed with her little brown fist to the piano, for to point with a finger was not well bred, and said slyly, "Look at the lady in grey, Gran. Isn't she pretty today?" Old Jolyon's heart gave a flutter, and for a second the room was clouded. Then it cleared, and he said with a twinkle, "Who has been dressing her up?" "Mam'zelle." "Holly, don't be foolish." That prim little Frenchwoman! She hadn't yet got over the music lessons being taken away from her. That would not help. His little sweet was the only friend they had. Well, they were her lessons, and he shouldn't budge for anything. He stroked the warm wool on Balthasar's head, and heard Holly say, "When Mother is home there won't be any changes, will there? She doesn't like strangers, you know." The child's words seemed to bring the chilly atmosphere of opposition about old Jolyon, and disclose all the menace to his new-found freedom. Ah, he would have to resign himself to being an old man, at the mercy of care and love, or fight to keep his new and prized companionship, and to fight tired him to death. But his thin-worn face hardened into resolution till it appeared all jaw. This was his house and his affair. He should not budge. He looked at his watch, old and thin like himself. He had owned it 50 years. Past 4 already. And kissing the top of Holly's head in passing, he went down to the hall. He wanted to get hold of her before she went up to give her lesson. At the first sound of wheels, he stepped out into the porch and saw at once that the victoria was empty. "The train is in, sir, but the lady hasn't come." Old Jolyon gave him a sharp, upward look. His eyes seemed to push away that fat chap's curiosity and defy him to see the bitter disappointment he was feeling. "Very well," he said, and turned back into the house. He went to his study and sat down, quivering like a leaf. What did this mean? She might have lost her train, but he knew well enough she hadn't. Good-bye, dear Uncle Jolyon. Why good-bye and not good night? And that hand of hers lingering in the air, and her kiss. What did it mean? Vehement alarm and irritation took possession of him. He got up and began to pace the Turkey carpet between window and wall. She was going to give him up, he felt it for certain, and he, defenseless, an old man wanting to look on beauty. It was ridiculous. Age closed his mouth, paralyzed his power to fight. He had no right to what was warm and living, no right to anything but memories and sorrow. He could not plead with her. Even an old man has his dignity. Defenseless. For an hour, lost to bodily fatigue, he paced up and down, past the bowl of carnations he had plucked, which mocked him with its scent. Of all things hard to bear, the prostration of willpower is hardest, for one who has always had his way. Nature had got him in its net, and like an unhappy fish he turned and swam at the meshes, here and there, found no hole, no breaking point. They brought him tea at 5 o'clock and a letter. For a moment hope beat up in him. He cut the envelope with the butter knife and read: "Dearest Uncle Jolyon, I can't bear to write anything that may disappoint you, but I was too cowardly to tell you last night. I feel I can't come down and give Holly any more lessons now that June is coming back. Some things go too deep to be forgotten. It has been such a joy to see you and Holly. Perhaps I shall still see you sometimes when you come up, though I am sure it is not good for you. I can see you are tiring yourself too much. I believe you ought to rest quite quietly all this hot weather, and now you have your son and June coming back, you will be so happy. Thank you a million times for all your sweetness to me. Lovingly, your Irene." So there it was. Not good for him to have pleasure and what he chiefly cared about. To try and put off feeling the inevitable end of all things, the approach of death with its stealthy, rustling footsteps. Not good for him. Not even she could see how she was his new lease of interest in life, the incarnation of all the beauty he felt slipping from him. His tea grew cold, his cigar remained unlit, and up and down he paced, torn between his dignity and his hold on life. Intolerable to be squeezed out slowly, without a say of your own, to live on when your will was in the hands of others bent on weighing you to the ground with care and love. Intolerable! He would see what telling her the truth would do. The truth that he wanted the sight of her more than just the lingering on. He sat down at his old bureau and took a pen, but he could not write. There was something revolting in having to plead like this, plead that she should warm his eyes with her beauty. It was tantamount to confessing dotage. He simply could not. And instead he wrote, "I had hoped that the memory of old sores would not be allowed to stand in the way of what is a pleasure and a profit to me and my little granddaughter. But old men learn to forego their whims. They are obliged to, even the whim to live must be foregone sooner or later. And perhaps the sooner the better. My love to you, Jolyon Forsyte." Bitter, he thought, but I can't help it. I am tired. He sealed and dropped it into the box for the evening post, and hearing it fall to the bottom, thought, "There goes all I have looked forward to." That evening after dinner, which he scarcely touched, after his cigar, which he left half-smoked, for it made him feel faint, he went very slowly upstairs and stole into the night nursery. He sat down on the window-seat. A night-light was burning, and he could just see Holly's face with one hand underneath the cheek. An early cockchafer buzzed in the Japanese paper with which they had filled the grate, and one of the horses in the stable stamped restlessly. To sleep like that child! He pressed apart two rungs of the Venetian blind and looked out. The moon was rising, blood red. He had never seen so red a moon. The woods and fields out there were dropping to sleep too, in the last glimmer of the summer light. And beauty like a spirit walked. I have had a long life, he thought, the best of nearly everything. I am an ungrateful chap. I have seen a lot of beauty in my time. Poor young Bosinney said I had a sense of beauty. There is a man in the moon tonight. A moth went by, another. Ladies in grey. He closed his eyes. A feeling that he would never open them again beset him. He let it grow, let himself think, then with a shiver dragged the lids up. There was something wrong with him, no doubt, deeply wrong. He would have to have the doctor after all. It didn't much matter now. Into that coppice the moonlight would have crept. There would be shadows, and those shadows would be the only things awake. No birds, bees, flowers, insects, just the shadows moving. Ladies in grey. Over that log they would climb, would whisper together, she and Bosinney. Funny thought. And the frogs and little things would whisper too. How the clock ticked in here. It was all eerie, out there in the light of that red moon. In here with the little steady night light, and the ticking clock, and the nurse's dressing gown hanging from the edge of the screen, tall like a woman's figure. Lady in grey. And a very odd thought beset him. Did she exist? Had she ever come at all? Or was she but the emanation of all the beauty he had loved and must leave so soon? The violet-grey spirit with the dark eyes and the crown of amber hair, who walks the dawn and the moonlight and at bluebell time. What was she? Who was she? Did she exist? He rose and stood a moment clutching the window-sill to give him a sense of reality again, then began tiptoeing towards the door. He stopped at the foot of the bed, and Holly, as if conscious of his eyes fixed on her, stirred, sighed, and curled up closer in defense. He tiptoed on and passed out into the dark passage, reached his room, undressed at once, and stood before a mirror in his nightshirt. What a scarecrow, with temples fallen in and thin legs! His eyes resisted his own image, and a look of pride came on his face. All was in league to pull him down, even his reflection in the glass. But he was not down yet. He got into bed and lay a long time without sleeping, trying to reach resignation, only too well aware that fretting and disappointment were very bad for him. He woke in the morning so unrefreshed and strengthless that he sent for the doctor. After sounding him, the fellow pulled a face as long as your arm and ordered him to stay in bed and give up smoking. That was no hardship. There was nothing to get up for, and when he felt ill, tobacco always lost its savour. He spent the morning languidly with the sunblinds down, turning and returning the Times, not reading much, the dog Balthazar lying beside his bed. With his lunch they brought him a telegram, running thus: "Your letter received, coming down this afternoon. Will be with you at 4:30. Irene." Coming down, after all! Then she did exist, and he was not deserted. Coming down! A glow ran through his limbs. His cheeks and forehead felt hot. He drank his soup and pushed the tray table away, lying very quiet until they had removed lunch and left him alone. But every now and then his eyes twinkled. Coming down! His heart beat fast, and then did not seem to beat at all. At 3 o'clock he got up and dressed deliberately, noiselessly. Holly and Mamselle would be in the schoolroom, and the servants asleep after their dinner. He shouldn't wonder. He opened his door cautiously and went downstairs. In the hall the dog Balthazar lay solitary, and followed by him, old Jolyon passed into his study and out into the burning afternoon. He meant to go down and meet her in the coppice, but felt at once he could not manage that in this heat. He sat down instead under the oak tree by the swing, and the dog Balthazar, who also felt the heat, lay down beside him. He sat there smiling. What a revel of bright minutes! What a hum of insects and cooing of pigeons! It was the quintessence of a summer day. Lovely! And he was happy, happy as a sandboy, whatever that might be. She was coming. She had not given him up. He had everything in life he wanted, except a little more breath and less weight, just here. He would see her when she emerged from the fernery, come swaying just a little, a violet-grey figure passing over the daisies and dandelions, and soldiers on the lawn, the soldiers with their flowery crowns. He would not move, but she would come up to him and say, "Dear Uncle Jolyon, I am sorry," and sit in the swing and let him look at her, and tell her that he had not been very well, but was all right now, and that dog would lick her hand. That dog knew his master was fond of her. That dog was a good dog. It was quite shady under the tree. The sun could not get at him, only make the rest of the world bright, so that he could see the grandstand at Epsom away out there, very far, and the cows cropping the clover in the field and swishing at the flies with their tails. He smelled the scent of limes and lavender. Ah, that was why there was such a racket of bees. They were excited, busy, as his heart was busy and excited. Drowsy too, drowsy and drugged on honey and happiness, as his heart was drugged and drowsy. Summer, summer, they seemed saying, great bees and little bees, and the flies too. The stable clock struck 4. In half an hour she would be here. He would have just one tiny nap, because he had had so little sleep of late, and then he would be fresh for her, fresh for youth and beauty, coming towards him across the sunlit lawn, lady in grey. And settling back in his chair, he closed his eyes. Some thistledown came on what little air there was, and pitched on his moustache, more white than itself. He did not know, but his breathing stirred it, caught there. A ray of sunlight struck through and lodged on his boot. A bumblebee alighted and strolled on the crown of his Panama hat. And the delicious surge of slumber reached the brain beneath that hat, and the head swayed forward and rested on his breast. Summer, summer, so went the hum. The stable clock struck the 1/4 past. The dog Balthazar stretched and looked up at his master. The thistledown no longer moved. The dog placed his chin over the sunlit foot. It did not stir. The dog withdrew his chin quickly, rose, and leaped on old Jolyon's lap, looked in his face, whined, then leaping down, sat on his haunches, gazing up. And suddenly he uttered a long, long howl. But the thistledown was still as death, and the face of his old master. Summer, 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 the soundless footsteps on the grass. 1917. End of Part 4. Indian Summer of a Forsyte. Recording by Eva Harnick.
Part 1, Chapter 1 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 1. At Timothy's. The possessive instinct never stands still. Through fluorescence and feud, frosts and fires, it followed the laws of progression, even in the Forsyte family, which had believed it fixed for ever, nor can it be dissociated from environment, any more than the quality of potato from the soil. The historian of the English 80s and 90s will, in his good time, depict the somewhat rapid progression from self-contented and contained provincialism to still more self-contented, if less contained, imperialism. In other words, the possessive instinct of the nation on the move. And so, as if in conformity, was it with the Forsyte family. They were spreading, not merely on the surface, but within. When, in 1895, Susan Hayman, the married Forsyte sister, followed her husband at the ludicrously low age of 74, and was cremated, it made strangely little stir among the 6 old Forsytes left. For this apathy there were 3 causes. First, the almost surreptitious burial of old Jolyon in 1892 down at Robin Hill, first of the Forsytes to desert the family grave at Highgate. That burial, coming a year after Swithin's entirely proper funeral, had occasioned a great deal of talk on Forsyte Change, the abode of Timothy Forsyte on the Bayswater Road, London, which still collected and radiated family gossip. Opinions ranged from the lamentation of Aunt Juley to the outspoken assertion of Francie that it was a jolly good thing to stop all that stuffy Highgate business. Uncle Jolyon, in his later years, Indeed, ever since the strange and lamentable affair between his granddaughter June's lover, young Bosinney, and Irene, his nephew Soames Forsyte's wife, had noticeably rapped the family's knuckles, and that way of his own which he had always taken had begun to seem to them a little wayward. The philosophic vein in him, of course, had always been too liable to crop out of the strata of pure Forsyteism, so they were in a way prepared for his interment in a strange spot. But the whole thing was an odd business, and when the contents of his will became current coin on Forsyte Change, a shiver had gone round the clan. Out of his estate, £145,304 gross, with liabilities £35 7 shillings and fourpence, he had actually left £15,000 to whomever do you think, my dear? To Irene, that runaway wife of his nephew Soames. Irene, a woman who had almost disgraced the family, and, still more amazing, was to him no blood relation. Not out and out, of course, only a life interest, only the income from it. Still, there it was, and old Jolyon's claim to be the perfect Forsyte was ended once and for all. That, then, was the first reason why the burial of Susan Hayman at Woking made little stir. The second reason was altogether more expansive and imperial. Besides the house on Camden Hill, Susan had a place, left her by Hayman when he died, just over the border in Hants, where the Hayman boys had learnt to be such good shots and riders, as it was believed, which was of course nice for them and creditable to everybody, and the fact of owning something really countrified seemed somehow to excuse the dispersion of her remains, though what could have put cremation into her head they could not think. The usual invitations, however, had been issued, and Soames had gone down, and young Nicholas, and the will had been quite satisfactory so far as it went, for she had only a life interest, and everything had gone quite smoothly to the children in equal shares. The third reason why Susan's burial made little stir was the most expansive of all. It was summed up daringly by Euphemia, the pale, the thin. "Well, I think people have a right to their own bodies, even when they're dead." Coming from a daughter of Nicholas, a Liberal of the old school and most tyrannical, it was a startling remark, showing in a flash what a lot of water had run under bridges since the death of Aunt Ann in '86, just when the proprietorship of Soames over his wife's body was acquiring the uncertainty which had led to such disaster. Euphemia, of course, spoke like a child and had no experience, for though well over 30 by now, her name was still Forsyte. But, making all allowances, her remark did undoubtedly show expansion of the principle of liberty, decentralisation, and shift in the central point of possession from others to oneself. When Nicholas heard his daughter's remark from Aunt Hester, he rapped out, "Wives and daughters! There's no end to their liberty these days. I knew that Jackson case would lead to things, lugging in habeas corpus like that." He had, of course, never really forgiven the Married Woman's Property Act, which would have so interfered with him if he had not mercifully married before it was passed. But in truth there was no denying the revolt among the younger Forsytes against being owned by others, that, as it were, colonial disposition to own oneself, which is the paradoxical forerunner of imperialism, was making progress all the time. They were all now married except George, confirmed to the Turf and the Iseeum Club; Francie pursuing her musical career in a studio off the King's Road, Chelsea, and still taking lovers to dances; Euphemia living at home and complaining of Nicholas; and those two Dromios, Giles and Jessie Hayman. Of the third generation there were not very many. Young Jolyon had 3, Winifred Dartie 4, young Nicholas 6 already. Young Roger had 1, Marion Twaiteman 1, St. John Hayman 1, but the rest of the 16 married, Soames, Rachel and Cicely of James's family, Eustace and Thomas of Roger's, Ernest, Archibald and Florence of Nicholas's, Augustus and Annabel Spender of the Haymans, were going down the years unreproduced. Thus, of the 10 old Forsytes, 21 young Forsytes had been born, but of the 21 young Forsytes there were as yet only 17 descendants, and it already seemed unlikely that there would be more than a further unconsidered trifle or so. A student of statistics must have noticed that the birth rate had varied in accordance with the rate of interest for your money. Grandfather, Superior Dosset Forsyte, in the early 19th century, had been getting 10% for his, hence 10 children. Those 10, leaving out the 4 who had not married, and Julie, whose husband Septimus Small had of course died almost at once, had averaged from 4 to 5% for theirs, and produced accordingly. The 21 whom they produced were now getting barely 3% in the consols to which their father had mostly tied the settlements they made to avoid death duties, and the 6 of them who had been reproduced had 17 children, or just the proper 2 5/6 per stem. There were other reasons, too, for this mild reproduction. A distrust of their earning powers, natural where a sufficiency is guaranteed, together with the knowledge that their fathers did not die, kept them cautious. If one had children and not much income, the standard of taste and comfort must of necessity go down. What was enough for 2 was not enough for 4, and so on. It would be better to wait and see what father did. Besides, it was nice to be able to take holidays unhampered. Sooner, in fact, than own children, they preferred to concentrate on the ownership of themselves, conforming to the growing tendency fin de siècle, as it was called. In this way little risk was run, and one would be able to have a motor car. Indeed, Eustace already had one, but it had shaken him horribly and broken one of his eye teeth, so that it would be better to wait until they were a little safer. In the meantime, no more children. Even young Nicholas was drawing in his horns, and had made no addition to his 6 for quite 3 years. The corporate decay, however, of the Forsytes, their dispersion rather, of which all this was symptomatic, had not advanced so far as to prevent a rally when Roger Forsyte died in 1899. It had been a glorious summer, and after holidays abroad and at the sea, they were practically all back in London, when Roger, with a touch of his old originality, had suddenly breathed his last at his own house in Prince's Gardens. At Timothy's it was whispered sadly that poor Roger had always been eccentric about his digestion. Had he not, for instance, preferred German mutton to all the other brands? Be that as it may, his funeral at Highgate had been perfect, and coming away from it, Soames Forsyte made almost mechanically for his Uncle Timothy's in the Bayswater Road. The old things, Aunt Julie and Aunt Hester, would like to hear about it. His father, James, at 88, had not felt up to the fatigue of the funeral, and Timothy himself, of course, had not gone, so that Nicholas had been the only brother present. Still, there had been a fair gathering, and it would cheer Aunts Julie and Hester up to know. The kindly thought was not unmixed with the inevitable longing to get something out of everything you do, which is the chief characteristic of Forsytes, and indeed of the saner elements in every nation. In this practice of taking family matters to Timothy's in the Bayswater Road, Soames was but following in the footsteps of his father, who had been in the habit of going at least once a week to see his sisters at Timothy's, and had only given it up when he lost his nerve at 86 and could not go out without Emily. To go with Emily was of no use, for who could really talk to anyone in the presence of his own wife? Like James in the old days, Soames found time to go there nearly every Sunday and sit in the little drawing-room, into which, with his undoubted taste, he had introduced a good deal of change, and china not quite up to his own fastidious mark, and at least 2 rather doubtful Barbizon pictures at Christmas-tides. He himself, who had done extremely well with the Barbizons, had for some years past moved towards the Marises, Israels, and Mauve, and was hoping to do better. In the riverside house which he now inhabited near Mapledurham he had a gallery, beautifully hung and lighted, to which few London dealers were strangers. It served, too, as a Sunday afternoon attraction in those week-end parties which his sisters Winifred or Rachel occasionally organised for him. For though he was but a taciturn showman, his quiet collected determinism seldom failed to influence his guests, who knew that his reputation was grounded not on mere aesthetic fancy, but on his power of gauging the future of market values. When he went to Timothy's he almost always had some little tale of triumph over a dealer to unfold, and dearly he loved that coo of pride with which his aunts would greet it. This afternoon, however, he was differently animated. coming from Roger's funeral in his neat dark clothes, not quite black, for after all an uncle was but an uncle, and his soul abhorred excessive display of feeling. Leaning back in a marqueterie chair, and gazing down his uplifted nose at the sky-blue walls plastered with gold frames, he was noticeably silent. Whether because he had been to a funeral or not, the peculiar Forsyte build of his face was seen to the best advantage this afternoon. A face concave and long, with a jaw which divested of flesh would have seemed extravagant. Altogether a chinny face, though not at all ill-looking. He was feeling more strongly than ever that Timothy's was hopelessly rumty too, and the souls of his aunts dismally mid-Victorian. The subject on which alone he wanted to talk, his own undivorced position, was unspeakable, and yet it occupied his mind to the exclusion of all else. It was only since the spring that this had been so, and a new feeling grown up which was egging him on towards what he knew might well be folly in a Forsyte of 45. More and more of late he had been conscious that he was "getting on." The fortune, already considerable when he conceived the house at Robin Hill, which had finally wrecked his marriage with Irene, had mounted with surprising vigour in the 12 lonely years during which he had devoted himself to little else. He was worth to-day well over £100,000, and had no one to leave it to, no real object for going on with what was his religion. Even if he were to relax his efforts, money made money, and he felt that he would have 150,000 before he knew where he was. There had always been a strongly domestic, philoprogenitive side to Soames. Balked and frustrated, it had hidden itself away, but had now crept out again in this his prime of life, concreted and focused of late by the attraction of a girl's undoubted beauty. It had become a veritable prepossession. And this girl was French, not likely to lose her head or accept any unlegalized position. Moreover, Soames himself disliked the thought of that. He had tasted of the sordid side of sex during those long years of forced celibacy, secretively and always with disgust, for he was fastidious and his sense of law and order innate. He wanted no hole-and-corner liaison, a marriage at the embassy in Paris, a few months' travel, and he could bring Annette back quite separated from a past which in truth was not too distinguished, for she only kept the accounts in her mother's Soho restaurant. He could bring her back as something very new and chic, with her French taste and self-possession, to reign at the Shelter near Mapledurham. On Forsyte Change and among his riverside friends it would be current that he had met a charming French girl on his travels and married her. There would be the flavour of romance and a certain cachet about a French wife. No, he was not at all afraid of that. It was only this cursed undivorced condition of his, and the question whether Annette would take him, which he dared not put to the touch until he had a clear and even dazzling future to offer her. In his aunt's drawing-room he heard with but muffled ears those usual questions. How was his dear father? Not going out, of course, now that the weather was turning chilly? Would Soames be sure to tell him that Hester had found boiled holly leaves most comforting for that pain in her side, a poultice every 3 hours, with red flannel afterwards? And could he relish just a little pot of their very best prune preserve? It was so delicious this year, and had such a wonderful effect. Oh, and about the Darties. Had Soames heard that dear Winifred was having a most distressing time with Montague? Timothy thought she really ought to have protection. It was said, but Soames mustn't take this for certain, that he had given some of Winifred's jewellery to a dreadful dancer. It was such a bad example for dear Val, just as he was going to college. Soames had not heard. Oh, but he must go and see his sister and look into it at once. And did he think those Boers were really going to resist? Timothy was in quite a stew about it. The price of consols was so high, and he had such a lot of money in them. Did Soames think they must go down if there was a war? Soames nodded. But it would be over very quickly. It would be so bad for Timothy if it wasn't. And of course Soames's dear father would feel it very much at his age. Luckily poor dear Roger had been spared this dreadful anxiety. and Aunt Juley, with a little handkerchief, wiped away the large tear trying to climb the permanent pout on her now quite withered left cheek. She was remembering dear Roger, and all his originality, and how he used to stick pins into her when they were little together. Aunt Hester, with her instinct for avoiding the unpleasant, here chimed in. Did Soames think that they would make Mr. Chamberlain Prime Minister at once? He would settle it all so quickly. She would like to see that old Kruger sent to St. Helena. She could remember so well the news of Napoleon's death, and what a relief it had been to his grandfather. Of course, she and Julie—we were in pantalettes then, my dear—had not felt it so much at the time. Soames took a cup of tea from her, drank it quickly, and ate 3 of those macaroons for which Timothy's was famous. His pale, supercilious smile had deepened just a little. Really, his family remained hopelessly provincial, however much of London they might possess between them. In these go-ahead days their provincialism stared out even more than it used to. Why, old Nicholas was still a free trader, and a member of that antediluvian home of liberalism, the Remove Club, though to be sure the members were pretty well all Conservatives now, or he himself could not have joined. And Timothy, they said, still wore a nightcap. Aunt Juley spoke again. Dear Soames was looking so well, hardly a day older than he did when dear Anne died, and they were all there together, dear Jolyon and dear Swithin and dear Roger. She paused, and caught the tear which had climbed the pout on her right cheek. Did he ever hear anything of Irene nowadays? Aunt Hester visibly interposed her shoulder. Really, Julie was always saying something. The smile left Soames's face, and he put his cup down. Here was his subject broached for him, and for all his desire to expand, he could not take advantage. Aunt Juley went on rather hastily. They say dear Jolyon first left her that 15,000 out and out. Then, of course, he saw it would not be right, and made it for her life only. Had Soames heard that? Soames nodded. Your cousin Jolyon is a widower now. He's her trustee. You knew that, of course? Soames shook his head. He did know, but wished to show no interest. Young Jolyon and he had not met since the day of Bosinney's death. He must be quite middle-aged by now, went on Aunt Juley dreamily. Let me see, he was born when your dear uncle lived in Mount Street, long before they went to Stanhope Gate in December, just before that dreadful commune. Over 50, fancy that! Such a pretty baby, and we were all so proud of him, the very first of you all. Aunt Juley sighed, and a lock of not quite her own hair came loose and straggled, so that Aunt Hester gave a little shiver. Soames rose. He was experiencing a curious piece of self-discovery. That old wound to his pride and self-esteem was not yet closed. He had come thinking he could talk of it, even wanting to talk of his fettered condition, and behold, he was shrinking away from this reminder by Aunt Juley, renowned for her malapropisms. Oh, Soames was not going already? Soames smiled a little vindictively and said, Yes, good-bye. Remember me to Uncle Timothy. And leaving a cold kiss on each forehead, whose wrinkles seemed to try and cling to his lips as if longing to be kissed away, he left them, looking brightly after him. Dear Soames! It had been so good of him to come to-day, when they were not feeling very... With compunction tweaking at his chest, Soames descended the stairs, where was always that rather pleasant smell of camphor and port wine and house where draughts are not permitted. The poor old things! He had not meant to be unkind. And in the street he instantly forgot them, repossessed by the image of Annette and the thought of the cursed coil around him. Why had he not pushed the thing through and obtained divorce when that wretched Bosinney was run over, and there was evidence galore for the asking? And he turned towards his sister Winifred Dartie's residence in Green Street, Mayfair. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 2. Exit a Man of the World. That a man of the world, so subject to the vicissitudes of fortune as Montague Dartie, should still be living in a house he had inhabited 20 years at least, would have been more noticeable if the rent, rate, taxes, and repairs of that house had not been defrayed by his father-in-law. By that simple, if wholesale device, James Forsyte had secured a certain stability in the lives of his daughter and his grandchildren. After all, there is something invaluable about a safe roof over the head of a sportsman so dashing as Dartie. Until the events of the last few days, he had been almost supernaturally steady all this year. The fact was, he had acquired a half share in a filly of George Forsyte's, who had gone irreparably on the turf, to the horror of Roger, now stilled by the grave. Sleevelinks, by Martyr, out of Shirt on Fire, by Suspender, was a bay filly, 3 years old, who for a variety of reasons had never shown her true form. With half ownership of this hopeful animal, all the idealism latent somewhere in Dartie, as in every other man, had put up its head, and kept him quietly ardent for months past. When a man has something good to live for, it is astonishing how sober he becomes, and what Dartie had was really good. A 3-to-1 chance for an autumn handicap, publicly assessed at 25-to-1. The old-fashioned heaven was a poor thing beside it, and his shirt was on the daughter of Shirt on Fire. But how much more than his shirt depended on this granddaughter of Suspender. At that roving age of 45, trying to Forsytes, and though perhaps less distinguishable from any other age, trying even to Dartie's, Montague had fixed his current fancy on a dancer. It was no mean passion, but without money, and a good deal of it, likely to remain a love as airy as her skirts, and Dartie never had any money, subsisting miserably on what he could beg or borrow from Winifred, a woman of character, who kept him because he was the father of her children, and from a lingering admiration for those now dying Wardour Street good looks, which in their youth had fascinated her. She, together with any one else who would lend him anything, and his losses at cards and on the turf, extraordinary how some men make a good thing out of losses, were his whole means of subsistence, for James was now too old and nervous to approach, and Soames too formidably adamant. It is not too much to say that Dartie had been living on hope for months. He had never been fond of money for itself, had always despised the Forsytes with their investing habits, though careful to make such use of them as he could. What he liked about money was what it bought: personal sensation. "No real sportsman cares for money," he would say, borrowing a pony if it was no use trying for a monkey. There was something delicious about Montague Dartie. He was, as George Forsyte said, a daisy. The morning of the handicap dawned clear and bright, the last day of September, and Dartie, who had travelled to Newmarket the night before, arrayed himself in spotless checks and walked to an eminence to see his half of the filly take her final canter. If she won, he would be a cool 3 thou in pocket, a poor enough recompense for the sobriety and patience of these weeks of hope while they had been nursing her for this race. But he had not been able to afford more. Should he lay it off at the 8-to-1 which she had advanced? This was his single thought while the larks sang above him, and the grassy downs smelled sweet, and the pretty filly passed tossing her head and glowing like satin. After all, if he lost it, it would not be he who paid, and to lay it off would reduce his winnings to some 1500, hardly enough to purchase a dancer out and out. Even more potent was the itch in the blood of all the Darties for a real flutter. And turning to George, he said, "She's a clipper. She'll win hands down. I shall go the whole hog." George, who had laid off every penny, and a few besides, and stood to win however it came out, grinned down on him from his bulky height with the words, "So ho, my wild one!" For after a checkered apprenticeship, weathered with the money of a deeply complaining Roger, his Forsyte blood was beginning to stand him in good stead in the profession of owner. There are moments of disillusionment in the lives of men from which the sensitive recorder shrinks. Suffice it to say that if the good thing fell down, sleeve links finished in the ruck, Dartie's shirt was lost. Between the passing of these things and the day when Soames turned his face towards Green Street, what had not happened? When a man with the constitution of Montague Dartie has exercised self-control for months from religious motives and remains unrewarded, he does not curse God and die. He curses God and lives, to the distress of his family. Winifred, a plucky woman, if a little too fashionable, who had borne the brunt of him for exactly 21 years, had never really believed that he would do what he did now. Like so many wives, she thought she knew the worst, but she had not yet known him in his 45th year, when he, like other men, felt that it was now or never. Paying on the 2nd of October a visit of inspection to her jewel case, she was horrified to observe that her woman's crown and glory was gone. The pearls which Montague had given her in '86 when Benedict was born, and which James had been compelled to pay for in the spring of '87 to save scandal. She consulted her husband at once. He pooh-poohed the matter. They would turn up. Nor till she said sharply, "Very well then, Monty, I shall go down to Scotland Yard myself," did he consent to take the matter in hand. Alas, that the steady and resolved continuity of design necessary to the accomplishment of sweeping operations should be liable to interruption by drink. That night Dartie returned home without a care in the world, or a particle of reticence. Under normal conditions Winifred would merely have locked her door and let him sleep it off, but torturing suspense about her pearls had caused her to wait up for him. Taking a small revolver from his pocket and holding on to the dining table, he told her at once that he did not care a curse whether she lived so long as she was quiet, but he himself was tired of life. Winifred, holding on to the other side of the dining table, answered, "Don't be a clown, Monty. Have you been to Scotland Yard?" Placing the revolver against his chest, Dartie had pulled the trigger several times. It was not loaded. Dropping it with an imprecation, he muttered, "For the sake of the children," and sank into a chair. Winifred, having picked up the revolver, gave him some soda water. The liquor had a magical effect. Life had deluged him. Winifred had never understood him. If he hadn't the right to take the pearls he had given her himself, who had? That Spanish filly had got 'em. If Winifred had any objection, he should cut her throat. What was the matter with that? Probably the first usage of that celebrated phrase, so obscure are the origins of even the most classical language. Winifred, who had learned self-containment in a hard school, looked up at him and said, "Spanish filly? Do you mean that girl we saw dancing in the Pandemonium Ballet? Well, you're a thief and a blackguard." It had been the last straw on a sorely loaded consciousness. Reaching up from his chair, Dartie seized his wife's arm, and, recalling the achievements of his boyhood, twisted it. Winifred endured the agony with tears in her eyes, but no murmur. Watching for a moment of weakness, she wrenched it free, then, placing the dining table between them, said between her teeth, "You are the limit, Monty." Undoubtedly the inception of that phrase, so is English formed under the stress of circumstances. Leaving Dartie with foam on his dark moustache, she went upstairs, and after locking her door and bathing her arm in hot water, lay awake all night, thinking of her pearls adorning the neck of another, and of the consideration her husband had presumably received therefor. The man of the world awoke with a sense of being lost to that world, and a dim recollection of having been called a limit. He sat for half an hour in the dawn and the armchair where he had slept, perhaps the unhappiest half hour he had ever spent, for even to a Dartie there is something tragic about an end. And he knew that he had reached it. Never again would he sleep in his dining room, and wake with the light filtering through those curtains bought by Winifred at Nickens and Jarvey's with the money of James. Never again eat a devilled kidney at that rosewood table after a roll in the sheets and a hot bath. He took his note-case from his dress-coat pocket. £400 in 5s and 10s, the remainder of the proceeds of his half of Sleeve-links, sold last night, cash down to George Forsyte, who, having won over the race, had not conceived the sudden dislike to the animal which he himself now felt. The ballet was going to Buenos Aires the day after tomorrow, and he was going too. Full value for the pearls had not yet been received. He was only at the soup. He stole upstairs, not daring to have a bath or shave, besides the water would be cold. He changed his clothes, and packed stealthily all he could. It was hard to leave so many shining boots, but one must sacrifice something. Then, carrying a valise in either hand, he stepped out onto the landing. The house was very quiet, that house where he had begotten his 4 children. It was a curious moment, this, outside the room of his wife, once admired, if not perhaps loved, who had called him the limit. He steeled himself with that phrase, and tiptoed on. But the next door was harder to pass. It was the room his daughters slept in. Maud was at school, but Imogen would be lying there. And moisture came into Dartie's early morning eyes. She was the most like him of the 4, with her dark hair and her luscious brown glance. Just coming out, a pretty thing. He set down the 2 valises. This almost formal abdication of fatherhood hurt him. The morning light fell on a face which worked with real emotion. Nothing so false as penitence moved him, but genuine paternal feeling, and that melancholy of never again. He moistened his lips, and complete irresolution for a moment paralysed his legs in their check trousers. It was hard to be thus compelled to leave his home. "Damn it!" he muttered. "I never thought it would come to this." Noises above warned him that the maids were beginning to get up, and grasping his 2 valises, he tiptoed on downstairs. His cheeks were wet, and the knowledge of that was comforting, as though it guaranteed the genuineness of his sacrifice. He lingered a little in the rooms below, to pack all the cigars he had, some papers, a crush hat, a silver cigarette box, a Ruff's Guide. Then, mixing himself a stiff whisky and soda, and lighting a cigarette, he stood hesitating before a photograph of his 2 girls in a silver frame. It belonged to Winifred. Never mind, he thought, she can get another taken, and I can't. He slipped it into the valise. Then, putting on his hat and overcoat, he took 2 others, his best Malacca cane, an umbrella, and opened the front door. Closing it softly behind him, he walked out, burdened as he had never been in all his life, and made his way round the corner to wait there for an early cab to come by. Thus had passed Montague Dartie, in the 45th year of his age, from the house which he had called his own. When Winifred came down and realised that he was not in the house, her first feeling was one of dull anger that he should thus elude the reproaches she had carefully prepared in those long wakeful hours. He had gone off to Newmarket or Brighton with that woman as likely as not. Disgusting! Forced to a complete reticence before Imogen and the servants, and aware that her father's nerves would never stand the disclosure, she had been unable to refrain from going to Timothy's that afternoon and pouring out the story of the pearls to Aunts Juley and Hester in utter confidence. It was only on the following morning that she noticed the disappearance of that photograph. What did it mean? Careful examination of her husband's relics prompted the thought that he had gone for good. As that conclusion hardened, she stood quite still in the middle of his dressing-room, with all the drawers pulled out, to try and realise what she was feeling. By no means easy. Though he was the limit, he was yet her property, and for the life of her she could not but feel the poorer. To be widowed, yet not widowed, at 42, with 4 children, made conspicuous, an object of commiseration, gone to the arms of a Spanish jade. Memories, feelings which she had thought quite dead, revived within her, painful, sullen, tenacious. Mechanically she closed drawer after drawer, went to her bed, lay on it, and buried her face in the pillows. She did not cry. What was the use of that? When she got off her bed to go down to lunch, she felt as if only one thing could do her good, and that was to have Val home. He, her eldest boy, who was to go to Oxford next month at James's expense, was at Littlehampton, taking his final gallops with his trainer for Smalls, as he would have phrased it, following his father's diction. She caused a telegram to be sent to him. "I must see about his clothes," she said to Imogen. "I can't have him going up to Oxford all anyhow. Those boys are so particular." "Val's got heaps of things," Imogen answered. "I know, but they want overhauling. I hope he'll come." "He'll come like a shot, Mother, but he'll probably skew his exam." "I can't help that," said Winifred. "I want him." With an innocent, shrewd look at her mother's face, Imogen kept silent. It was father, of course. Val did come like a shot at 6 o'clock. Imagine a cross between a Pickle and a Forsyte, and you have young Publius Valerius Dartie. A youth so named could hardly turn out otherwise. When he was born, Winifred, in the heyday of spirits and the craving for distinction, had determined that her children should have names such as no others had ever had. It was a mercy, she felt now, that she had not just named Imogen Thisbe. But it was to George Forsyte, always a wag, that Val's christening was due. It so happened that Dartie, dining with him a week after the birth of his son and heir, had mentioned this aspiration of Winifred's. "Call him Cato," said George. "It'll be damned piquant." He had just won a tenner on a horse of that name. "Cato?" Dartie had replied. They were a little on, as the phrase was, even in those days. "It's not a Christian name." "Hallo, you!" George called to a waiter in knee breeches. "Bring me the Encyclopaedia Brit from the library. Let us see." The waiter brought it. "Here you are," said George, pointing with his cigar. "Cato, Publius Valerius, by Virgil, out of Lydia. That's what you want. Publius Valerius is Christian enough." Dartie, on arriving home, had informed Winifred. She had been charmed. It was so chic. And Publius Valerius became the baby's name, though it afterwards transpired that they had got hold of the inferior Cato. In 1890, however, when little Publius was nearly 10, the word chic went out of fashion and sobriety came in. Winifred began to have doubts. They were confirmed by little Publius himself, who returned from his first term at school complaining that life was a burden to him. They called him Pubby. Winifred, a woman of real decision, promptly changed his school and his name to Val, the Publius being dropped, even as an initial. At 19 he was a limber, freckled youth, with a wide mouth, light eyes, long dark lashes, a rather charming smile, considerable knowledge of what he should not know, and no experience of what he ought to do. Few boys had more narrowly escaped being expelled, the engaging rascal. After kissing his mother and pinching Imogen, he ran upstairs 3 at a time and came down 4, dressed for dinner. He was awfully sorry, but his trainer, who had come up too, had asked him to dine at the Oxford and Cambridge. It wouldn't do to miss. The old chap would be hurt. Winifred let him go with an unhappy pride. She had wanted him at home, but it was very nice to know that his tutor was so fond of him. He went out with a wink at Imogen, saying, "I say, Mother, could I have 2 plovers' eggs when I come in? Cook's got some. They top up so jolly well. Oh, and look here, have you any money? I had to borrow a fiver from old Snobby." Winifred, looking at him with fond shrewdness, answered, "My dear, you are naughty about money, but you shouldn't pay him tonight anyway. You're his guest." How nice and slim he looked in his white waistcoat and his dark, thick lashes. "Oh, but we may go to the theatre, you see, Mother, and I think I ought to stand the tickets. He's always hard up, you know." Winifred produced a £5 note, saying, "Well, perhaps you'd better pay him, but you mustn't stand the tickets too." Val pocketed the fiver. "If I do, I can't," he said. "Good night, Mum." He went out with his head up and his hat cocked joyously, sniffing the air of Piccadilly like a young hound loosed into a covert. Jolly good biz, after that mouldy old slow hole down there. He found his tutor, not indeed at the Oxford and Cambridge, but at the Goat's Club. This tutor was a year older than himself, a good-looking youth with fine brown eyes and smooth dark hair, a small mouth, an oval face, languid, immaculate, cool to a degree, one of those young men who, without effort, establish moral ascendancy over their companions. He had missed being expelled from school a year before Val, had spent that year at Oxford, and Val could almost see a halo round his head. His name was Crum, and no one could get through money quicker. It seemed to be his only aim in life, dazzling to young Val, in whom, however, the Forsyte would stand apart now and then, wondering where the value for that money was. They dined quietly in style and taste, left the club smoking cigars with just 2 bottles inside them, and dropped into stalls at the Liberty. For Val, the sound of comic songs, the sight of lovely legs, were fogged and interrupted by haunting fears that he would never equal Crum's quiet dandyism. His idealism was roused, and when that is so, one is never quite at ease. Surely he had too wide a mouth, not the best cut of waistcoat, no braid on his trousers, and his lavender gloves had no thin black stitchings down the back. Besides, he laughed too much. Crum never laughed. He only smiled, with his regular dark brows raised a little, so that they formed a gable over his just drooped lids. No, he would never be Crum's equal. All the same, it was a jolly good show, and Cynthia Dark simply ripping. Between the acts, Crum regaled him with particulars of Cynthia's private life, and the awful knowledge became Val's that, if he liked, Crum could go behind. He simply longed to say, "I say, take me," but dared not because of his deficiencies, and this made the last act or two almost miserable. On coming out, Crum said, "It's half an hour before they close. Let's go on to the Pandemonium." They took a hansom to travel the 100 yards, and seats costing 7 and 6 apiece, because they were going to stand, and walked into the promenade. It was in these little things, this utter negligence of money, that Crum had such engaging polish. The ballet was on its last legs and night, and the traffic of the promenade was suffering for the moment. Men and women were crowded in 3 rows against the barrier. The whirl and dazzle on the stage, the half-dark, the mingled tobacco fumes and women's scent, all that curious lure to promiscuity which belongs to promenades, began to free young Val from his idealism. He looked admiringly in a young woman's face, saw she was not young, and quickly looked away. Shades of Cynthia Dark. The young woman's arm touched his unconsciously. There was a scent of musk and mignonette. Val looked round the corner of his lashes. Perhaps she was young after all. Her foot trod on his. She begged his pardon. He said, "Not at all. A jolly good ballet, isn't it?" "Oh, I'm tired of it. Aren't you?" Young Val smiled, his wide, rather charming smile. Beyond that he did not go, not yet convinced. The Forsyte in him stood out for greater certainty. And on the stage the ballet whirled its kaleidoscope of snow-white, salmon-pink, and emerald green and violet, and seemed suddenly to freeze into a stilly, spangled pyramid. Applause broke out, and it was over. Maroon curtains had cut it off. The semicircle of men and women round the barrier broke up. The young woman's arm pressed his. A little way off, disturbance seemed centring round a man with a pink carnation. Val stole another glance at the young woman, who was looking towards it. 3 men, unsteady, emerged, walking arm in arm. The one in the centre wore the pink carnation, a white waistcoat, a dark moustache. He reeled a little as he walked. Crum's voice said, slow and level, "Look at that bounder, he's screwed." Val turned to look. The bounder had disengaged his arm and was pointing straight at them. Crum's voice, level as ever, said, "He seems to know you." The bounder spoke. "Hullo," he said, "you flows! Look, there's my young rascal of a son." Val saw. It was his father. He could have sunk into the crimson carpet. It was not the meeting in this place, not even that his father was screwed. It was Crum's word "bounder," which, as by heavenly revelation, he perceived at that moment to be true. Yes, His father looked a bounder, with his dark good looks and his pink carnation and his square self-assertive walk. And without a word he ducked behind the young woman and slipped out of the promenade. He heard the word "Val" behind him, and ran down deep carpeted steps, past the chuckers out into the square. To be ashamed of his own father is perhaps the bitterest experience a young man can go through. It seemed to Val, hurrying away, that his career had ended before it had begun. How could he go up to Oxford now amongst all those chaps, those splendid friends of Crum's, who would know that his father was a bounder? And suddenly he hated Crum. Who the devil was Crum to say that? If Crum had been beside him at that moment he would certainly have been jostled off the pavement. His own father, his own! A choke came up in his throat, and he dashed his hands down deep into his overcoat pockets. Damn Crum! He conceived the wild idea of running back and fending his father, taking him by the arm and walking about with him in front of Crum, but gave it up at once and pursued his way down Piccadilly. A young woman planted herself before him. "Not so angry, darling?" He shied, dodged her, and suddenly became quite cool. If Crum ever said a word, he would jolly well punch his head, and there would be an end of it. He walked 100 yards or more, contented with that thought, then lost its comfort utterly. It wasn't simple like that. He remembered how, at school, when some parent came down who did not pass the standard, it just clung to the fellow afterwards. It was one of those things nothing could remove. Why had his mother married his father if he was a bounder? It was bitterly unfair. Jolly low down on a fellow to give him a bounder for a father. The worst of it was that now Crum had spoken the word, he realised that he had long known subconsciously that his father was not the clean potato. It was the beastliest thing that had ever happened to him, beastliest thing that had ever happened to any fellow. And downhearted as he had never yet been, he came to Green Street and let himself in with a smuggled latchkey. In the dining-room his plover's eggs were set invitingly, with some cut bread and butter, and a little whisky at the bottom of a decanter. Just enough, as Winifred had thought, for him to feel himself a man. It made him sick to look at them, and he went upstairs. Winifred heard him pass and thought, "The dear boy's in, thank goodness. If he takes after his father I don't know what I shall do. But he won't. He's like me. Dear Val."
End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 3. Soames prepares to take steps. When Soames entered his sister's little Louis XV drawing-room, with its small balcony, always flowered with hanging geraniums in the summer, and now with pots of Lilium auratum, he was struck by the immutability of human affairs. It looked just the same as on his first visit to the newly married Darties 21 years ago. He had chosen the furniture himself, and so completely that no subsequent purchase had ever been able to change the room's atmosphere. Yes, he had founded his sister well, and she had wanted it. Indeed, it said a great deal for Winifred that after all this time with Dartie she remained well founded. From the first, Soames had nosed out Dartie's nature from underneath the plausibility, savoir-faire, and good looks which had dazzled Winifred, her mother, and even James, to the extent of permitting the fellow to marry his daughter without bringing anything but shares of no value into the settlement. Winifred, whom he noticed next to the furniture, was sitting at her buhl bureau, with a letter in her hand. She rose and came towards him. Tall as himself, strong in the cheekbones, well tailored, something in her face disturbed Soames. She crumpled the letter in her hand, but seemed to change her mind, and held it out to him. He was her lawyer as well as her brother. Soames read, on Iseeum Club paper, these words: "You will not get the chance to insult in my own again. I am leaving country to-morrow. It's played out. I'm tired of being insulted by you. You've brought it on yourself. No self-respecting man can stand it. I shall not ask you for anything again. Good-bye. I took the photograph of the two girls. Give them my love. I don't care what your family say. It's all their doing. I'm going to live new life. M.D." This after-dinner note had a splotch on it, not yet quite dry. He looked at Winifred. The splotch had clearly come from her, and he checked the words, "Good riddance." Then it occurred to him that with this letter she was entering that very state which he himself so earnestly desired to quit, the state of a Forsyte who was not divorced. Winifred had turned away, and was taking a long sniff from a little gold-topped bottle. A dull commiseration, together with a vague sense of injury, crept about Soames' heart. He had come to her to talk of his own position and get sympathy, and here she was in the same position, wanting, of course, to talk of it and get sympathy from him. It was always like that. Nobody ever seemed to think that he had troubles and interests of his own. He folded up the letter with the splotch inside, and said: "What's it all about now?" Winifred recited the story of the pearls calmly. "Do you think he's really gone, Soames? You see the state he was in when he wrote that." Soames, who, when he desired a thing, placated Providence by pretending that he did not think it likely to happen, answered: "I shouldn't think so. I might find out at his club." "If George is there," said Winifred, "he would know." "George?" said Soames. "I saw him at his father's funeral." "Then he's sure to be there." Soames, whose good sense applauded his sister's acumen, said grudgingly: "Well, I'll go round. Have you said anything in Park Lane?" "I've told Emily," returned Winifred, who retained that chic way of describing her mother. "Father would have a fit." Indeed, anything untoward was now sedulously kept from James. With another look round at the furniture, as if to gauge his sister's exact position, Soames went out towards Piccadilly. The evening was drawing in, a touch of chill in the October haze. He walked quickly, with his close and concentrated air. He must get through, for he wished to dine in Soho. On hearing from the hall porter at the Iseeum that Mr. Dartie had not been in to-day, he looked at the trusty fellow, and decided only to ask if Mr. George Forsyte was in the club. He was. Soames, who always looked askance at his cousin George, as one inclined to jest at his expense, followed the page boy, slightly reassured by the thought that George had just lost his father. He must have come in for about 30,000, besides what he had under that settlement of Roger's, which had avoided death duty. He found George in a bow window, staring out across a half-eaten plate of muffins. His tall, bulky, black-clothed figure loomed almost threatening, though preserving still the supernatural neatness of the racing man. With a faint grin on his fleshy face, he said: "Hullo, Soames! Have a muffin?" "No, thanks," murmured Soames, and nursing his hat, with the desire to say something suitable and sympathetic, added: "How's your mother?" "Thanks," said George. "So. Haven't seen you for ages. You never go racing. How's the city?" Soames, scenting the approach of a jest, closed up and answered: "I wanted to ask you about Dartie. I hear he's—" "Flitted. Made a bolt to Buenos Aires with the fair Lola. Good for Winifred and the little Darties. He's a treat." Soames nodded. Naturally inimical as these cousins were, Dartie made them kin. "Uncle James'll sleep in his bed now," resumed George. "I suppose he's had a lot off you too." Soames smiled. "Ah, you saw him further," said George amicably. "He's a real rouser. Young Val will want a bit of looking after. I was always sorry for Winifred. She's a plucky woman." Again Soames nodded. "I must be getting back to her," he said. "She just wanted to know for certain. We may have to take steps. I suppose there's no mistake?" "It's quite O.K.," said George. It was he who invented so many of those quaint sayings which have been assigned to other sources. "He was as drunk as a lord last night, but he went off all right this morning. His ship's the Tuscarora." And fishing out a card, he read mockingly: "Mr. Montague Dartie, Poste Restante, Buenos Aires. I should hurry up with the steps if I were you. He fairly fed me up last night." "Yes," said Soames, "but it's not always easy." Then, conscious from George's eyes that he had roused reminiscence of his own affair, he got up and held out his hand. George rose too. "Remember me to Winifred. You'll enter her for the divorce stakes straight off, if you ask me." Soames took a sidelong look back at him from the doorway. George had seated himself again, and was staring before him. He looked big and lonely in those black clothes. Soames had never known him so subdued. "I suppose he feels it in a way," he thought. "They must have about 50,000 each, all told. They ought to keep the estate together. If there's a war, house property will go down. Uncle Roger was a good judge, though." And the face of Annette rose before him in the darkening street, her brown hair and her blue eyes with those dark lashes, her fresh lips and cheeks, dewy and blooming in spite of London, her perfect French figure. Take steps, he thought. Re-entering Winifred's house, he encountered Val, and they went in together. An idea had occurred to Soames. His cousin Jolyon was Irene's trustee. The first step would be to go down and see him at Robin Hill. Robin Hill! The very odd feeling those words brought back. Robin Hill! The house Bosinney had built for him and Irene, the house they had never lived in, the fatal house. And Jolyon lived there now. And suddenly he thought: they say he's got a boy at Oxford. Why not take young Val down and introduce them? It's an excuse. Less bald, very much less bald. So as they went upstairs, he said to Val: "You've got a cousin at Oxford. You've never met him. I should like to take you down with me tomorrow to where he lives and introduce you. You'll find it useful." Val, receiving the idea with but moderate transports, Soames clinched it. "I'll call for you after lunch. It's in the country, not far. You'll enjoy it." On the threshold of the drawing-room he recalled with an effort that the steps he contemplated concerned Winifred at the moment, not himself. Winifred was still sitting at her buhl bureau. "It's quite true," he said. "He's gone to Buenos Aires. Started this morning. We'd better have him shadowed when he lands. I'll cable at once, otherwise we may have a lot of expense. The sooner these things are done, the better. I'm always regretting that I didn't—" He stopped and looked sidelong at the silent Winifred. "By the way," he went on, "can you prove cruelty?" Winifred said in a dull voice: "I don't know. What is cruelty?" "Well, has he struck you or anything?" Winifred shook herself, and her jaw grew square. "He twisted my arm. Or would pointing a pistol count? Or being too drunk to undress himself? Or... No, I can't bring in the children." "No," said Soames, "no. I wonder. Of course there's legal separation. We can get that. But separation... What does it mean?" asked Winifred desolately. "That he can't touch you, or you him. You're both of you married and unmarried." And again he grunted. What was it, in fact, but his own accursed position legalized? No, he would not put her into that. "It must be divorce," he said decisively. "Failing cruelty, there's desertion. There's a way of shortening the 2 years now. We get the court to give us restitution of conjugal rights. Then, if he doesn't obey, we can bring a suit for divorce in 6 months' time. Of course you don't want him back, but they won't know that. Still, there's the risk that he might come. I'd rather try cruelty." Winifred shook her head. "It's so beastly." "Well," Soames murmured, "perhaps there isn't much risk so long as he's infatuated and got money. Don't say anything to anybody, and don't pay any of his debts." Winifred sighed. In spite of all she had been through, the sense of loss was heavy on her.
And this idea of not paying his debts any more brought it home to her as nothing else yet had. Some richness seemed to have gone out of life. Without her husband, without her pearls, without that intimate sense that she made a brave show above the domestic whirlpool, she would now have to face the world. She felt bereaved indeed. And into the chilly kiss he placed on her forehead, Soames put more than his usual warmth. "I have to go down to Robin Hill to-morrow," he said, "to see young Jolyon on business. He's got a boy at Oxford. I'd like to take Val with me and introduce him. Come down to the Shelter for the week-end and bring the children. Oh, by the way, no, that won't do. I've got some other people coming." So saying, he left her, and turned towards Soho. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 4. Soho. Of all quarters in the queer adventurous amalgam called London, Soho is perhaps least suited to the Forsyte spirit. "So ho, my wild one," George would have said if he could have seen his cousin going there. Untidy, full of Greeks, Ishmaelites, cats, Italians, tomatoes, restaurants, organs, coloured stuffs, queer names, people looking out of upper windows, it dwells remote from the British body politic. Yet it has haphazard proprietary instincts of its own, and a certain possessive prosperity which keeps its rents up when those of other quarters go down. For long years Soames's acquaintanceship with Soho had been confined to its western bastion, Wardour Street. Many bargains had he picked up there. Even during those 7 years at Brighton, after Bosinney's death and Irene's flight, he had bought treasures there sometimes, though he had no place to put them. For when the conviction that his wife had gone for good at last became firm within him, he had caused a board to be put up in Montpellier Square: "For sale, the lease of this desirable residence. Inquire of Messrs. Lesson and Tukes, Court Street, Belgravia." It had sold within a week, that desirable residence, in the shadow of whose perfection a man and a woman had eaten their hearts out. Of a misty January evening, just before the board was taken down, Soames had gone there once more, and stood against the square railings, looking at its unlighted windows, chewing the cud of possessive memories which had turned so bitter in his mouth. Why had she never loved him? Why? She had been given all she wanted, and in return had given him, for 3 long years, all he had wanted, except, indeed, her heart. He had uttered a little involuntary groan, and a passing policeman had glanced suspiciously at him, who no longer possessed the right to enter that green door with the carved brass knocker beneath the board "For Sale." A choking sensation had attacked his throat, and he had hurried away into the mist. That evening he had gone to Brighton to live. Approaching Malta Street, Soho, and the Restaurant Bretagne, where Annette would be drooping her pretty shoulders over her accounts, Soames thought with wonder of those 7 years at Brighton. How had he managed to go on so long in that town devoid of the scent of sweet peas, where he had not even space to put his treasures? True, those had been years with no time at all for looking at them, years of almost passionate money-making, during which Forsyte, Bustard, and Forsyte had become solicitors to more limited companies than they could properly attend to. Up to the city of a morning in a Pullman car, down from the city of an evening in a Pullman car. Law papers again after dinner, then the sleep of the tired, and up again next morning. Saturday to Monday was spent at his club in town.
curious reversal of customary procedure, based on the deep and careful instinct that while working so hard he needed sea air to and from the station twice a day, and while resting must indulge his domestic affections. The Sunday visit to his family in Park Lane, to Timothy's, and to Green Street, the occasional visits elsewhere, had seemed to him as necessary to health as the sea air on weekdays. Even since his migration to Mapledurham he had maintained those habits until he had known Annette. Whether Annette had produced the revolution in his outlook, or that outlook had produced Annette, he knew no more than we know where a circle begins. It was intricate and deeply involved with the growing consciousness that property without anyone to leave it to is the negation of true Forsyteism. To have an heir, some continuance of self, who would begin where he left off, ensure, in fact, that he would not leave off, had quite obsessed him for the last year and more. After buying a bit of Wedgwood one evening in April, he had dropped into Malta Street to look at a house of his father's, which had been turned into a restaurant, a risky proceeding, and one not quite in accordance with the terms of the lease. He had stared for a little at the outside, painted a good cream colour, with two peacock blue tubs containing little bay trees in a recessed doorway, and at the words Restaurant Bretagne above them in gold letters. Rather favourably impressed. Entering, he had noticed that several people were already seated at little round green tables with little pots of fresh flowers on them, and Brittany-ware plates, and had asked of a trim waitress to see the proprietor. They had shown him into a back room, where a girl was sitting at a simple bureau covered with papers, and a small round table was laid for two. The impression of cleanliness, order, and good taste was confirmed when the girl got up, saying, "You wish to see Mamma, monsieur?" in a broken accent. "Yes," Soames had answered. "I represent your landlord. In fact, I'm his son. Won't you sit down, sir, please? Tell Mamma to come to this gentleman." He was pleased that the girl seemed impressed, because it showed business instinct, and suddenly he noticed that she was remarkably pretty, so remarkably pretty that his eyes found a difficulty in leaving her face. When she moved to put a chair for him, she swayed in a curious subtle way, as if she had been put together by someone with a special secret skill, and her face and neck, which was a little bared, looked as fresh as if they had been sprayed with dew. Probably at this moment Soames decided that the lease had not been violated, though to himself and his father he based the decision on the efficiency of those illicit adaptations in the building, on the signs of prosperity and the obvious business capacity of Madame Lamotte. He did not, however, neglect to leave certain matters to future consideration, which had necessitated further visits, so that the little back room had become quite accustomed to his spare, not unsolid but unobtrusive figure, and his pale, chinny face with clipped moustache and dark hair not yet grizzling at the sides. Monsieur très distingué, Madame Lamotte found him, and presently très amical, très gentil, watching his eyes upon her daughter. She was one of those generously built, fine-faced, dark-haired Frenchwomen whose every action and tone of voice inspire perfect confidence in the thoroughness of their domestic tastes, their knowledge of cooking, and the careful increase of their bank balances. After those visits to the Restaurant Bretagne began, other visits ceased, without indeed any definite decision, for Soames, like all Forsytes, and the great majority of their countrymen, was a born empiricist. But it was this change in his mode of life which gradually made him so definitely conscious that he desired to alter his condition from that of the unmarried married man to that of the married man remarried. Turning into Malta Street on this evening of early October, 1899, he bought a paper to see if there were any after developments of the Dreyfus case, a question which he always found useful in making closer acquaintanceship with Madame Lamotte and her daughter, who were Catholic and anti-Dreyfusard. Scanning those columns, Soames found nothing French, but noticed a general fall on the Stock Exchange, and an ominous leader about the Transvaal. He entered, thinking, "War's a certainty. I shall sell my consols." Not that he had many personally; the rate of interest was too wretched,
but he should advise his companies. Consols would assuredly go down. A look, as he passed the doorways of the restaurant, assured him that business was good as ever, and this, which in April would have pleased him, now gave him a certain uneasiness. If the steps which he had to take ended in his marrying Annette, he would rather see her mother safely back in France, a move to which the prosperity of the Restaurant Bretagne might become an obstacle. He would have to buy them out, of course, for French people only came to England to make money, and it would mean a higher price. And then that peculiar sweet sensation at the back of his throat, and a slight thumping about the heart, which he always experienced at the door of the little room, prevented his thinking how much it would cost. Going in, he was conscious of an abundant black skirt vanishing through the door into the restaurant, and of Annette with her hands up to her hair. It was the attitude in which of all others he admired her, so beautifully straight and rounded and supple. And he said: "I just came in to talk to your mother about pulling down that partition. No, don't call her." "Monsieur will have supper with us? It will be ready in 10 minutes." Soames, who still held her hand, was overcome by an impulse which surprised him. "You look so pretty tonight," he said, "so very pretty. Do you know how pretty you look, Annette?" Annette withdrew her hand and blushed. "Monsieur is very good." "Not a bit good," said Soames, and sat down gloomily. Annette made a little expressive gesture with her hands. A smile was crinkling her red lips, untouched by salve. And, looking at those lips, Soames said: "Are you happy over here, or do you want to go back to France?" "Oh, I like London. Paris, of course, but London is better than Orleans, and the English countryside is so beautiful. I have been to Richmond last Sunday." Soames went through a moment of calculating struggle. Mapledurham! Dared he? After all, dared he go as far as that, and show her what there was to look forward to? Still, down there one could say things; in this room it was impossible. "I want you and your mother," he said suddenly, "to come for the afternoon next Sunday. My house is on the river. It's not too late in this weather, and I can show you some good pictures. What do you say?" Annette clasped her hands. "It will be lovely. The river is so beautiful." "That's understood, then. I'll ask Madame." He need say no more to her this evening and risk giving himself away. But had he not already said too much? Did one ask restaurant proprietors with pretty daughters down to one's country house without design? Madame Lamotte would see, if Annette didn't. Well, there was not much that Madame did not see. Besides, this was the second time he had stayed to supper with them. He owed them hospitality. Walking home towards Park Lane, for he was staying at his father's, with the impression of Annette's soft, clever hand within his own, his thoughts were pleasant, slightly sensual, rather puzzled. Take steps. What steps? How? Dirty linen washed in public? Pah! With his reputation for sagacity, for far-sightedness, and the clever extrication of others, he who stood for proprietary interests to become the plaything of that law of which he was a pillar! There was something revolting in the thought. Winifred's affair was bad enough. To have a double dose of publicity in the family! Would not a liaison be better than that? A liaison and a son he could adopt? But dark, solid, watchful, Madame Lamotte blocked the avenue of that vision. No, that would not work. It was not as if Annette could have a real passion for him; one could not expect that at his age. If her mother wished, if the worldly advantage were manifestly great, perhaps; if not, refusal would be certain. Besides, he thought, I'm not a villain, I don't want to hurt her, and I don't want anything underhand. But I do want her, and I want a son. There's nothing for it but divorce. Somehow, anyhow, divorce. Under the shadow of the plane trees, in the lamplight, he passed slowly along the railings of the Green Park. Mist clung there among the bluish tree shapes, beyond range of the lamps. How many hundred times had he walked past those trees from his father's house in Park Lane, when he was quite a young man? or from his own house in Montpellier Square in those 4 years of married life. And tonight, making up his mind to free himself, if he could, of that long, useless marriage tie, he took a fancy to walk on, in at Hyde Park Corner, out at Knightsbridge Gate, just as he used to when going home to Irene in the old days. What could she be like now? How had she passed the years since he last saw her? 12 years in all. 7 already since Uncle Jolyon left her that money. Was she still beautiful? Would he know her if he saw her? "I've not changed much," he thought. "I expect she has. She made me suffer." He remembered suddenly one night, the first on which he went out to dinner alone, an old Malburian dinner, the first year of their marriage. With what eagerness he had hurried back, and entering softly as a cat, had heard her playing. Opening the drawing-room door noiselessly, he had stood watching the expression on her face, different from any he knew, so much more open, so confiding, as though to her music she was giving a heart he had never seen. And he remembered how she stopped and looked round, how her face changed back to that which he did know, and what an icy shiver had gone through him, for all that the next moment he was fondling her shoulders. Yes, she had made him suffer. Divorce? It seemed ridiculous after all these years of utter separation. But it would have to be. No other way. The question, he thought with sudden realism, is, which of us, she or me? She deserted me. She ought to pay for it. There'll be someone, I suppose. Involuntarily he uttered a little snarling sound, and turning made his way back to Park Lane. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 5. James sees visions. The butler himself opened the door, and closing it softly, detained Soames on the inner mat. "The master's poorly, sir," he murmured. "He wouldn't go to bed till you came in. He's still in the dining-room." Soames responded in the hushed tone to which the house was now accustomed. "What's the matter with him, Warmson?" "Nervous, sir, I think. It might be the funeral. Might be Mrs. Dartie's coming round this afternoon. I think he overheard something. I've took him a negus. The mistress has just gone up." Soames hung his hat on a mahogany stag's horn. "All right, Warmson, you can go to bed. I'll take him up myself." And he passed into the dining-room. James was sitting before the fire, in a big arm-chair, with a camel-hair shawl, very light and warm, over his frock-coated shoulders, onto which his long white whiskers drooped. His white hair, still fairly thick, glistened in the lamplight. A little moisture from his fixed light grey eyes stained the cheeks, still quite well coloured, and the long deep furrows running to the corners of the clean-shaven lips, which moved as if mumbling thoughts. His long legs, thin as a crow's, in shepherd's plaid trousers, were bent at less than a right angle, and on one knee a spindly hand moved continually, with fingers wide apart and glistening tapered nails. Beside him, on a low stool, stood a half-finished glass of negus, bedewed with beads of heat. There he had been sitting, with intervals for meals, all day. At 88 he was still organically sound, but suffering terribly from the thought that no one ever told him anything. It is indeed doubtful how he had become aware that Roger was being buried that day, for Emily had kept it from him. She was always keeping things from him. Emily was only 70.
James had a grudge against his wife's youth. He felt sometimes that he would never have married her if he had known that she would have so many years before her, when he had so few. It was not natural. She would live 15 or 20 years after he was gone, and might spend a lot of money. She'd always had extravagant tastes. For all he knew, she might want to buy one of these motor cars. Cicely and Rachel and Imogen and all the young people, they all rode these bicycles now, and went off goodness knows where. And now Roger was gone. He didn't know, couldn't tell. The family was breaking up. Soames would know how much his uncle had left. Curiously, he thought of Roger as Soames's uncle, not as his own brother. Soames! It was more and more the one solid spot in a vanishing world. Soames was careful. He was a warm man, but he had no one to leave his money to. There it was. He didn't know. And there was that fellow Chamberlain. For James's political principles had been fixed between 70 and 85, when that rascally Radical had been the chief thorn in the side of property, and he distrusted him to this day, in spite of his conversion. He would get the country into a mess, and make money go down before he had done with it. A stormy petrel of a chap. Where was Soames? He had gone to the funeral, of course, which they had tried to keep from him. He knew that perfectly well. He had seen his son's trousers. Roger in his coffin. He remembered how, when they came up from school together from the West, on the box seat of the old slow flyer in 1824, Roger had got into the boot and gone to sleep. James uttered a thin cackle. A funny fellow, Roger. An original. He didn't know. Younger than himself, and in his coffin. The family was breaking up. There was Val going to university. He never came to see him now. He would cost a pretty penny up there. It was an extravagant age. And all the pretty pennies that his 4 grandchildren would cost him danced before James's eyes. He did not grudge them the money, but he grudged terribly the risk which the spending of that money might bring on them. He grudged the diminution of security. And now that Cicely had married, she might be having children too. He didn't know, couldn't tell. Nobody thought of anything but spending money in these days, and racing about, and having what they called a good time. A motor car went past the window. Ugly, great, lumbering thing, making all that racket. But there it was, the country rattling to the dogs. People in such a hurry that they couldn't even care for style. A neat turnout like his barouche and bays was worth all these new-fangled things. And consols at 116. There must be a lot of money in the country. And now there was this old Kruger. They had tried to keep old Kruger from him, but he knew better. There would be a pretty kettle of fish out there. He had known how it would be when that fellow Gladstone, dead now, thank God, made such a mess of it after that dreadful business at Majuba. He shouldn't wonder if the Empire split up and went to pot. And this vision of the Empire going to pot filled a full quarter of an hour with qualms of the most serious character. He had eaten a poor lunch because of them, but it was after lunch that the real disaster to his nerves occurred. He had been dozing when he became aware of voices, low voices. Ah, they never told him anything. Winifred's and her mother's. Monty. That fellow Dartie, always that fellow Dartie. The voices had receded, and James had been left alone with his ears standing up like a hare's, and fear creeping about his inwards. Why did they leave him alone? Why didn't they come and tell him? And an awful thought, which through long years had haunted him, concreted again swiftly in his brain. Dartie had gone bankrupt, fraudulently bankrupt, and to save Winifred and the children, he, James, would have to pay. Could Soames turn him into a limited company? No, he couldn't. There it was. With every minute before Emily came back, the spectre fiercened. Why, it might be forgery. With eyes fixed on the doubted Turner in the centre of the wall, James suffered tortures. He saw Dartie in the dock, his grandchildren in the gutter, and himself in bed. He saw the doubted Turner being sold at Jobson's, and all the majestic edifice of property in rags. He saw in fancy Winifred unfashionably dressed, and heard in fancy Emily's voice saying, "Now don't fuss, James." She was always saying, "Don't fuss." She had no nerves. He ought never to have married a woman 18 years younger than himself. Then Emily's real voice said, "Have you had a nice nap, James?" Nap! He was in torment, and she asked him that. "What's this about Dartie?" he said, and his eyes glared at her. Emily's self-possession never deserted her. "What have you been hearing?" she asked blandly. "What's this about Dartie?" repeated James. "He's gone bankrupt." "Fiddle!" James made a great effort, and rose to the full height of his stork-like figure. "You'll never tell me anything," he said. "He's gone bankrupt." The destruction of that fixed idea seemed to Emily all that mattered at the moment. "He has not," she answered firmly. "He's gone to Buenos Aires." If she had said, "He's gone to Mars," she could not have dealt James a more stunning blow. His imagination, invested entirely in British securities, could as little grasp one place as the other. "What's he gone there for?" he said. "He's got no money. What did he take?" Agitated within by Winifred's news, and goaded by the constant reiteration of this jeremiad, Emily said calmly, "He took Winifred's pearls and a dancer." "What?" said James, and sat down. His sudden collapse alarmed her, and smoothing his forehead, she said, "Now don't fuss, James." A dusky red had spread over James's cheeks and forehead. "I paid for them," he said tremblingly. "He's a thief. I knew how it would be. He'll be the death of me. He—" Words failed him, and he sat quite still. Emily, who thought she knew him so well, was alarmed, and went towards the sideboard where she kept some sal volatile. She could not see the tenacious Forsyte spirit working in that thin, tremulous shape against the extravagance of the emotion called up by this outrage on Forsyte principles. The Forsyte spirit deep in there saying, "You mustn't get into a fantod, it never do. You won't digest your lunch, you'll have a fit." All unseen by her, it was doing better work in James than sal volatile. "Drink this," she said. James waved it aside. "What was Winifred about?" he said. "To let him take her pearls?" Emily perceived the crisis past. "She can have mine," she said comfortably. "I never wear them. She'd better get a divorce." "There you go," said James. "Divorce? We've never had a divorce in the family. Where's Soames?" "He'll be in directly." "No, he won't," said James almost fiercely. "He's at the funeral. You think I know nothing." "Well," said Emily with calm, "you shouldn't get into such fusses when we tell you things." And plumping up his cushions, and putting the sal volatile beside him, she left the room. But James sat there seeing visions of Winifred in the divorce court, and the family name in the papers, of the earth falling on Roger's coffin, of Val taking after his father, of the pearls he had paid for and would never see again, of money back at 4%, and the country going to the dogs. And as the afternoon wore into evening, and tea time passed, and dinner time, those visions became more and more mixed and menacing, of being told nothing, till he had nothing left of all his wealth, and they told him nothing of it. Where was Soames? Why didn't he come in? His hand grasped the glass of negus. He raised it to drink, and saw his son standing there looking at him. A little sigh of relief escaped his lips, and putting the glass down, he said: "There you are. Dartie's gone to Buenos Aires." Soames nodded. "That's all right," he said. "Good riddance." A wave of assuagement passed over James's brain. Soames knew. Soames was the only one of them all who had sense. Why couldn't he come and live at home? He had no son of his own. And he said plaintively: "At my age I get nervous. I wish you were more at home, my boy." Again Soames nodded. The mask of his countenance betrayed no understanding, but he went closer, and as if by accident touched his father's shoulder. "They sent their love to you at Timothy's," he said. "It went off all right. I've been to see Winifred. I'm going to take steps." And he thought: "Yes, and you mustn't hear of them." James looked up. His long white whiskers quivered. His thin throat between the points of his collar looked very grisly and naked. "I've been very poorly all day," he said. "They never tell me anything." Soames's heart twitched. "Well, it's all right. There's nothing to worry about. Will you come up now?" And he put his hand under his father's arm. James obediently and tremulously raised himself, and together they went slowly across the room, which had a rich look in the firelight, and out to the stairs. Very slowly they ascended. "Good night, my boy," said James at his bedroom door. "Good night, father," answered Soames. His hand stroked down the sleeve beneath the shawl. It seemed to have almost nothing in it, so thin was the arm. And turning away from the light in the opening doorway, he went up the extra flight to his own bedroom. "I want a son," he thought, sitting on the edge of his bed. "I want a son." End of Part 1, Chapter 5.
Part 1, Chapter 6 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 6. No longer young Jolyon at home. Trees take little account of time, and the old oak on the upper lawn at Robin Hill looked no day older than when Bosinney sprawled under it and said to Soames: "Forsyte, I found the very place for your house." Since then Swithin had dreamed, and old Jolyon died beneath its branches. And now, close to the swing, no longer young Jolyon often painted there. Of all spots in the world, it was perhaps the most sacred to him, for he had loved his father. Contemplating its great girth, crinkled and a little mossed, but not yet hollow, he would speculate on the passage of time. That tree had seen, perhaps, all real English history. It dated, he shouldn't wonder, from the days of Elizabeth at least. His own 50 years were as nothing to its wood. When the house behind it, which he now owned, was 300 years of age instead of 12, that tree might still be standing there, vast and hollow, for who would commit such sacrilege as to cut it down? A Forsyte might perhaps still be living in that house, to guard it jealously. And Jolyon would wonder what the house would look like coated with such age. Wistaria was already about its walls, the new look had gone. Would it hold its own and keep the dignity Bosinney had bestowed on it, or would the giant London have lapped it round and made it into an asylum in the midst of a jerry-built wilderness? Often, within and without of it, he was persuaded that Bosinney had been moved by the spirit when he built. He had put his heart into that house indeed. It might even become one of the homes of England, a rare achievement for a house in these degenerate days of building. And the ascetic spirit, moving hand in hand with his Forsyte sense of possessive continuity, dwelt with pride and pleasure on his ownership thereof. There was a smack of reverence and ancestor worship, if only for one ancestor, in his desire to hand this house down to his son and his son's son. His father had loved the house, had loved the view, the grounds, that tree. His last years had been happy there, and no one had lived there before him. These last 11 years at Robin Hill had formed in Jolyon's life as a painter the important period of success. He was now in the very van of watercolour art, hanging on the line everywhere. His drawings fetched high prices. Specialising in that one medium with the tenacity of his breed, he had arrived. Rather late, but not too late for a member of the family which made a point of living for ever. His art had really deepened and improved. In conformity with his position he had grown a short fair beard, which was just beginning to grizzle, and hid his Forsyte chin. His brown face had lost the warped expression of his ostracised period. He looked, if anything, younger. The loss of his wife in 1894 had been one of those domestic tragedies which turn out in the end for the good of all. He had, indeed, loved her to the last, for his was an affectionate spirit, but she had become increasingly difficult. Jealous of her stepdaughter June, jealous even of her own little daughter Holly, and making ceaseless plaint that he could not love her, ill as she was, and useless to everyone and better dead. He had mourned her sincerely, but his face had looked younger since she died. If she could only have believed that she made him happy, how much happier would the 20 years of their companionship have been. June had never really got on well with her who had reprehensibly taken her own mother's place, and ever since old Jolyon died she had been established in a sort of studio in London. But she had come back to Robin Hill on her stepmother's death, and gathered the reins there into her small decided hands. Jolly was then at Harrow, Holly still learning from Mademoiselle Beauce. There had been nothing to keep Jolyon at home, and he had removed his grief and his paint-box abroad. There he had wandered for the most part in Brittany, and at last had fetched up in Paris. He had stayed there several months, and come back with the younger face and the short fair beard. Essentially a man who merely lodged in any house, it had suited him perfectly that June should reign at Robin Hill, so that he was free to go off with his easel where and when he liked. She was inclined, it is true, to regard the house rather as an asylum for her protégés, but his own outcast days had filled Jolyon for ever with sympathy towards an outcast, and June's lame ducks about the place did not annoy him. By all means let her have them down, and feed them up; and though his slightly cynical humour perceived that they ministered to his daughter's love of domination as well as moved her warm heart, he never ceased to admire her for having so many ducks. He fell, indeed, year by year into a more and more detached and brotherly attitude towards his own son and daughters, treating them with a sort of whimsical equality. When he went down to Harrow to see Jolly, he never quite knew which of them was the elder, and would sit eating cherries with him out of one paper bag, with an affectionate and ironical smile twisting up an eyebrow and curling his lips a little. And he was always careful to have money in his pocket and to be modish in his dress, so that his son need not blush for him. They were perfect friends, but never seemed to have occasion for verbal confidences, both having the competitive self-consciousness of Forsytes. They knew they would stand by each other in scrapes, but there was no need to talk about it. Jolyon had a striking horror, partly original sin, but partly the result of his early immorality, of the moral attitude. The most he could ever have said to his son would have been, "Look here, old man, don't forget you're a gentleman," and then have wondered whimsically whether that was not a snobbish sentiment. The great cricket match was perhaps the most searching and awkward time they annually went through together, for Jolyon had been at Eton. They would be particularly careful during that match, continually saying, "Hooray! Oh, hard luck, old man!" or "Hooray! Oh, bad luck, Dad!" to each other, when some disaster at which their hearts bounded happened to the opposing school. And Jolyon would wear a grey top hat instead of his usual soft one, to save his son's feelings, for a black top hat he could not stomach. When Jolly went up to Oxford, Jolyon went with him, amused, humble, and a little anxious not to discredit his boy amongst all these youths who seemed so much more assured and old than himself. He often thought, "Glad I'm a painter," for he had long dropped underwriting at Lloyd's. It's so innocuous; you can't look down on a painter, you can't take him seriously enough. For Jolly, who had a sort of natural lordliness, had passed at once into a very small set, who secretly amused his father. The boy had fair hair which curled a little, and his grandfather's deep-set iron grey eyes. He was well built and very upright, and always pleased Jolyon's aesthetic sense, so that he was a tiny bit afraid of him, as artists ever are of those of their own sex whom they admire physically. On that occasion, however, he actually did screw up his courage to give his son advice, and this was it. "Look here, old man, you're bound to get into debt, mind you come to me at once. Of course I'll always pay them. But you might remember that one respects oneself more afterwards if one pays one's own way. And don't ever borrow except from me, will you?" And Jolly had said, "All right, Dad, I won't." And he never had. And there's just one other thing. I don't know much about morality and that, but there is this. It's always worth while before you do anything to consider whether it's going to hurt another person more than is absolutely necessary. Jolly had looked thoughtful and nodded, and presently had squeezed his father's hand. And Jolyon had thought, "I wonder if I had the right to say that." He always had a sort of dread of losing the dumb confidence they had in each other, remembering how for long years he had lost his own father's, so that there had been nothing between them but love at a great distance. He underestimated, no doubt, the change in the spirit of the age since he himself went up to Cambridge in '65, and perhaps he underestimated, too, his boy's power of understanding that he was tolerant to the very bone. It was that tolerance of his, and possibly his scepticism, which ever made his relations towards June so queerly defensive. She was such a decided mortal, knew her own mind so terribly well, wanted things so inexorably until she got them, and then indeed often dropped them like a hot potato. Her mother had been like that, whence had come all those tears. Not that his incompatibility with his daughter was anything like what it had been with the first Mrs. Young Jolyon. One could be amused where a daughter was concerned; in a wife's case one could not be amused. To see June set her heart and jaw on a thing until she got it was all right, because it was never anything which interfered fundamentally with Jolyon's liberty. The one thing on which his jaw was absolutely rigid, a considerable jaw under that short grizzling beard. Nor was there ever any necessity for real heart-to-heart encounters. One could break away into irony, as indeed he often had to; but the real trouble with June was that she had never appealed to his aesthetic sense, though she might well have, with her red gold hair and her Viking-coloured eyes, and that touch of the berserker in her spirit. It was very different with Holly, soft and quiet, shy and affectionate, with a playful imp in her somewhere. He watched this younger daughter of his to the duckling stage with extraordinary interest. Would she come out a swan? With her sallow oval face and her grey wistful eyes and those long dark lashes, she might or she might not. Only this last year had he been able to guess. Yes, she would be a swan, rather a dark one, always a shy one, but an authentic swan. She was 18 now, and Mademoiselle Beauce was gone. The excellent lady had removed, after 11 years haunted by her continuous reminiscences of the well-bred little Taylors, to another family whose bosom would now be agitated by her reminiscences of the well-bred little Forsytes. She had taught Holly to speak French like herself. Portraiture was not Jolyon's forte, but he had already drawn his younger daughter 3 times, and was drawing her a 4th on the afternoon of October 4th, 1899, when a card was brought to him which caused his eyebrows to go up. Mr. Soames Forsyte, The Shelter, Connoisseurs Club, Maple Durham, St. James's. But here the Forsyte Saga must digress again. To return from a long travel in Spain, to a darkened house, to a little daughter bewildered with tears, to the sight of a loved father lying peaceful in his last sleep, had never been, was never likely to be, forgotten by so impressionable and warm-hearted a man as Jolyon. A sense as of mystery, too, clung to that sad day, and about the end of one whose life had been so well ordered, balanced, and above board. It seemed incredible that his father could thus have vanished without, as it were, announcing his intention, without last words to his son, and due farewells. And those incoherent allusions of little Holly to "the lady in grey," of Mademoiselle Beauce to a Madame Errant, as it sounded, involved all things in a mist, lifted a little when he read his father's will and the codicil thereto. It had been his duty as executor of that will and codicil to inform Irene, wife of his cousin Soames, of her life interest in £15,000. He had called on her to explain that the existing investment in India stock, earmarked to meet the charge, would produce for her the interesting net sum of £430 odd a year, clear of income tax. This was but the 3rd time he had seen his cousin Soames's wife, if indeed she was still his wife, of which he was not quite sure. He remembered having seen her sitting in the Botanical Gardens waiting for Bosinney, a passive, fascinating figure, reminding him of Titian's Heavenly Love, and again, when charged by his father, he had gone to Montpellier Square on the afternoon when Bosinney's death was known. He still recalled vividly her sudden appearance in the drawing-room doorway on that occasion, her beautiful face, passing from wild eagerness of hope to stony despair, remembered the compassion he had felt, Soames's snarling smile, his words, "We are not at home," and the slam of the front door. This 3rd time he saw a face and form more beautiful, freed from that warp of wild hope and despair. Looking at her he thought, "Yes, you are just what the Dad would have admired." And the strange story of his father's Indian summer became slowly clear to him. She spoke of old Jolyon with reverence and tears in her eyes. "He was so wonderfully kind to me, I don't know why. He looked so beautiful and peaceful sitting in that chair under the tree. It was I who first came on him sitting there, you know. Such a lovely day. I don't think an inn could have been happier. We should all like to go out like that." Quite right, he had thought. We should all like to go out in full summer with beauty stepping towards us across a lawn. And looking round the little, almost empty drawing-room, he had asked her what she was going to do now. "I am going to live again a little, Cousin Jolyon. It's wonderful to have money of one's own. I've never had any. I shall keep this flat, I think. I'm used to it. But I shall be able to go to Italy." "Exactly," Jolyon had murmured, looking at her faintly smiling lips, and he had gone away thinking, "A fascinating woman. What a waste. I'm glad the Dad left her that money." He had not seen her again, but every quarter he had signed her cheque, forwarding it to her bank, with a note to the Chelsea flat to say that he had done so, and always he had received a note in acknowledgment, generally from the flat, but sometimes from Italy, so that her personality had become embodied in slightly scented grey paper and upright fine handwriting, and the words, "Dear Cousin Jolyon." Man of property that he now was, the slender cheque he signed often gave rise to the thought, "Well, I suppose she just manages," sliding into a vague wonder how she was faring otherwise in a world of men not wont to let beauty go unpossessed. At first Holly had spoken of her sometimes, but ladies in grey soon fade from children's memories, and the tightening of June's lips in those first weeks after her grandfather's death whenever her former friend's name was mentioned had discouraged allusion. Only once, indeed, had June spoken definitely. "I've forgiven her. I'm frightfully glad she's independent now." On receiving Soames's card, Jolyon said to the maid, for he could not abide butlers, "Show him into the study, please, and say I'll be there in a minute." And then he looked at Holly and asked, "Do you remember the lady in grey who used to give you music lessons?" "Oh yes, why, has she come?" Jolyon shook his head, and changing his holland blouse for a coat, was silent, perceiving suddenly that such history was not for those young ears. His face, in fact, became whimsical perplexity incarnate while he journeyed towards the study. Standing by the French window, looking out across the terrace at the oak tree, were two figures, middle-aged and young, and he thought, "Who's that boy? Surely they never had a child." The elder figure turned. The meeting of those two Forsytes of the second generation, so much more sophisticated than the first, and the house built for the one and owned and occupied by the other, was marked by subtle defensiveness beneath distinct attempt at cordiality. "Has he come about his wife?" Jolyon was thinking. And Soames, "How shall I begin?" while Val, brought to break the ice, stood negligently scrutinizing this "bearded pard" from under his thick dark eyelashes. "This is Val Dartie," said Soames, "my sister's son. He's just going up to Oxford. I thought I'd like him to know your boy." "Ah, I'm sorry, Jolly's away. What college?" "B.N.C.," replied Val. "Jolly's at the house, but he'll be delighted to look you up." "Thanks awfully." "Holly's in. If you could put up with a female relation, she'd show you around. You'll find her in the hall if you go through the curtains. I was just painting her." With another "Thanks awfully," Val vanished, leaving the two cousins with the ice unbroken. "I see you've some drawings at the water colours," said Soames. Jolyon winced. He had been out of touch with the Forsyte family at large for 26 years, but they were connected in his mind with Frith's Derby Day and Landseer prints. He had heard from June that Soames was a connoisseur, which made it worse. He had become aware, too, of a curious sensation of repugnance. "I haven't seen you for a long time," he said. "No," answered Soames between close lips, "not since... As a matter of fact, it's about that I've come. You're her trustee, I'm told." Jolyon nodded. 12 years is a long time," said Soames rapidly. I'm tired of it." Jolyon found no more appropriate answer than, "Won't you smoke?" "No, thanks." Jolyon himself lit a cigarette. "I wish to be free," said Soames abruptly. "I don't see her," murmured Jolyon through the fume of his cigarette. "But you know where she lives, I suppose?" Jolyon nodded. He did not mean to give her address without permission. Soames seemed to divine his thought. "I don't want her address," he said. "I know it." "What exactly do you want?" "She deserted me. I want a divorce." "Rather late in the day, isn't it?" "Yes," said Soames, and there was a silence. "I don't know much about these things, at least I've forgotten," said Jolyon with a wry smile. He himself had had to wait for death to grant him a divorce from the first Mrs. Jolyon. "Do you wish me to see her about it?" Soames raised his eyes to his cousin's face. "I suppose there is someone," he said. A shrug moved Jolyon's shoulders. "I don't know at all. I imagine you may have both lived as if the other were dead. It's usual in these cases." Soames turned to the window. A few early fallen oak leaves strewed the terrace already, and were rolling round in the wind. Jolyon saw the figures of Holly and Val moving across the lawn towards the stables. "I'm not going to run with the hare and hunt with the hounds," he thought. "I must act for her. The Dad would have wished that." And for a swift moment he seemed to see his father's figure in the old armchair, just beyond Soames, sitting with knees crossed, the Times in his hand. It vanished. "My father was fond of her," he said quietly. "Why he should have been, I don't know," Soames answered without looking round. "She brought trouble to your daughter June. She brought trouble to everyone. I gave her all she wanted. I would have given her even forgiveness, but she chose to leave me." In Jolyon, compassion was checked by the tone of that close voice. What was there in the fellow that made it so difficult to be sorry for him? "I can go and see her if you like," he said. "I suppose she might be glad of a divorce, but I know nothing." Soames nodded. "Yes, please go. As I say, I know her address, but I've no wish to see her." His tongue was busy with his lips as if they were very dry. "You'll have some tea," said Jolyon, stifling the words, "and see the house." And he led the way into the hall. When he had rung the bell and ordered tea, he went to his easel to turn his drawing to the wall. He could not bear somehow that his work should be seen by Soames, who was standing there in the middle of the great room, which had been designed expressly to afford wall space for his own pictures. In his cousin's face, with its unseizable family likeness to himself, in its chinny, narrow, concentrated look, Jolyon saw that which moved him to the thought, "That chap could never forget anything, nor ever give himself away. He's pathetic." End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Part 1, Chapter 7 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 7. The Colt and the filly. When young Val left the presence of the last generation, he was thinking, "This is jolly dull. Uncle Soames does take the bun. I wonder what this filly's like." He anticipated no pleasure from her society, and suddenly he saw her standing there looking at him. Why, she was pretty! What luck! "I'm afraid you don't know me," he said. "My name is Val Dartie. I am once removed, second cousin, something like that, you know. My mother's name was Forsyte." Holly, whose slim brown hand remained in his because she was too shy to withdraw it, said, "I don't know any of my relations. Are there many?" "Tons. They are awful, most of them. At least, I don't know some of them." "One's relations always are, aren't they?" "I expect they think one awful too," said Holly. "I don't know why they should. No one could think you awful, of course." Holly looked at him. The wistful candour in those grey eyes gave young Val a sudden feeling that he must protect her. "I mean there are people and people," he added astutely. "Your Dad looks awfully decent, for instance." "Oh yes," said Holly fervently, "he is." A flush mounted in Val's cheeks. That scene in the Pandemonium promenade, the dark man with the pink carnation developing into his own father. "But you know what the Forsytes are," he said almost viciously. "Oh, I forgot, you don't." "What are they?" "Oh, fearfully careful. Not sportsmen a bit. Look at Uncle Soames." "I would like to," said Holly. Val resisted a desire to run his arms through hers. "Oh no," he said, "let's go out. You'll see him quite soon enough. What is your brother like?" Holly led the way on to the terrace and down to the lawn without answering. How describe Jolly, who ever since she remembered anything had been her lord, master, and ideal? "Does he sit on you?" said Val shrewdly. "I shall be knowing him at Oxford. Have you got any horses?" Holly nodded. "Would you like to see the stables?" "Rather." They passed under the oak tree, through a thin shrubbery, into the stable yard. There, under a clock tower, lay a fluffy brown and white dog, so old that he did not get up, but faintly waved the tail curled over his back. "That is Balthasar," said Holly. "He is so old, awfully old. Nearly as old as I am. Poor old boy. He's devoted to Dad." "Balthasar? That's a rum name." "He isn't pure bred, you know." "No, but he's a darling," and she bent down to stroke the dog. Gentle and supple, with dark-covered head and slim brown neck and hands, she seemed to Val strange and sweet, like a thing slipped between him and all previous knowledge. "When Grandfather died," she said, "he would not eat for 2 days. He saw him die, you know." "Was that old Uncle Jolyon? Mother always said he was a topper." "He was," said Holly simply, and opened the stable door. In a loose box stood a silver roan of about 15 hands, with a long black tail and mane. "This is mine, Fairy." "Oh," said Val, "she's a jolly palfrey. But you ought to bang her tail. She'd look much smarter." Then, catching her wondering look, he thought suddenly, "I don't know anything she likes." And he took a long sniff of the stable air. "Horses are ripping, aren't they? My Dad—" He stopped. "Yes?" said Holly. An impulse to unbosom himself almost overcame him, but not quite. "Oh!" "I don't know. He has often gone a mucker over them. I'm jolly keen on them too, riding and hunting. I like racing awfully as well. I should like to be a gentleman rider." And oblivious of the fact that he had but one more day in town, with 2 engagements, he plumped out, "I say, if I hire a gee to–morrow, will you come a ride in Richmond Park?" Holly clasped her hands. "Oh yes, I simply love riding. But there's Jolly's horse. Why don't you ride him? Here he is. We could go after tea." Val looked doubtfully at his trousered legs. He had imagined them immaculate before her eyes in high brown boots and Bedford cords. "I don't much like riding his horse," he said. "He might not like it. Besides, Uncle Soames wants to get back, I expect. Not that I believe in buckling under to him, you know. You haven't got an uncle, have you? This is rather a good beast," he added, scrutinizing Jolly's horse, a dark brown, which was showing the whites of its eyes. "You haven't got any hunting here, I suppose?" "No, I don't know that I want to hunt. It must be awfully exciting, of course, but it is cruel, isn't it? June says so." "Cruel?" ejaculated Val. "Oh, that's all rot. Who is June?" "My sister. My half–sister, you know, much older than me." She had put her hands up to both cheeks of Jolly's horse, and was rubbing her nose against its nose with a gentle snuffling noise, which seemed to have a hypnotic effect on the animal. Val contemplated her cheek resting against the horse's nose and her eyes gleaming round at him. "She's really a duck," he thought. They returned to the house less talkative, followed this time by the dog Balthasar, walking more slowly than anything on earth, and clearly expecting them not to exceed his speed limit. "This is a ripping place," said Val from under the oak tree, where they had paused to allow the dog Balthasar to come up. "Yes," said Holly, and sighed. "Of course I want to go everywhere. I wish I were a gipsy." "Yes, gipsies are jolly," replied Val, with a conviction which had just come to him. "You're rather like one, you know." Holly's face shone suddenly and deeply, like dark leaves gilded by the sun. "To go mad rabbiting everywhere, and see everything, and live in the open, oh, wouldn't it be fun?" "Let's do it," said Val. "Oh yes, let's. It would be grand sport, just you and I." Then Holly perceived the quaintness and gushed. "Well, we've got to do it," said Val obstinately, but reddening too. "I believe in doing things you want to do. What's down there?" "The kitchen garden, and the pond, and the coppice, and the farm." "Let's go down." Holly glanced back at the house. "It is tea time, I expect. There is Dad beckoning." Val, uttering a growly sound, followed her towards the house. When they re-entered the hall gallery, the sight of two middle-aged Forsytes drinking tea together had its magical effect, and they became quite silent. It was indeed an impressive spectacle. The two were seated side by side on an arrangement in marquetry, which looked like three silvery pink chairs made one, with a low tea table in front of them. They seemed to have taken up that position as far apart as the seat would permit, so that they need not look at each other too much, and they were eating and drinking rather than talking. Soames, with his air of despising the tea cake as it disappeared, Jolyon of finding himself slightly amusing. To the casual eye, neither would have seemed greedy, but both were getting through a good deal of sustenance. The two young ones having been supplied with food, the process went on silent and absorbative, till with the advent of cigarettes Jolyon said to Soames: "And how's Uncle James?" "Thanks, very shaky." "We are a wonderful family, aren't we? The other day I was calculating the average age of the 10 old Forsytes from my father's family Bible. I make it 84 already, and 5 still living. They ought to beat the record." And looking whimsically at Soames, he added: "We aren't the men they were, you know." Soames smiled. "Do you really think I shall admit that I'm not their equal," he seemed to be saying, "or that I have got to give up anything, especially life?" "We may live to their age, perhaps," pursued Jolyon, "but self-consciousness is a handicap, you know, and that is the difference between us. We have lost conviction. How and when self-consciousness was born I never can make out. My father had a little, but I don't believe any other of the old Forsytes ever had a scrap. Never to see yourself as others see you, it is a wonderful preservative. The whole history of the last century is in the difference between us. And between us and you," he added, gazing through a ring of smoke at Val and Holly, uncomfortable under his quizzical regard. There will be another difference. I wonder what. Soames took out his watch. "We must go," he said, "if we are to catch our train." "Uncle Soames never misses a train," muttered Val, with his mouth full. "Why should I?" Soames answered simply. "Oh, I don't know," grumbled Val. "Other people do." At the front door he gave Holly's slim brown hand a long and surreptitious squeeze. "Look out for me tomorrow," he whispered. "3 o'clock. I will wait for you in the road. It will save time. We'll have a ripping ride." He gazed back at her from the lodge gate, and, but for the principles of a man about town, would have waved his hand. He felt in no mood to tolerate his uncle's conversation. But he was not in danger. Soames preserved a perfect muteness, busy with faraway thoughts. The yellow leaves came down about those two walking the mile and a half which Soames had traversed so often in those long ago days when he came down to watch with secret pride the building of the house, that house which was to have been the home of him and her, from whom he was now going to seek release. He looked back once, up that endless vista of autumn lane between the yellowing hedges. What an age ago! "I don't want to see her," he had said to Jolyon. Was that true? "I may have to," he thought, and he shivered, seized by one of those queer shudderings that, they say, mean footsteps on one's grave. A chilly world, a queer world. And glancing sidelong at his nephew, he thought, "Wish I were his age. I wonder what she's like now." End of Part 1, Chapter 7. The Colt and the Filly.
Part 1, Chapter 8 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 8. Jolyon Prosecutes Trusteeship. When those two were gone, Jolyon did not return to his painting, for daylight was failing, but went to the study, craving unconsciously a revival of that momentary vision of his father sitting in the old leather chair, with his knees crossed and his straight eyes gazing up from under the dome of his massive brow. Often in this little room, cosiest in the house, Jolyon would catch a moment of communion with his father. Not, indeed, that he had definitely any faith in the persistence of the human spirit. The feeling was not so logical. It was rather an atmospheric impact, like a scent, or one of those strong animistic impressions from forms or effects of light to which those with the artist's eye are especially prone. Here only, in this little unchanged room where his father had spent the most of his waking hours, could be retrieved the feeling that he was not quite gone, that the steady counsel of that old spirit and the warmth of his masterful lovability endured. What would his father be advising now, in this sudden recrudescence of an old tragedy? What would he say to this menace against her to whom he had taken such a fancy in the last weeks of his life? "I must do my best for her," thought Jolyon. "He left her to me in his will. But what is the best?" And as if seeking to regain the sapience, the balance and shrewd common sense of that old Forsyte, he sat down in the ancient chair and crossed his knees. But he felt a mere shadow sitting there, nor did any inspiration come, while the fingers of the wind tapped on the darkening panes of the French window. Go and see her, he thought, or ask her to come down here? What's her life been? What is it now, I wonder? Beastly to rake up things at this time of day. Again the figure of his cousin standing with a hand on a front door of a fine olive green leaped out, vivid like one of those figures from old-fashioned clocks when the hour strikes, and his words sounded in Jolyon's ears clearer than any chime. "I manage my own affairs. I've told you once, I'll tell you again. We are not at home." The repugnance he had then felt for Soames, for his flat-cheeked, shaven face full of spiritual bull-doggedness, for his spare, square, sleek figure slightly crouched as it were over the bone he could not digest, came now again, fresh as ever, nay, with an odd increase. "I dislike him," he thought. "I dislike him to the very roots of me. And that's lucky. It'll make it easier for me to back his wife." Half artist and half Forsyte, Jolyon was constitutionally averse from what he termed ructions. Unless angered, he conformed deeply to that classic description of the she-dog: "'E'd rather run than fight." A little smile became settled in his beard. Ironical that Soames should come down here, to this house built for himself. How he had gazed and gaped at this ruin of his past intention, furtively nosing at the walls and stairway, appraising everything. And intuitively Jolyon thought, "I believe the fellow even now would like to be living here. He could never leave off longing for what he once owned. Well, I must act somehow or other, but it's a bore, a great bore." Late that evening he wrote to the Chelsea flat, asking if Irene would see him. The old century which had seen the plant of individualism flower so wonderfully was setting in a sky orange with coming storms. Rumours of war added to the briskness of a London turbulent at the close of the summer holidays. And the streets to Jolyon, who was not often up in town, had a feverish look, due to these new motor cars and cabs of which he disapproved aesthetically. He counted these vehicles from his hansom, and made the proportion of them 1 in 20. They were 1 in 30 about a year ago, he thought. They've come to stay, just so much more rattling round of wheels and general stink. For he was one of those rather rare Liberals who object to anything new when it takes a material form, and he instructed his driver to get down to the river quickly, out of the traffic, desiring to look at the water through the mellowing screen of plane trees. At the little block of flats which stood back some 50 yards from the embankment, he told the cabman to wait and went up to the first floor. Yes, Mrs. Heron was at home. The effect of a settled if very modest income was at once apparent to him, remembering the threadbare refinement in that tiny flat 8 years ago when he announced her good fortune. Everything was now fresh, dainty, and smelled of flowers. The general effect was silvery with touches of black, hydrangea colour, and gold. A woman of great taste, he thought. Time had dealt gently with Jolyon, for he was a Forsyte. But with Irene time hardly seemed to deal at all, or such was his impression. She appeared to him not a day older, standing there in mole-coloured velvet corduroy, with soft dark eyes and dark gold hair, with outstretched hands and a little smile. "Won't you sit down?" He had probably never occupied a chair with a fuller sense of embarrassment. "You look absolutely unchanged," he said. "And you look younger, Cousin Jolyon." Jolyon ran his hands through his hair, whose thickness was still a comfort to him. "I'm ancient, but I don't feel it. That's one thing about painting, it keeps you young. Titian lived to 99 and had to have plague to kill him off. Do you know, the first time I ever saw you I thought of a picture by him?" "When did you see me for the first time?" "In the Botanical Gardens." "How did you know me if you'd never seen me before?" "By someone who came up to you." He was looking at her heartily, but her face did not change, and she said quietly, "Yes, many lives ago." "What is your recipe for youth, Irene?" "People who don't live are wonderfully preserved." A bitter little saying. People who don't live. But an opening, and he took it. "You remember my cousin Soames?" He saw her smile faintly at that whimsicality, and at once went on. "He came to see me the day before yesterday. He wants a divorce. Do you?" "I?" The word seemed startled out of her. "After 12 years? It's rather late. Won't it be difficult?" Jolyon looked hard into her face. "Unless," he said. "Unless I have a lover now. But I have never had one since." What did he feel at the simplicity and candour of those words? Relief, surprise, pity. Venus for 12 years without a lover. "And yet," he said, "I suppose you would give a good deal to be free too." "I don't know. What does it matter now?" "But if you were to love again?" "I should love." In that simple answer she seemed to sum up the whole philosophy of one on whom the world had turned its back. "Well, is there anything you would like me to say to him?" "Only that I'm sorry he's not free. He had his chance once. I don't know why he didn't take it." "Because he was a Forsyte. We never part with things, you know, unless we want something in their place, and not always then." Irene smiled. "Don't you, Cousin Jolyon? I think you do." "Of course I'm a bit of a mongrel, not quite a pure Forsyte. I never take the halfpennies off my cheques I put them on," said Jolyon uneasily. "Well, what does Soames want in place of me now?" "I don't know. Perhaps children." She was silent for a little, looking down. "Yes," she murmured, "it's hard. I would help him to be free if I could." Jolyon gazed into his hat. His embarrassment was increasing fast. So was his admiration, his wonder, and his pity. She was so lovely and so lonely, and altogether it was such a coil. "Well," he said, "I shall have to see Soames. If there's anything I can do for you, I'm always at your service. You must think of me as a wretched substitute for my father. At all events, I'll let you know what happens when I speak to Soames. He may supply the material himself." She shook her head. "You see, he has a lot to lose, and I have nothing. I should like him to be free, but I don't see what I can do." "Nor I at the moment," said Jolyon, and soon after took his leave. He went down to his hansom. 3:30. Soames would be at his office still. "To the Poultry," he called through the trap. In front of the Houses of Parliament and in Whitehall news vendors were calling, "Grave situation in the Transvaal," but the cries hardly roused him, absorbed in recollection of that very beautiful figure, of her soft dark glance, and the words, "I have never had one since." What on earth did such a woman do with her life, backwatered like this? Solitary, unprotected, with every man's hand against her, or rather, reaching out to grasp her at the least sign. And year after year she went on like that. The word poultry above the passing citizens brought him back to reality. Forsyte, Bustard, and Forsyte, in black letters on a ground the colour of pea soup, spurred him to a sort of vigour, and he went up the stone stairs muttering, "Fusty musty ownerships. Well, we couldn't do without them." "I want Mr. Soames Forsyte," he said to the boy who opened the door. "What name?" "Mr. Jolyon Forsyte." The youth looked at him curiously, never having seen a Forsyte with a beard, and vanished. The offices of Forsyte, Bustard, and Forsyte had slowly absorbed the offices of Tooting and Bowles, and occupied the whole of the first floor. The firm consisted now of nothing but Soames and a number of managing and articled clerks. The complete retirement of James some 6 years ago had accelerated business, to which the final touch of speed had been imparted when Bustard dropped off, worn out, as many believed, by the suit of Fryer versus Forsyte, more in Chancery than ever and less likely to benefit its beneficiaries. Soames, with his saner grasp of actualities, had never permitted it to worry him. On the contrary, he had long perceived that Providence had presented him therein with £200 a year net in perpetuity, and why not? When Jolyon entered, his cousin was drawing out a list of holdings and consols, which, in view of the rumours of war, he was going to advise his companies to put on the market at once before other companies did the same. He looked round, sighed long, and said, "How are you? Just 1 minute. Sit down, won't you?" And having entered 3 amounts and set a ruler to keep his place, he turned towards Jolyon, biting the side of his flat forefinger. "Yes?" he said. "I have seen her." Soames frowned. "Well?" "She has remained faithful to memory." Having said that, Jolyon was ashamed. His cousin had flushed a dusky yellowish red. What had made him tease the poor brute? "I was to tell you she is sorry you are not free. 12 years is a long time. You know your law and what chance it gives you." Soames uttered a curious little grunt, and the two remained a full minute without speaking. Like wax, thought Jolyon, watching that close face, where the flush was fast subsiding. He'll never give me a sign of what he's thinking or going to do, like wax." And he transferred his gaze to a plan of that flourishing town by street on sea, the future existence of which lay exposed on the wall to the possessive instincts of the firm's clients. The whimsical thought flashed through him: "I wonder if I shall get a bill of costs for this? To attending Mr. Jolyon Forsyte in the manner of my divorce, to receiving his account of his visit to my wife, and to advising him to go and see her again, 16 and 8 pence." Suddenly Soames said: "I can't go on like this. I tell you I can't go on like this." His eyes were shifting from side to side like an animal's when it looks for ways of escape. "He really suffers," thought Jolyon. "I've no business to forget that just because I don't like him." "Surely," he said gently, "it lies with yourself. A man can always put these things through if he'll take it on himself." Soames turned square to him with a sound which seemed to come from somewhere very deep. "Why should I suffer more than I've suffered already? Why should I?" Jolyon could only shrug his shoulders. His reason agreed, his instinct rebelled; he could not have said why. "Your father," went on Soames, "took an interest in her. Why, goodness knows. And I suppose you do too?" He gave Jolyon a sharp look. "It seems to me that one only has to do another person a wrong to get all the sympathy. I don't know in what way I was to blame. I've never known. I always treated her well. I gave her everything she could wish for. I wanted her." Again Jolyon's reason nodded. Again his instinct shook its head. "What is it?" he thought. "There must be something wrong in me. Yet if there is, I'd rather be wrong than right." "After all," said Soames with a sort of glum fierceness, "she was my wife." In a flash the thought went through his listener: "There it is. Ownerships. Well, we all own things. But human beings! Pah!" "You have to look at facts," he said dryly, "or rather the want of them." Soames gave him another quick suspicious look. "The want of them?" he said. "Yes, but I am not so sure." "I beg your pardon," replied Jolyon. "I've told you what she said. It was explicit." "My experience has not been one to promote blind confidence in her word. We shall see." Jolyon got up. "Good-bye," he said curtly. "Good-bye," returned Soames, and Jolyon went out trying to understand the look, half startled, half menacing, on his cousin's face. He sought Waterloo Station in a disturbed frame of mind, as though the skin of his moral being had been scraped, and all the way down in the train he thought of Irene in her lonely flat, and of Soames in his lonely office, and of the strange paralysis of life that lay on them both. In Chancery, he thought. Both their necks in Chancery, and hers so pretty. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 1, Chapter 9 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 9. Val Hears the News. The keeping of engagements had not as yet been a conspicuous feature in the life of young Val Dartie, so that when he broke two and kept one, it was the latter event which caused him, if anything, the greater surprise, while jogging back to town from Robin Hill after his ride with Holly. She had been even prettier than he had thought her yesterday, on her silver roan, long-tailed palfrey, and it seemed to him, self-critical in the brumous October gloaming and the outskirts of London, that only his boots had shone throughout their 2-hour companionship. He took out his new gold hunter, present from James, and looked not at the time, but at sections of his face in the glittering back of its opened case. He had a temporary spot over one eyebrow, and it displeased him, for it must have displeased her. Crum never had any spots. Together with Crum rose a scene in the promenade of the Pandemonium. To-day he had not had the faintest desire to unbosom himself to Holly about his father. His father lacked poetry, the stirrings of which he was feeling for the first time in his 19 years. The Liberty, with Cynthia Dark, that almost mythical embodiment of rapture, the Pandemonium, with the woman of uncertain age, both seemed to Val completely off, fresh from communion with this new, shy, dark-haired young cousin of his. She rode jolly well, too, so that it had been all the more flattering that she had let him lead her where he would in the long gallops of Richmond Park, though she knew them so much better than he did. Looking back on it all, he was mystified by the barrenness of his speech. He felt that he could say an awful lot of fetching things, if he had but the chance again, and the thought that he must go back to Littlehampton on the morrow, and to Oxford on the 12th, to that beastly exam, too, without the faintest chance of first seeing her again, caused darkness to settle on his spirit even more quickly than on the evening. He should write to her, however, and she had promised to answer. Perhaps, too, she would come up to Oxford to see her brother. That thought was like the first star, which came out as he rode into Padwick's livery stables in the purlieus of Sloane Square. He got off and stretched himself luxuriously, for he had ridden some 25 good miles. The Dartie within him made him chaffer for 5 minutes with young Padwick concerning the favourite for the Cambridgeshire. Then, with the words, "Put the gee down to my account," he walked away, a little wide at the knees, and flipping his boots with his naughty little cane. "I don't feel a bit inclined to go out," he thought. "I wonder if mother will stand fizz for my last night." With fizz and recollection he could well pass a domestic evening. When he came down, speckless after his bath, he found his mother scrupulous in a low evening dress, and, to his annoyance, his Uncle Soames. They stopped talking when he came in, then his uncle said, "He'd better be told." At those words, which meant something about his father, of course, Val's first thought was of Holly. Was it anything beastly? His mother began speaking. "Your father," she said in her fashionably appointed voice, while her fingers plucked rather pitifully at sea-green brocade, "your father, my dear boy, is not at Newmarket. He's on his way to South America. He's left us." Val looked from her to Soames. Left them? Was he sorry? Was he fond of his father? It seemed to him that he did not know. Then suddenly, as at a whiff of gardenias and cigars, his heart twitched within him, and he was sorry. One's father belonged to one, could not go off in this fashion, it was not done. Nor had he always been the bounder of the Pandemonium promenade. There were precious memories of tailors' shops and horses, tips at school, and general lavish kindness when in luck. "But why?" he said. Then, as a sportsman himself, was sorry he had asked. The mask of his mother's face was all disturbed, and he burst out, "All right, mother, don't tell me. Only what does it mean?" "A divorce, Val, I'm afraid." Val uttered a queer little grunt, and looked quickly at his uncle, that uncle whom he had been taught to look on as a guarantee against the consequences of having a father, even against the Dartie blood in his own veins. The flat-checked visage seemed to wince, and this upset him. "It won't be public, will it?" So vividly before him had come recollections of his own eyes glued to the unsavoury details of many a divorce suit in the public press. "Can't it be done quietly somehow? It's so disgusting for mother and everybody." "Everything will be done as quietly as it can, you may be sure." "Yes, but why is it necessary at all? Mother doesn't want to marry again." Himself, the girls, their name tarnished in the sight of his schoolfellows and of Crum, of the men at Oxford, of Holly, unbearable. What was to be gained by it? "Do you, mother?" he said sharply. Thus brought face to face with so much of her own feeling by the one she loved best in the world, Winifred rose from the Empire chair in which she had been sitting. She saw that her son would be against her unless he was told everything, and yet how could she tell him? Thus, still plucking at the green brocade, she stared at Soames. Val, too, stared at Soames. Surely this embodiment of respectability, and the sense of property, could not wish to bring such a slur on his own sister. Soames slowly passed a little inlaid paper knife over the smooth surface of a marquetry table. Then, without looking at his nephew, he began. You don't understand what your mother has had to put up with these 20 years. This is only the last straw, Val." And glancing up sideways at Winifred, he added, "Shall I tell him?" Winifred was silent. If he were not told, he would be against her. Yet how dreadful to be told such things of his own father! Clenching her lips, she nodded. Soames spoke in a rapid, even voice. "He has always been a burden round your mother's neck. She has paid his debts over and over again. He has often been drunk, abused and threatened her, and now he has gone to Buenos Aires with a dancer." And, as if distrusting the efficacy of those words on the boy, he went on quickly, "He took your mother's pearls to give to her." Val jerked up his hand then. At that signal of distress Winifred cried out, "That'll do, Soames. Stop." In the boy, the Dartie and the Forsyte were struggling. For debts, drink, dancers, he had a certain sympathy. But the pearls, no, that was too much. And suddenly he found his mother's hand squeezing his. "You see," he heard Soames say, "we can't have it all begin over again. There's a limit. We must strike while the iron's hot." Val freed his hand. "But you're never going to bring out that about the pearls? I couldn't stand that. I simply couldn't." Winifred cried out, "No, no, Val, oh no. That's only to show you how impossible your father is." And his uncle nodded. Somewhat assuaged, Val took out a cigarette. His father had bought him that thin, curved case. Oh, it was unbearable. Just as he was going up to Oxford. "Can't Mother be protected without?" he said. "I could look after her. It could always be done later if it was really necessary." A smile played for a moment round Soames's lips, and became bitter. "You don't know what you're talking of. Nothing's so fatal as delay in such matters." "Why?" "I tell you, boy, nothing's so fatal. I know from experience." His voice had the ring of exasperation. Val regarded him round-eyed, never having known his uncle express any sort of feeling. Oh, yes, he remembered now. There had been an Aunt Irene, and something had happened, something which people kept dark. He had heard his father once use an unmentionable word of her. "I don't want to speak ill of your father," Soames went on doggedly, "but I know him well enough to be sure that he'll be back on your mother's hands before a year's over. You can imagine what that will mean to her and to all of you after this. The only thing is to cut the knot for good." In spite of himself, Val was impressed, and happening to look at his mother's face, he got what was perhaps his first real insight into the fact that his own feelings were not always what mattered most. "All right, Mother," he said, "we'll back you up. Only I'd like to know when it'll be. It's my first term, you know. I don't want to be up there when it comes off." "Oh, my dear boy," murmured Winifred, "it is a bore for you." So, by habit, she phrased what, from the expression of her face, was the most poignant regret. "When will it be, Soames?" "Can't tell. Not for months. We must get restitution first." "What the deuce is that?" thought Val. "What silly brutes lawyers are! Not for months. I know one thing, I'm not going to dine in." And he said, "Awfully sorry, Mother. I've got to go out to dinner now." Though it was his last night, Winifred nodded almost gratefully. They both felt that they had gone quite far enough in the expression of feeling. Val sought the misty freedom of Green Street, reckless and depressed, and not till he reached Piccadilly did he discover that he had only 18 pence. One couldn't dine off 18 pence, and he was very hungry. He looked longingly at the windows of the Iseeum Club, where he had often eaten of the best with his father. Those pearls! There was no getting over them. But the more he brooded, and the further he walked, the hungrier he naturally became. Short of trailing home, there were only two places where he could go: his grandfather's in Park Lane, and Timothy's in the Bayswater Road. Which was the less deplorable? At his grandfather's he would probably get a better dinner on the spur of the moment. At Timothy's they gave you a jolly good feed when they expected you, not otherwise. He decided on Park Lane, not unmoved by the thought that to go up to Oxford without affording his grandfather a chance to tip him was hardly fair to either of them. His mother would hear he had been there, of course, and might think it funny, but he couldn't help that. He rang the bell. "Hullo, Warmson. Any dinner for me, do you think?" "They're just going in, Master Val. Mr. Forsyte will be very glad to see you. He was saying at lunch that he never saw you nowadays." Val grinned. "Well, here I am. Kill the fatted calf, Warmson. Let's have fizz." Warmson smiled faintly. In his opinion Val was a young limb. "I will ask Mrs. Forsyte, Master Val." "I say," Val grumbled, taking off his overcoat, "I'm not at school any more, you know." Warmson, not without a sense of humour, opened the door beyond the Staghorn's coat stand with the words, "Mr. Valorous, ma'am." "Confound him!" thought Val, entering. A warm embrace, a "Well, Val," from Emily, and a rather quavery "So there you are at last," from James, restored his sense of dignity. "Why didn't you let us know? There's only saddle of mutton. Champagne, Warmson," said Emily, and they went in. At the great dining table, shortened to its utmost, under which so many fashionable legs had rested, James sat at one end, Emily at the other, Val halfway between them, and something of the loneliness of his grandparents, now that all their 4 children were flown, reached the boy's spirit. "I hope I shall kick the bucket long before I'm as old as grandfather," he thought. "Poor old chap, he's as thin as a rail." And lowering his voice while his grandfather and Warmson were in discussion about sugar in the soup, he said to Emily, "It's pretty brutal at home, Granny. I suppose you know." "Yes, dear boy." "Uncle Soames was there when I left. I say, isn't there anything to be done to prevent a divorce? Why is he so beastly keen on it?" "Hush, my dear," murmured Emily. "We're keeping it from your grandfather." James's voice sounded from the other end. "What's that? What are you talking about?" "About Val's college," returned Emily. "Young Palliser was there, James. You remember. He nearly broke the bank at Monte Carlo afterwards." James muttered that he did not know. Val must look after himself up there, or he'd get into bad ways. And he looked at his grandson with gloom, out of which affection distrustfully glimmered. "What I'm afraid of," said Val to his plate, "is of being hard up, you know." By instinct he knew that the weak spot in that old man was fear of insecurity for his grandchildren. "Well," said James, and the soup in his spoon dribbled over, "you'll have a good allowance, but you must keep within it." "Of course," murmured Val, "if it is good. How much will it be, grandfather?" "350. It's too much. I had next to nothing at your age." Val sighed. He had hoped for 4 and been afraid of 3. "I don't know what your young cousin has," said James. "He's up there. His father's a rich man." "Aren't you?" asked Val heartily. "I?" replied James, flustered. "I've got so many expenses. Your father—" And he was silent. "Cousin Jolyon's got an awfully jolly place. I went down there with Uncle Soames. Ripping stables." "Ah," murmured James profoundly, "that house. I knew how it would be." And he lapsed into gloomy meditation over his fish bones. His son's tragedy, and the deep cleavage it had caused in the Forsyte family, had still the power to draw him down into a whirlpool of doubts and misgivings. Val, who hankered to talk of Robin Hill, because Robin Hill meant Holly, turned to Emily and said, "Was that the house built for Uncle Soames?" And receiving her nod, went on, "I wish you'd tell me about him, Granny. What became of Aunt Irene? Is she still going? He seems awfully worked up about something to-night." Emily laid her finger on her lips, but the word Irene had caught James's ear. "What's that?" he said, staying a piece of mutton close to his lips. "Who's been seeing her? I knew we hadn't heard the last of that." "Now, James," said Emily, "eat your dinner. Nobody's been seeing anybody." James put down his fork. "There you go," he said. "I might die before you'd tell me of it. Is Soames getting a divorce?" "Nonsense," said Emily, with incomparable aplomb. "Soames is much too sensible." James had sought his own throat, gathering the long white whiskers together on the skin and bone of it. She was always," he said, and with that enigmatic remark the conversation lapsed, for Warmson had returned. But later, when the saddle of mutton had been succeeded by sweet savoury and dessert, and Val had received a cheque for £20 and his grandfather's kiss, Like no other kiss in the world, from lips pushed out with a sort of fearful suddenness, as if yielding to weakness, he returned to the charge in the hall. "Tell us about Uncle Soames, Granny. Why is he so keen on Mother's getting a divorce?" "Your Uncle Soames," said Emily, and her voice had in it an exaggerated assurance, "is a lawyer, my dear boy. He's sure to know best." "Is he?" muttered Val. "But what did become of Aunt Irene? I remember she was jolly good-looking." "She said Emily, "behaved very badly. We don't talk about it." "Well, I don't want everybody at Oxford to know about our affairs," ejaculated Val. "It's a brutal idea. Why couldn't Father be prevented without its being made public?" Emily sighed. She had always lived rather in an atmosphere of divorce, owing to her fashionable proclivities, so many of those whose legs had been under her table having gained a certain notoriety. When, however, it touched her own family, she liked it no better than other people. But she was eminently practical, and a woman of courage, who never pursued a shadow in preference to its substance. "Your mother," she said, "will be happier if she's quite free, Val. Good night, my dear boy, and don't wear loud waistcoats up at Oxford, they're not the thing just now. Here's a little present." With another £5 in his hand, and a little warmth in his heart, for he was fond of his grandmother, he went out into Park Lane. A wind had cleared the mist, the autumn leaves were rustling, and the stars were shining. With all that money in his pocket an impulse to see life beset him. But he had not gone 40 yards in the direction of Piccadilly when Holly's shy face and her eyes, with an imp dancing in their gravity, came up before him, and his hand seemed to be tingling again from the pressure of her warm gloved hand. "No, dash it," he thought, "I'm going home." End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Part 1, Chapter 10 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part number 1, Chapter 10. Soames entertains the future. It was full late for the river, but the weather was lovely, and summer lingered below the yellowing leaves. Soames took many looks at the day from his riverside garden near Maple Durham that Sunday morning. With his own hands he put flowers about his little houseboat, and equipped the punt in which, after lunch, he proposed to take them on the river. Placing those Chinese-looking cushions, he could not tell whether or no he wished to take Annette alone. She was so very pretty. Could he trust himself not to say irrevocable words, passing beyond the limits of discretion? Roses on the veranda were still in bloom, and the hedges evergreen, so that there was almost nothing of middle-aged autumn to chill the mood. Yet was he nervous, fidgety, strangely distrustful of his powers to steer just the right course. This visit had been planned to produce in Annette and her mother a due sense of his possessions, so that they should be ready to receive with respect any overture he might later be disposed to make. He dressed with great care, making himself neither too young nor too old, very thankful that his hair was still thick and smooth and had no grey in it. 3 times he went up to his picture gallery. If they had any knowledge at all, they must see at once that his collection alone was worth at least £30,000. He minutely inspected, too, the pretty bedroom overlooking the river, where they would take off their hats. It would be her bedroom if the matter went through and she became his wife. Going up to the dressing-table, he passed his hand over the lilac-coloured pincushion, into which were stuck all kinds of pins. A bowl of potpourri exhaled a scent that made his head turn just a little. His wife! If only the whole thing could be settled out of hand, and there was not the nightmare of this divorce to be gone through first. And with gloom puckered on his forehead, he looked out at the river shining beyond the roses and the lawn. Madame Lamotte would never resist this prospect for her child. Annette would never resist her mother. If only he were free! He drove to the station to meet them. What taste French women had! Madame Lamotte was in black with touches of lilac colour. Annette in greyish lilac linen with cream-coloured gloves and hat. Rather pale she looked and Londony, and her blue eyes were demure. Waiting for them to come down to lunch, Soames stood in the open French window of the dining-room, moved by that sensuous delight in sunshine and flowers and trees, which only came to the full when youth and beauty were there to share it with one. He had ordered the lunch with intense consideration. The wine was a very special Sauterne. The whole appointments of the meal perfect. The coffee served on the veranda super excellent. Madame Lamotte accepted crème de menthe. Annette refused. Her manners were charming, with just a suspicion of the conscious beauty creeping into them. Yes, thought Soames, another year of London and that sort of life, and she will be spoiled. Madame was in sedate French raptures. Adorable! Le soleil est si bon! How everything is chic, is it not, Annette? Monsieur is a real Monte Cristo. Annette murmured assent, with a look up at Soames which he could not read. He proposed a turn on the river, but to punt two persons, when one of them looked so ravishing on those Chinese cushions, was merely to suffer from a sense of lost opportunity. So they went but a short way towards Pangbourne, drifting slowly back, with every now and then an autumn leaf dropping on Annette or on her mother's black amplitude. And Soames was not happy, worried by the thought, how, when, where can I say what? They did not yet even know that he was married. To tell them he was married might jeopardize his every chance. Yet if he did not definitely make them understand that he wished for Annette's hand, it would be dropping into some other clutch before he was free to claim it. At tea, which they both took with lemon, Soames spoke of the Transvaal. There will be war, he said. Madame Lamotte lamented. Ces pauvres gens bergères! Could they not be left to themselves? Soames smiled. The question seemed to him absurd. Surely, as a woman of business, she understood that the British could not abandon their legitimate commercial interests. Ah, that! But Madame Lamotte found that the English were a little hypocrite. They were talking of justice and the Uitlanders, not of business. Monsieur was the first who had spoken to her of that. The Boers are only half civilized, remarked Soames. They stand in the way of progress. It will never do to let our suzerainty go. What does that mean to say, suzerainty? What a strange word! Soames became eloquent, roused by these threats to the principle of possession, and stimulated by Annette's eyes fixed on him. He was delighted when presently she said: "I think Monsieur is right. They should be taught a lesson." She was sensible. "Of course," he said, "we must act with moderation. I am no jingo. We must be firm without bullying. Will you come up and see my pictures?" Moving from one to another of these treasures, he soon perceived that they knew nothing. They passed his last mauve, that remarkable study of a hay cart going home, as if it were a lithograph. He waited almost with awe to see how they would view the jewel of his collection, and Israel's, whose price he had watched ascending till he was now almost certain it had reached top value and would be better on the market again. They did not view it at all. This was a shock. And yet to have in Annette a virgin taste to form would be better than to have the silly half-baked predilections of the English middle class to deal with. At the end of the gallery was a Meissonier, of which she was rather ashamed. Meissonier was so steadily going down. Madame Lamotte stopped before it. "Meissonier! Ah, what a jewel!" Soames took advantage of that moment. Very gently touching Annette's arm, he said: "How do you like my place, Annette?" She did not shrink, did not respond. She looked at him full, looked down, and murmured: "Who would not like it? It is so beautiful." "Perhaps some day," Soames said, and stopped. So pretty she was, so self-possessed. She frightened him. Those cornflower blue eyes, the turn of that creamy neck, her delicate curves, she was a standing temptation to indiscretion. No, no, one must be sure of one's ground, much surer. "If I hold off," he thought, "it will tantalize her." And he crossed over to Madame Lamotte, who was still in front of the Meissonier. "Yes, that's quite a good example of his later work. You must come again, Madame, and see them lit up. You must both come and spend the night." "Enchanted! Would it not be beautiful to see them lighted? By moonlight, too. The river must be ravishing." Annette murmured: "Thou art sentimental, Mamma." Sentimental! That black-robed, comely, substantial Frenchwoman of the world! And suddenly he was certain, as he could be, that there was no sentiment in either of them. All the better. Oh, what use sentiment? And yet... He drove to the station with them and saw them into the train. To the tightened pressure of his hand it seemed that Annette's fingers responded just a little, her face smiled at him through the dark. He went back to the carriage brooding. "Go on home, Jordan," he said to the coachman. "I will walk." And he strode out into the darkening lanes, caution and the desire of possession playing see-saw with him. "Bonsoir, monsieur." How softly she had said it! To know what was in her mind! The French, they were like cats, one could tell nothing. But how pretty! What a perfect young thing to hold in one's arms! What a mother for his heir! And he thought with a smile of his family and their surprise at a French wife and their curiosity, and of the way he would play with it and buffet it, confound them. The poplars sighed in the darkness, an owl hooted, shadows deepened in the water. "I will and must be free," he thought. "I won't hang about any longer. I will go and see Irene. If you want things done, do them yourself. I must live again, live and move and have my being." And in echo to that queer biblicality, church bells chimed the call to evening prayer. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Soames entertains the future. Recording by Eva Harnig.
Part 1, Chapter 11 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 11. And Visits the Past. On a Tuesday evening, after dining at his club, Soames set out to do what required more courage and perhaps less delicacy than anything he had yet undertaken in his life, save perhaps his birth and one other action. He chose the evening, indeed, partly because Irene was more likely to be in, but mainly because he had failed to find sufficient resolution by daylight, had needed wine to give him extra daring. He left his hansom on the Embankment and walked up to the old church, uncertain of the block of flats where he knew she lived. He found it hiding behind a much larger mansion, and having read the name, Mrs. Irene Heron, Heron, forsooth, her maiden name, so she used that again, did she? He stepped back into the road to look up at the windows of the first floor. Light was coming through in the corner flat, and he could hear a piano being played. He had never had a love of music, had secretly borne it a grudge in the old days, when so often she had turned to her piano, making of it a refuge place into which she knew he could not enter. Repulse, the long repulse, at first restrained and secret, at last open. Bitter memory came with that sound. It must be she playing, and thus, almost assured of seeing her, he stood more undecided than ever. Shivers of anticipation ran through him. His tongue felt dry, his heart beat fast. I have no cause to be afraid, he thought. And then the lawyer stirred within him. Was he doing a foolish thing? Ought he not to have arranged a formal meeting in the presence of her trustee? No, not before that fellow Jolyon, who sympathised with her. Never. He crossed back into the doorway, and slowly, to keep down the beating of his heart, mounted the single flight of stairs and rang the bell. When the door was opened to him, his sensations were regulated by the scent which came, that perfume, from away back in the past, bringing muffled remembrance, fragrance of a drawing-room he used to enter, of a house he used to own, perfume of dried rose-leaves and honey. "Say, Mr. Forsyte," he said, "your mistress will see me, I know." He had thought this out. She would think it was Jolyon. When the maid was gone, and he was alone in the tiny hall, where the light was dim from one pearly shaded sconce, and the walls, carpet, everything was silvery, making the walled-in space all ghostly, he could only think ridiculously, "Shall I go in with my overcoat on, or take it off?" The music ceased. The maid said from the doorway, "Will you walk in, sir?" Soames walked in. He noted mechanically that all was still silvery, and that the upright piano was of satin wood. She had risen and stood recoiled against it. Her hand, placed on the keys as if groping for support, had struck a sudden discord, held for a moment and released. The light from the shaded piano candle fell on her neck, leaving her face rather in shadow. She was in a black evening dress with a sort of mantilla over her shoulders. He did not remember ever having seen her in black, and the thought passed through him, "She dresses even when she's alone." "You," he heard her whisper. Many times Soames had rehearsed this scene in fancy. Rehearsal served him not at all. He simply could not speak. He had never thought that the sight of this woman, whom he had once so passionately desired, so completely owned, and whom he had not seen for 12 years, could affect him in this way. He had imagined himself speaking and acting, half as a man of business, half as judge.
And now it was as if he were in the presence not of a mere woman and erring wife, but of some force subtle and elusive as atmosphere itself, within him and outside. A kind of defensive irony welled up in him. "Yes, it's a queer visit. I hope you're well."
"Thank you. Will you sit down?"
She had moved away from the piano and gone over to a window seat, sinking on to it with her hands clasped in her lap. Light fell on her there, so that Soames could see her face, eyes, hair, strangely as he remembered them, strangely beautiful. He sat down on the edge of a satinwood chair, upholstered with silver-covered stuff, close to where he was standing. "You have not changed," he said.
"No. What have you come for?"
"To discuss things."
"I have heard what you want from your cousin."
"Well?"
"I am willing. I have always been."
The sound of her voice, reserved and close, the sight of her figure, watchfully poised, defensive, was helping him now. A thousand memories of her, ever on the watch against him, stirred and... "Perhaps you will be good enough, then, to give me information on which I can act. The law must be complied with."
"I have none to give you that you don't know of."
12 years? Do you suppose I can believe that?"
"I don't suppose you will believe anything I say, but it's the truth."
Soames looked at her hard. He had said that she had not changed. Now he perceived that she had, not in face, except that it was more beautiful, not in form, except that it was a little fuller. No, she had changed spiritually. There was more of her, as it were, something of activity and daring where there had been sheer passive resistance. "Ah," he thought, "that's her independent income. Confound Uncle Jolyon." "I suppose you're comfortably off now?" he said.
"Thank you, yes."
"Why didn't you let me provide for you? I would have, in spite of everything." A faint smile came on her lips, but she did not answer. "You're still my wife," said Soames. Why he said that, what he meant by it, he knew neither when he spoke nor after. It was a truism, almost preposterous, but its effect was startling. She rose from the window seat and stood for a moment perfectly still, looking at him. He could see her bosom heaving. Then she turned to the window and threw it open. "Why do that?" he said sharply. "You'll catch cold in that dress. I'm not dangerous." And he uttered a little sad laugh. She echoed it, faintly, bitterly. "It was habit." "Rather odd habit," said Soames as bitterly. "Shut the window." She shut it and sat down again. She had developed power, this woman, this wife of his. He felt it issuing from her as she sat there, in a sort of armour. And almost unconsciously he rose and moved nearer. He wanted to see the expression on her face. Her eyes met his unflinching. Heavens, how clear they were, and what a dark brown against that white skin and that burnt amber hair, and how white her shoulders. Funny sensation this. He ought to hate her. "You had better tell me," he said. "It's to your advantage to be free as well as to mine. That old matter is too old."
"I have told you."
"Do you mean to tell me that there has been nothing? Nobody?"
"Nobody. You must go to your own life."
Stung by that retort, Soames moved towards the piano and back to the hearth, to and fro, as he had been wont in the old days in their drawing-room, when his feelings were too much for him. "That won't do," he said. "You deserted me. In common justice it's for you." He saw her shrug those white shoulders, heard her murmur, "Yes. Why didn't you divorce me then? Should I have cared?" He stopped, and looked at her intently, with a sort of curiosity. What on earth did she do with herself if she really lived quite alone? And why had he not divorced her? The old feeling that she had never understood him, never done him justice, bit him while he stared at her. "Why couldn't you have made me a good wife?" he said.
"Yes, it was a crime to marry you. I have paid for it. You will find some way, perhaps. You needn't mind my name. I've none to lose. Now I think you'd better go."
A sense of defeat, of being defrauded of his self-justification and of something else beyond power of explanation to himself, beset Soames like the breath of a cold fog. Mechanically he reached up, took from the mantelshelf a little china bowl, reversed it, and said: "Lowestoft, where did you get this? I bought its fellow at Jobson's." And visited by the sudden memory of how, those many years ago, he and she had bought china together, he remained staring at the little bowl as if it contained all the past. Her voice roused him. "Take it, I don't want it." Soames put it back on the shelf. "Will you shake hands?" he said. A faint smile curved her lips. She held out her hand. It was cold to his rather feverish touch. She's made of ice, he thought. She was always made of ice. But even as that thought darted through him, his senses were assailed by the perfume of her dress and body, as though the warmth within her, which had never been for him, were struggling to show its presence. And he turned on his heel. He walked out and away, as if someone with a whip were after him, not even looking for a cab, glad of the empty embankment and the cold river, and the thick-strewn shadows of the plane tree leaves, confused, flurried, sore at heart and vaguely disturbed, as though he had made some deep mistake whose consequences he could not foresee. And the fantastic thought suddenly assailed him: if, instead of "I think you had better go," she had said, "I think you had better stay," what should he have felt? What would he have done? That cursed attraction of hers was there for him even now, after all these years of estrangement and bitter thoughts. It was there, ready to mount to his head at a sign, a touch. "I was a fool to go," he muttered. "I've advanced nothing. Who could imagine? I never thought." Memory, flown back to the first years of his marriage, played him torturing tricks. She had not deserved to keep her beauty, the beauty he had owned and known so well. And a kind of bitterness at the tenacity of his own admiration welled up in him. Most men would have hated the sight of her as she had deserved. She had spoiled his life, wounded his pride to death, defrauded him of a son, and yet the mere sight of her, cold and resisting as ever, had this power to upset him utterly. It was some damned magnetism she had. And no wonder if, as she asserted, she had lived untouched these last 12 years. So Bosinney, cursed be his memory, had lived on all this time with her. Soames could not tell whether he was glad of that knowledge or no. Nearing his club, at last he stopped to buy a paper. A headline ran: "Boers reported to repudiate suzerainty." Suzerainty! Just like her, he thought. She always did. Suzerainty. I still have it by rights. She must be awfully lonely in that wretched little flat. End of Part 1, Chapter 11.
Part 1, Chapter 12 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 12. On Forsyte Change. Soames belonged to two clubs: the Connoisseurs, which he put on his cards and seldom visited, and the Remove, which he did not put on his cards and frequented. He had joined this liberal institution 5 years ago, having made sure that its members were now nearly all sound Conservatives in heart and pocket, if not in principle. Uncle Nicholas had put him up. The fine reading room was decorated in the Adams style. On entering that evening he glanced at the tape for any news about the Transvaal, and noted that consols were down 7/16 since the morning. He was turning away to seek the reading room when a voice behind him said: "Well, Soames, that went off all right." It was Uncle Nicholas, in a frock coat and his special cut-away collar, with a black tie passed through a ring. Heavens, how young and dapper he looked at 82! "I think Roger'd have been pleased," his uncle went on. "The thing was very well done. Blackleys? I'll make a note of them. Buxton's done me no good. These Boers are upsetting me. That fellow Chamberlain's driving the country into war. What do you think?" "Bound to come," murmured Soames. Nicholas passed his hand over his thin, clean-shaven cheeks, very rosy after his summer cure. A slight pout had gathered on his lips. This business had revived all his liberal principles. "I mistrust that chap. He's a stormy petrel. House property will go down if there's war. You'll have trouble with Roger's estate. I often told him he ought to get out of some of his houses. He was an opinionated beggar." There was a pair of you, thought Soames. But he never argued with an uncle, in that way preserving their opinion of him as a long-headed chap, and the legal care of their property. "They tell me at Timothy's," said Nicholas, lowering his voice, "that Dartie has gone off at last. That'll be a relief to your father. He was a rotten egg." Again Soames nodded. If there was a subject on which the Forsytes really agreed, it was the character of Montague Dartie. "You take care," said Nicholas, "or he'll turn up again. Winifred had better have the tooth out, I should say. No use preserving what's gone bad." Soames looked at him sideways. His nerves, exacerbated by the interview he had just come through, disposed him to see a personal allusion in those words. "I'm advising her," he said shortly. "Well," said Nicholas, "the brougham's waiting. I must get home. I'm very poorly. Remember me to your father." And having thus reconsecrated the ties of blood, he passed down the steps at his youthful gait and was wrapped into his fur coat by the junior porter. "I've never known Uncle Nicholas other than very poorly," mused Soames, "or seen him look other than everlasting. What a family! Judging by him, I've got 38 years of health before me. Well, I'm not going to waste them." And going over to a mirror, he stood looking at his face. Except for a line or two, and 3 or 4 grey hairs, and his little dark moustache, had he aged any more than Irene? The prime of life, he and she in the very prime of life. And a fantastic thought shot into his mind. Absurd, idiotic, but again it came. And genuinely alarmed by the recurrence, as one is by the second fit of shivering which presages a feverish cold, he sat down on the weighing machine. 11 stone! He had not varied 2 pounds in 20 years. What age was she? Nearly 37, not too old to have a child, not at all. 37 on the 9th of next month. He remembered her birthday well. He had always observed it religiously, even that last birthday so soon before she left him, when he was almost certain she was faithless. 4 birthdays in his house. He had looked forward to them, because his gifts had meant a semblance of gratitude, a certain attempt at warmth. Except, indeed, that last birthday, which had tempted him to be too religious. And he shied away in thought. Memory heaps dead leaves on corpse-like deeds, from under which they do but vaguely offend the sense. And then he thought suddenly, "I could send her a present for her birthday. After all, we're Christians. Couldn't we join up again?" And he uttered a deep sigh sitting there. Annette! Ah, but between him and Annette was the need for that wretched divorce suit. And how? "A man can always work these things, if he'll take it on himself," Jolyon had said. But why should he take the scandal on himself with his whole career as a pillar of the law at stake? It was not fair. It was quixotic. 12 years' separation in which he had taken no steps to free himself put out of court the possibility of using her conduct with Bosinney as a ground for divorcing her. By doing nothing to secure relief he had acquiesced, even if the evidence could now be gathered, which was more than doubtful. Besides, his own pride would never let him use that old incident. He had suffered from it too much. No, nothing but fresh misconduct on her part, but she had denied it, and, almost, he had believed her. Hung up, utterly hung up. He rose from the scooped-out red velvet seat with a feeling of constriction about his vitals. He would never sleep with this going on in him, and taking coat and hat again, he went out, moving eastward. In Trafalgar Square he became aware of some special commotion travelling towards him out of the mouth of the Strand. It materialised in newspaper men calling out so loudly that no words whatever could be heard. He stopped to listen, and one came by. "Paper, special, ultimatum by Kruger, declaration of war." Soames bought the paper. There it was in the stop press. His first thought was, "The Boers are committing suicide." His second, "Is there anything still I ought to sell?" If so, he had missed the chance. There would certainly be a slump in the city to-morrow. He swallowed this thought with a nod of defiance. That ultimatum was insolent. Sooner than let it pass he was prepared to lose money. They wanted a lesson, and they would get it. But it would take 3 months at least to bring them to heel. There weren't the troops out there. Always behind time, the Government. Confound those newspaper rats. What was the use of waking everybody up? Breakfast to-morrow was quite soon enough. And he thought with alarm of his father. They would cry it down Park Lane. Hailing a hansom, he got in and told the man to drive there. James and Emily had just gone up to bed, and after communicating the news to Warmson, Soames prepared to follow. He paused by, afterthought, to say: "What do you think of it, Warmson?" The butler ceased passing a hat-brush over the silk hat Soames had taken off, and, inclining his face a little forward, said in a low voice: "Well, sir, they 'aven't a chance, of course, but I'm told they're very good shots. I've got a son in the Inniskillings." "You, Warmson? Why, I didn't know you were married." "No, sir, I don't talk of it. I expect he'll be going out." The slighter shock Soames had felt on discovering that he knew so little of one whom he thought he knew so well was lost in the slight shock of discovering that the war might touch one personally. Born in the year of the Crimean War, he had only come to consciousness by the time the Indian Mutiny was over. Since then the many little wars of the British Empire had been entirely professional, quite unconnected with the Forsytes and all they stood for in the body politic. This war would surely be no exception. But his mind ran hastily over his family. 2 of the Haymans, he had heard, were in some yeomanry or other. It had always been a pleasant thought. There was a certain distinction about the yeomanry. They wore, or used to wear, a blue uniform with silver about it, and rode horses. And Archibald, he remembered, had once on a time joined the militia, but had given it up because his father, Nicholas, had made such a fuss about his wasting his time peacocking about in a uniform. Recently he had heard somewhere that young Nicholas's eldest, the very young Nicholas, had become a volunteer. No, thought Soames, mounting the stairs slowly, there's nothing in that. He stood on the landing outside his parents' bed and dressing rooms, debating whether or not to put his nose in and say a reassuring word. Opening the landing window, he listened. The rumble from Piccadilly was all the sound he heard, and with the thought, if these motor cars increase it'll affect house property, he was about to pass on up to the room always kept ready for him when he heard, distant as yet, the hoarse rushing call of a news-vendor. There it was, and coming past the house. He knocked on his mother's door and went in. His father was sitting up in bed with his ears pricked under the white hair which Emily kept so beautifully cut. He looked pink and extraordinarily clean, in his setting of white sheet and pillow, out of which the points of his high, thin, night-gowned shoulders emerged in small peaks. His eyes alone, grey and distrustful under their withered lids, were moving from the window to Emily, who in a wrapper was walking up and down, squeezing a rubber ball attached to a scent bottle. The room reeked faintly of the eau de cologne she was spraying. "All right," said Soames, "it's not a fire. The Boers have declared war, that's all." Emily stopped her spraying. "Oh, was all she said, and looked at James. Soames, too, looked at his father. He was taking it differently from their expectation, as if some thought, strange to them, were working in him. He muttered suddenly. "I shan't live to see the end of this." "Nonsense, James. It'll be over by Christmas." "What do you know about it?" James answered her with asperity. "It's a pretty mess at this time of night, too." He lapsed into silence, and his wife and son, as if hypnotised, waited for him to say, "I can't tell. I don't know. I knew how it would be." But he did not. The grey eyes shifted, evidently seeing nothing in the room, then movement occurred under the bedclothes, and the knees were drawn up suddenly to a great height. "They ought to send out Roberts. It all comes from that fellow Gladstone and his Majuba." The two listeners noted something beyond the usual in his voice, something of real anxiety. It was as if he had said, "I shall never see the old country peaceful and safe again. I shall have to die before I know she's won." And in spite of the feeling that James must not be encouraged to be fussy, they were touched. Soames went up to the bedside and stroked his father's hand, which had emerged from under the bedclothes, long and wrinkled with veins. "Mark my words," said James, "Consols will go to Par. For all I know, Val may go and enlist." "Oh, come, James," cried Emily, "you talk as if there were danger." Her comfortable voice seemed to soothe James for once. "Well," he muttered, "I told you how it would be. I don't know, I'm sure; nobody tells me anything. Are you sleeping here, my boy?" The crisis was past. He would now compose himself to his normal degree of anxiety, and assuring his father that he was sleeping in the house, Soames pressed his hand and went up to his room. The following afternoon witnessed the greatest crowd Timothy's had known for many a year. On national occasions such as this it was indeed almost impossible to avoid going there. Not that there was any danger, or rather only just enough to make it necessary to assure each other that there was none. Nicholas was there early. He had seen Soames the night before. Soames had said it was bound to come. This old Kruger was in his dotage. Why, he must be 75 if he was a day. Nicholas was 82. What had Timothy said? He had had a fit after Majuba. These Boers were a grasping lot. The dark-haired Francie, who had arrived on his heels, with the contradictious touch which became the free spirit of a daughter of Roger, chimed in: "Kettle and pot, Uncle Nicholas. What price the Uitlanders?" What price indeed? A new expression, and believed to be due to her brother George. Aunt Juley thought Francie ought not to say such a thing. Dear Mrs. MacAnder's boy, Charlie MacAnder, was one, and no one could call him grasping. At this Francie uttered one of her mots, scandalising and so frequently repeated: "Well, his father's a Scotchman, and his mother's a cat." Aunt Juley covered her ears, too late, but Aunt Hester smiled. As for Nicholas, he pouted. Witticism of which he was not the author was hardly to his taste. Just then Marion Tweetyman arrived, followed almost immediately by young Nicholas. On seeing his son, Nicholas rose. "Well, I must be going," he said. "Nick here will tell you what'll win the race." And with this hit at his eldest, who as a pillar of accountancy and director of an insurance company was no more addicted to sport than his father had ever been, he departed. Dear Nicholas! What race was that? Or was it only one of his jokes? He was a wonderful man for his age. How many lumps would dear Marion take, and how were Giles and Jessie? Aunt Juley supposed their yeomanry would be very busy now, guarding the coast, though of course the Boers had no ships. But one never knew what the French might do if they had the chance, especially since that dreadful Fashoda scare, which had upset Timothy so terribly that he had made no investments for months afterwards. It was the ingratitude of the Boers that was so dreadful, after everything had been done for them. Dr. Jameson imprisoned, and he was so nice, Mrs. MacAnder had always said. And Sir Alfred Milner sent out to talk to them, such a clever man. She didn't know what they wanted. But at this moment occurred one of those sensations, so precious at Timothy's, which great occasions sometimes bring forth. Miss June Forsyte. Aunts Juley and Hester were on their feet at once, trembling from smothered resentment, and old affection bubbling up, and pride at the return of the prodigal June. Well, this was a surprise. Dear June, after all these years, and how well she was looking, not changed at all. It was almost on their lips to add, "And how is your dear grandfather?" forgetting in that giddy moment that poor dear Jolyon had been in his grave for 7 years now. Ever the most courageous and downright of all the Forsytes, June, with her decided chin and her spirited eyes and her hair like flame, sat down, slight and short, on a gilt chair with a bead-work seat, for all the world as if 10 years had not elapsed since she had been to see them, 10 years of travel and independence and devotion to lame ducks. Those ducks of late had been all definitely painters, etchers, or sculptors, so that her impatience with the Forsytes and their hopelessly inartistic outlook had become intense. Indeed, she had almost ceased to believe that her family existed, and looked round her now with a sort of challenging directness which brought exquisite discomfort to the roomful. She had not expected to meet any of them but the "poor old things," and why she had come to see them she hardly knew, except that while on her way from Oxford Street to a studio in Latimer Road, she had suddenly remembered them with compunction as 2 long-neglected old lame ducks. Aunt Juley broke the hush again. "We've just been saying, dear, how dreadful it is about these bores, and what an impudent thing of that old Kruger." "Impudent?" said June. "I think he's quite right. What business have we to meddle with them? If he turned out all those wretched Uitlanders it would serve them right. They're only after money." The silence of sensation was broken by Francie saying: "What, are you a pro-Boer?" Undoubtedly the first use of that expression. "Well, why can't we leave them alone?" said June, just as, in the open doorway, the maid said, "Mr. Soames Forsyte." Sensation on sensation. Greeting was almost held up by curiosity to see how June and he would take this encounter, for it was shrewdly suspected, if not quite known, that they had not met since that old and lamentable affair of her fiancé Bosinney with Soames's wife. They were seen to just touch each other's hands, and look each at the other's left eye only. Aunt Juley came at once to the rescue. "Dear June is so original. Fancy, Soames, she thinks the Boers are not to blame." "They only want their independence," said June, "and why shouldn't they have it?" "Because," answered Soames, with his smile a little on one side, "they happen to have agreed to our suzerainty." "Suzerainty?" repeated June scornfully. "We shouldn't like anyone's suzerainty over us." "They got advantages in payment," replied Soames. "A contract is a contract." "Contracts are not always just," fumed out June, "and when they're not, they ought to be broken. The Boers are much the weaker; we could afford to be generous." Soames sniffed. "That's mere sentiment," he said. Aunt Hester, to whom nothing was more awful than any kind of disagreement, here leaned forward and remarked decisively: "What lovely weather it has been for the time of year." But June was not to be diverted. "I don't know why sentiment should be sneered at. It's the best thing in the world." She looked defiantly round, and Aunt Juley had to intervene again. "Have you bought any pictures lately, Soames?" Her incomparable instinct for the wrong subject had not failed her. Soames flushed. To disclose the name of his latest purchases would be like walking into the jaws of disdain, for somehow they all knew of June's predilection for "genius not yet on its legs," and her contempt for success, unless she had had a finger in securing it. "1 or 2," he muttered. But June's face had changed. The Forsyte within her was seeing its chance. Why should not Soames buy some of the pictures of Eric Cobbley, her last lame duck? And she promptly opened her attack. Did Soames know his work? It was so wonderful. He was the coming man. Oh yes, Soames knew his work. It was in his view splashy, and would never get hold of the public. June blazed up. "Of course it won't. That's the last thing one would wish for. I thought you were a connoisseur, not a picture dealer." "Of course Soames is a connoisseur," Aunt Juley said hastily. "He has wonderful taste. He can always tell beforehand what's going to be successful." "Oh!" gasped June, and sprang up from the bead-covered chair. I hate that standard of success. Why can't people buy things because they like them?" "You mean," said Francie, "because you like them." And in the slight pause young Nicholas was heard saying gently that Violet, his fourth, was taking lessons in pastel. He didn't know if they were any use. "Well, good bye, auntie," said June. "I must get on." And kissing her aunts, she looked defiantly round the room, said good bye again, and went. A breeze seemed to pass out with her, as if everyone had sighed. The third sensation came before anyone had time to speak. "Mr. James Forsyte." James came in using a stick slightly, and wrapped in a fur coat which gave him a fictitious bulk. Everyone stood up. James was so old, and he had not been at Timothy's for nearly 2 years. "It's hot in here," he said. Soames divested him of his coat, and as he did so he could not help admiring the glossy way his father was turned out. James sat down, all knees, elbows, frock coat, and long white whiskers. "What's the meaning of that?" he said. Though there was no apparent sense in his words, they all knew that he was referring to June. His eyes searched his son's face. "I thought I'd come and see for myself. What have they answered Kruger?" Soames took out an evening paper and read the headline: "Instant action by our Government. State of war existing." "Ah," said James, and sighed. "I was afraid they'd cut and run like old Gladstone. We shall finish with them this time." All stared at him. James! Always fussy, nervous, anxious. James, with his continual "I told you how it would be," and his pessimism, and his cautious investments. There was something uncanny about such resolution in this, the oldest living Forsyte. "Where's Timothy?" said James. "He ought to pay attention to this." Aunt Juley said she didn't know. Timothy had not said much at lunch to-day. Aunt Hester rose and threaded her way out of the room, and Francie said rather maliciously: "The Boers are a hard nut to crack, Uncle James." Muttered James. "Where do you get your information? Nobody tells me." Young Nicholas remarked in his mild voice that Nick, his eldest, was now going to drill regularly. "Ah!" muttered James, and stared before him. His thoughts were on Val. "He's got to look after his mother," he said. "He's got no time for drilling and that, with that father of his." This cryptic saying produced silence until he spoke again. "What did June want here?" And his eyes rested with suspicion on all of them in turn. "Her father's a rich man now." The conversation turned on Jolyon, and when he had been seen last. It was supposed that he went abroad and saw all sorts of people now that his wife was dead. His water-colours were on the line, and he was a successful man. Francie went so far as to say, "I should like to see him again. He was rather a dear." Aunt Juley recalled how he had gone to sleep on the sofa one day, where James was sitting. He had always been very amiable. What did Soames think? Knowing that Jolyon was Irene's trustee, all felt the delicacy of this question, and looked at Soames with interest. A faint pink had come up in his cheeks. "He's going grey," he said. Indeed! Had Soames seen him? Soames nodded, and the pink vanished. James said suddenly: "Well, I don't know. I can't tell." It so exactly expressed the sentiment of everybody present that there was something behind everything, that nobody responded. But at this moment Aunt Hester returned. "Timothy," she said in a low voice, "Timothy has bought a map, and he's put in 3 flags." Timothy had... A sigh went round the company. If Timothy had indeed put in 3 flags already, well! It showed what the nation could do when it was roused. The war was as good as over. End of Part 1, Chapter 12. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 1, Chapter 13 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery. by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 13. Jolyon Finds Out Where He Is. Jolyon stood at the window in Holly's old night nursery, converted into a studio, not because it had a north light, but for its view over the prospect away to the grand stand at Epsom. He shifted to the side window which overlooked the stable yard, and whistled down to the dog Balthazar, who lay forever under the clock tower. The old dog looked up and wagged his tail. Poor old boy, thought Jolyon, shifting back to the other window. He had been restless all this week, since his attempt to prosecute trusteeship, uneasy in his conscience, which was ever acute, disturbed in his sense of compassion, which was easily excited, and with a queer sensation as if his feeling for beauty had received some definite embodiment. Autumn was getting hold of the old oak tree; its leaves were browning. Sunshine had been plentiful and hot this summer. As with trees, so with men's lives. "I ought to live long," thought Jolyon. "I'm getting mildewed for want of heat. If I can't work, I shall be off to Paris." But memory of Paris gave him no pleasure. Besides, how could he go? He must stay and see what Soames was going to do. "I'm her trustee. I can't leave her unprotected," he thought. It had been striking him as curious how very clearly he could still see Irene in her little drawing-room, which he had only twice entered. Her beauty must have a sort of poignant harmony. No literal portrait would ever do her justice. The essence of her was... what? The noise of hoofs called him back to the other window. Holly was riding into the yard on her long-tailed palfrey. She looked up and he waved to her. She had been rather silent lately. Getting old, he supposed, beginning to want her future as they all did, youngsters. Time was certainly the devil. And with the feeling that to waste this swift-travelling commodity was unforgivable folly, he took up his brush. But it was no use; he could not concentrate his eye; besides, the light was going. "I'll go up to town," he thought. In the hall a servant met him. "A lady to see you, sir. Mrs. Heron." Extraordinary coincidence! Passing into the picture gallery, as it was still called, he saw Irene standing over by the window. She came towards him, saying: "I've been trespassing. I came up through the coppice and garden. I always used to come that way to see Uncle Jolyon." "You couldn't trespass here," replied Jolyon. "History makes that impossible. I was just thinking of you." Irene smiled, and it was as if something shone through, not mere spirituality, serener, completer, more alluring. "History," she answered. "I once told Uncle Jolyon that love was forever. Well, it isn't. Only aversion lasts." Jolyon stared at her. Had she got over Bosinney at last? "Yes," he said, "aversion's deeper than love or hate, because it's a natural product of the nerves, and we don't change them. I came to tell you that Soames has been to see me. He said a thing that frightened me. He said you were still my wife." "What?" ejaculated Jolyon. "You ought not to live alone." And he continued to stare at her, afflicted by the thought that where beauty was, nothing ever ran quite straight, which no doubt was why so many people looked on it as immoral. "What more?" "He asked me to shake hands." "Did you?" "Yes. When he came in, I'm sure he didn't want to. He changed while he was there." "Ah! You certainly ought not to go on living there alone." "I know no woman I could ask, and I can't take a lover to order, Cousin Jolyon." "Heaven forbid!" said Jolyon. "What a damnable position! Will you stay to dinner? No? Well, let me see you back to town. I wanted to go up this evening." "Truly?" "Truly. I'll be ready in 5 minutes." On that walk to the station they talked of pictures and music, contrasting the English and French characters and the difference in their attitude to art. But to Jolyon the colours in the hedges of the long straight lane, the twittering of chaffinches who kept pace with them, the perfume of weeds being already burned, the turn of her neck, the fascination of those dark eyes bent on him now and then, the lure of her whole figure, made a deeper impression than the remarks they exchanged. Unconsciously he held himself straighter, walked with a more elastic step. In the train he put her through a sort of catechism as to what she did with her days. Made her dresses, shopped, visited a hospital, played her piano, translated from the French. She had regular work from a publisher, it seemed, which supplemented her income a little. She seldom went out in the evening. "I've been living alone so long, you see, that I don't mind it a bit. I believe I'm naturally solitary." "I don't believe that," said Jolyon. "Do you know many people?" "Very few." At Waterloo they took a hansom, and he drove with her to the door of her mansions. Squeezing her hand at parting, he said: "You know, you could always come to us at Robin Hill. You must let me know everything that happens. Good bye, Irene." "Good bye," she answered softly. Jolyon climbed back into his cab, wondering why he had not asked her to dine and go to the theatre with him. Solitary, starved, hung-up life that she had. "Hotchpotch Club," he said through the trap-door. As his hansom debouched on to the Embankment, a man in top hat and overcoat passed, walking quickly, so close to the wall that he seemed to be scraping it. "By Jove," thought Jolyon, "Soames himself. What's he up to now?" And stopping the cab round the corner, he got out and retraced his steps to where he could see the entrance to the mansions. Soames had halted in front of them, and was looking up at the light in her windows. "If he goes in," thought Jolyon, "what shall I do? What have I the right to do? What the fellow had said was true. She was still his wife, absolutely without protection from annoyance. Well, if he goes in," he thought, "I follow." And he began moving towards the mansions. Again Soames advanced. He was in the very entrance now. But suddenly he stopped, spun round on his heel, and came back towards the river. "What now?" thought Jolyon. "In a dozen steps he'll recognise me." And he turned tail. His cousin's footsteps kept pace with his own. But he reached his cab and got in before Soames had turned the corner. "Go on," he said through the trap. Soames' figure ranged up alongside. "Hansom," he said. "Engaged. Hello!" "Hello," answered Jolyon. "You?" The quick suspicion on his cousin's face, white in the lamplight, decided him. "I can give you a lift," he said, "if you're going west." "Thanks," answered Soames, and got in. "I've been seeing Irene," said Jolyon when the cab had started. "Indeed." "You went to see her yesterday yourself, I understand." "I did," said Soames. "She's my wife, you know." The tone, the half-lifted sneering lip, roused sudden anger in Jolyon, but he subdued it. "You ought to know best," he said, "but if you want a divorce it's not very wise to go seeing her, is it? One can't run with the hare and hunt with the hounds?" "You're very good to warn me," said Soames, "but I have not made up my mind." "She has," said Jolyon, looking straight before him. "You can't take things up, you know, as they were 12 years ago." "That remains to be seen." "Look here," said Jolyon, "she's in a damnable position, and I am the only person with any legal say in her affairs." "Except myself," retorted Soames, "who am also in a damnable position. Hers is what she made for herself, mine what she made for me. I am not at all sure that in her own interests I shan't require her to return to me." "What?" exclaimed Jolyon, and a shiver went through his whole body. "I don't know what you mean by what," answered Soames coldly. "Your say in her affairs is confined to paying out her income, please bear that in mind. In choosing not to disgrace her by a divorce, I retained my rights, and as I say, I'm not at all sure that I shan't require to exercise them." "My God!" ejaculated Jolyon, and he uttered a short laugh. "Yes," said Soames, and there was a deadly quality in his voice. "I've not forgotten the nickname your father gave me, the man of property. I'm not called names for nothing." "This is fantastic," murmured Jolyon. Well, the fellow couldn't force his wife to live with him; those days were past anyway. And he looked around at Soames with the thought: "Is he real, this man?" But Soames looked very real, sitting square yet almost elegant, with the clipped moustache on his pale face, and a tooth showing where a lip was lifted, in a fixed smile. There was a long silence, while Jolyon thought: "Instead of helping her, I've made things worse." Suddenly Soames said: "It would be the best thing that could happen to her in many ways." At those words such a turmoil began taking place in Jolyon that he could barely sit still in the cab. It was as if he were boxed up with hundreds of thousands of his countrymen, boxed up with that something in the national character which had always been to him revolting, something which he knew to be extremely natural and yet which seemed to him inexplicable, their intense belief in contracts and vested rights, their complacent sense of virtue in the exaction of those rights. Here beside him in the cab was the very embodiment, the corporeal sum, as it were, of the possessive instinct, his own kinsman too. It was uncanny and intolerable. "But there's something more in it than that," he thought with a sick feeling. The dog, they say, returns to his vomit. The sight of her has reawakened something. Beauty. The devil's in it. "As I say," said Soames, "I have not made up my mind. I shall be obliged if you will kindly leave her quite alone." Jolyon bit his lips. He who had always hated rows almost welcomed the thought of one now. "I can give you no such promise," he said shortly. "Very well," said Soames, "then we know where we are. I'll get down here." And stopping the cab he got out without word or sign of farewell. Jolyon travelled on to his club. The first news of the war was being called in the streets, but he paid no attention. What could he do to help her? If only his father were alive, he could have done so much. But why could he not do all that his father could have done? Was he not old enough? Turned 50 and twice married, with grown-up daughters and a son? Queer, he thought. If she were plain I shouldn't be thinking twice about it. Beauty is the devil when you're sensitive to it. And into the club reading-room he went with a disturbed heart. In that very room he and Bosinney had talked one summer afternoon. He well remembered even now the disguised and secret lecture he had given that young man in the interests of June, the diagnosis of the Forsytes he had hazarded, and how he had wondered what sort of woman it was he was warning him against. And now he was almost in want of a warning himself. "It's deuced funny," he thought. "Really deuced funny." End of Part 1, Chapter 13. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 1, Chapter 14 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 14. Soames discovers what he wants. It is so much easier to say, "Then we know where we are," than to mean anything particular by the words. And in saying them Soames did but vent the jealous rankling of his instincts. He got out of the cab in a state of wary anger, with himself for not having seen Irene, with Jolyon for having seen her, and now with his inability to tell exactly what he wanted. He had abandoned the cab because he could not bear to remain seated beside his cousin, and walking briskly eastwards he thought, "I wouldn't trust that fellow Jolyon a yard. Once outcast, always outcast." The chap had a natural sympathy with laxity. He had shied at the word sin because it was too melodramatic for use by a Forsyte. Indecision and desire was to him a new feeling. He was like a child between a promised toy and an old one which had been taken away from him, and he was astonished at himself. Only last Sunday desire had seemed simple, just as freedom and Annette. "I'll go and dine there," he thought. To see her might bring back his singleness of intention, calm his exasperation, clear his mind. The restaurant was fairly full, a good many foreigners and folk whom, from their appearance, he took to be literary or artistic. Scraps of conversation came his way through the clatter of plates and glasses. He distinctly heard the Boers sympathised with, the British Government blamed. "Don't think much of their clientele," he thought. He went stolidly through his dinner and special coffee without making his presence known, and when at last he had finished, was careful not to be seen going towards the sanctum of Madame Lamotte. They were, as he entered, having supper; such a much nicer-looking supper than the dinner he had eaten that he felt a kind of grief. And they greeted him with a surprise so seemingly genuine that he thought with sudden suspicion, "I believe they knew I was here all the time." He gave Annette a look furtive and searching. So pretty, seemingly so candid. Could she be angling for him? He turned to Madame Lamotte and said, "I've been dining here." Really, if she had only known! There were dishes she could have recommended. What a pity! Soames was confirmed in his suspicion. "I must look out what I'm doing," he thought sharply. "Another little cup of very special coffee, monsieur, et liqueur, Grand Marnier," and Madame Lamotte rose to order these delicacies. Alone with Annette, Soames said, "Well, Annette?" with a defensive little smile about his lips. The girl blushed. This, which last Sunday would have set his nerves tingling, now gave him much the same feeling a man has when a dog that he owns wriggles and looks at him. He had a curious sense of power, as if he could have said to her, "Come and kiss me," and she would have come. And yet, it was strange, but there seemed another face and form in the room too, and the itch in his nerves, was it for that, or for this? He jerked his head towards the restaurant and said, "You have some queer customers. Do you like this life?" Annette looked up at him for a moment, looked down and played with her fork. "No," she said, "I do not like it." "I've got her," thought Soames, "if I want her. But do I want her?" She was graceful, she was pretty, very pretty. She was fresh, she had taste of a kind. His eyes travelled round the little room, but the eyes of his mind went another journey. A half light and silvery walls, a satinwood piano, a woman standing against it, reined back as it were from him, a woman with white shoulders that he knew, and dark eyes that he had sought to know, and hair like dull dark amber. And as in an artist who strives for the unrealizable and is ever thirsty, so there rose in him at that moment the thirst of the old passion he had never satisfied. "Well," he said calmly, "you're young. There's everything before you." Annette shook her head. "I think sometimes there is nothing before me but hard work. I am not so in love with work as Mother." "Your mother is a wonder," said Soames, faintly mocking. "She will never let failure lodge in her house." Annette sighed. "It must be wonderful to be rich." "Oh, you'll be rich some day," answered Soames, still with that faint mockery. "Don't be afraid." Annette shrugged her shoulders. "Monsieur is very kind," and between her pouting lips she put a chocolate. "Yes, my dear," thought Soames, "they're very pretty." Madame Lamotte, with coffee and liqueur, put an end to that colloquy. Soames did not stay long. Outside in the streets of Soho, which always gave him such a feeling of property improperly owned, he mused. If only Irene had given him a son, he wouldn't now be squirming after women. The thought had jumped out of its little dark sentry box in his inner consciousness. A son, something to look forward to, something to make the rest of life worth while, something to leave himself to, some perpetuity of self. If I had a son, he thought bitterly, a proper legal son, I could make shift to go on as I used. One woman's much the same as another after all. But as he walked he shook his head. No, one woman was not the same as another. Many a time had he tried to think that in the old days of his thwarted married life, and he had always failed. He was failing now. He was trying to think Annette the same as that other. But she was not. She had not the lure of that old passion. And Irene's my wife, he thought. My legal wife. I have done nothing to put her away from me. Why shouldn't she come back to me? It's the right thing, the lawful thing. It makes no scandal, no disturbance. If it's disagreeable to her, but why should it be? I'm not a leper, and she's no longer in love. Why should he be put to the shifts and the sordid disgraces and the lurking defeats of the divorce court, when there she was like an empty house, only waiting to be retaken into use and possession by him who legally owned her? To one so secretive as Soames, the thought of re-entry into quiet possession of his own property with nothing given away to the world was intensely alluring. "No," he mused, "I'm glad I went to see that girl. I know now what I want most. If only Irene will come back, I'll be as considerate as she wishes, she could live her own life. But perhaps she would come round to me." There was a lump in his throat, and doggedly along by the railings of the Green Park, towards his father's house he went, trying to tread on his shadow walking before him in the brilliant moonlight. End of Part 1, Chapter 14. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 1
The Third Generation. Jolly Forsyte was strolling down High Street, Oxford, on a November afternoon. Val Dartie was strolling up. Jolly had just changed out of boating flannels and was on his way to the frying pan, to which he had recently been elected. Val had just changed out of riding clothes and was on his way to the Fire, a bookmaker's in Cornmarket. "Hello," said Jolly. "Hello," replied Val. The cousins had met but twice, Jolly, the second-year man, having invited the freshman to breakfast, and last evening they had seen each other again under somewhat exotic circumstances. Over a tailor's in Cornmarket resided one of those privileged young beings called minors, whose inheritances are large, whose parents are dead, whose guardians are remote, and whose instincts are vicious. At 19 he had commenced one of those careers attractive and inexplicable to ordinary mortals, for whom a single bankruptcy is as good as a feast. Already famous for having the only roulette table then to be found in Oxford, he was anticipating his expectations at a dazzling rate. He outcrummed Crum, though of a sanguine and rather beefy type, which lacked the latter's fascinating languor. For Val it had been in the nature of baptism to be taken there to play roulette, in the nature of confirmation to get back into college after hours through a window whose bars were deceptive. Once, during that evening of delight, glancing up from the seductive green before him, he had caught sight through a cloud of smoke of his cousin standing opposite. Rouge gagné, impair et manque. He had not seen him again. "Come into the frying pan and have tea," said Jolly, and they went in. A stranger, seeing them together, would have noticed an unseizable resemblance between these second cousins of the third generation of Forsytes, the same bone formation in face, though Jolly's eyes were darker grey, his hair lighter and more wavy. "Tea and buttered buns, waiter, please," said Jolly. "Have one of my cigarettes," said Val. "I saw you last night. How did you do?" "I didn't pay." "I won 15 quid." Though desirous of repeating a whimsical comment on gambling he had once heard his father make, "When you're fleeced you're sick, and when you fleece you're sorry," Jolly contented himself with "Rotten game, I think. I was at school with that chap. He's an awful fool." "Oh, I don't know," said Val, as one might speak in defence of a disparaged god. "He's a pretty good sport." They exchanged whiffs in silence. "You met my people, didn't you?" said Jolly. "They're coming up tomorrow." Val grew a little red. "Really? I can give you a rare good tip for the Manchester November handicap." "Thanks. I only take an interest in the classic races." "You can't make any money over them," said Val. "I hate the ring," said Jolly. "There's such a row and stink. I like the paddock." "I like to back my judgment," answered Val. Jolly smiled. His smile was like his father's. "I haven't got any. I always lose money if I bet." "You have to buy experience, of course." "Yes, but it's all messed up with doing people in the eye." "Of course, or they'll do you. That's the excitement." Jolly looked a little scornful. "What do you do with yourself? Row?" "No, ride and drive about. I'm going to play polo next term if I can get my granddad to stump up." "That's old Uncle James, isn't it? What's he like?" "Older than 40 hills," said Val, "and always thinking he's going to be ruined." "I suppose my granddad and he were brothers." "I don't believe any of that old lot were sportsmen," said Val. "They must have worshipped money." "Mine didn't," said Jolly warmly. Val flipped the ash off his cigarette. "Money's only fit to spend," he said. "I wish the deuce I had more." Jolly gave him that direct upward look of judgment which he had inherited from old Jolyon. One didn't talk about money. And again there was silence, while they drank tea and ate the buttered buns. "Where are your people going to stay?" asked Val, elaborately casual. "Rainbow. What do you think of the war?" "Rotten so far. The Boers aren't sports a bit. Why don't they come out into the open?" "Why should they? They've got everything against them except their way of fighting. I rather admire them." "They can ride and shoot," admitted Val, "but they're a lousy lot. Do you know Crum?" "Of Merton? Only by sight." He's in that first set too, isn't he? Rather la-di-da and Brummagem.
Val said fixedly,
He's a friend of mine. Oh, sorry.
and they sat awkwardly, staring past each other, having pitched on their pet points of snobbery. For Jolly was forming himself unconsciously on a set whose motto was, "We defy you to bore us. Life isn't half long enough, and we're going to talk faster and more crisply, do more and know more, and dwell less on any subject than you can possibly imagine. We are the best, made of wire and whipcord." And Val was unconsciously forming himself on a set whose motto was, "We defy you to interest or excite us. We have had every sensation, or if we haven't, we pretend we have. We are so exhausted with living that no hours are too small for us. We will lose our shirts with equanimity. We have flown fast and are past everything. All is cigarette smoke. Bismillah." Competitive spirit, bone deep in the English, was obliging those two young Forsytes to have ideals, and at the close of a century ideals are mixed. The aristocracy had already in the main adopted the jumping Jesus principle, though here and there one, like Crumb, who was an honourable, stood starkly languid for that gambler's nirvana which had been the summum bonum of the old dandies and of the mashers in the 80s, and round Crumb was still gathered a forlorn hope of blue bloods with a plutocratic following. But there was between the cousins another far less obvious antipathy, coming from the unseizable family resemblance, which each perhaps resented, or from some half consciousness of that old feud persisting between their branches of the clan, formed within them by odd words or half hints dropped by their elders. And Jolly, tinkling his teaspoon, was musing, "His typing and his waistcoat and his drawl and his betting, good Lord!" And Val, finishing his bun, was thinking, "He's rather a young beast." "I suppose you'll be meeting your people," he said, getting up. "I wish you'd tell them that I should like to show them over B.N.C. Not that there's anything much there. If they'd care to come." "Thanks. I'll ask them. Would they lunch? I've got rather a decent scout." Jolly doubted if they would have time. "You'll ask them, though?" "Very good of you," said Jolly, fully meaning that they should not go, but instinctively polite. He added, "You'd better come and have dinner with us to-morrow." "Rather. What time?" 7:30. "Dress?" "No." And they parted, a subtle antagonism alive within them. Holly and her father arrived by a midday train. It was her first visit to the city of spires and dreams, and she was very silent, looking almost shyly at the brother who was part of this wonderful place. After lunch she wandered, examining his household gods with intense curiosity. Jolly's sitting room was panelled, and art represented by a set of Bartolozzi prints which had belonged to old Jolyon, and by college photographs of young men, live young men, a little heroic, and to be compared with her memories of Val. Jolyon also scrutinised with care that evidence of his boy's character and tastes. Jolly was anxious that they should see him rowing, so they set forth to the river. Holly, between her brother and her father, felt elated when heads were turned and eyes rested on her. That they might see him to the best advantage, they left him at the barge, and crossed the river to the towing path. Slight in build, for of all the Forsytes only old Swithin and George were beefy, Jolly was rowing 2 in a trial 8. He looked very earnest and strenuous. With pride, Jolyon thought him the best-looking boy of the lot. Holly, as became a sister, was more struck by one or two of the others, but would not have said so for the world. The river was bright that afternoon, the meadows lush, and the trees still beautiful with colour. Distinguished peace clung around the old city. Jolyon promised himself a day's sketching, if the weather held. The 8 passed a second time, spurting home along the barges. Jolly's face was very set, so as not to show that he was blown. They returned across the river and waited for him. "Oh," said Jolly in Christchurch Meadows, "I had to ask that chap Val Dartie to dine with us tonight. He wanted to give you lunch and show you B.N.C., so I thought I'd better. Then you needn't go. I didn't like him much."
Holly's rather sallow face had become suffused with pink. "Why not?"
"Oh, I don't know. He seems to me rather showy and bad form. What are his people like, Dad? He's only a second cousin, isn't he?"
Jolyon took refuge in a smile. "Ask Holly," he said. "She saw his uncle." "I liked Val," Holly answered, staring at the ground before her. "His uncle looked awfully different." She stole a glance at Jolly from under her lashes. "Did you ever," said Jolyon with whimsical intention, "hear our family history, my dears? It's quite a fairy tale. The first Jolyon Forsyte, at all events the first we know anything of, and that would be your great-great-grandfather, dwelt in the land of Dorset, on the edge of the sea, being by profession an agriculturalist, as your great-aunt put it, and the son of an agriculturalist. Farmers, in fact. Your grandfather used to call them very small beer." He looked at Jolly to see how his lordliness was standing it, and with the other eye noted Holly's malicious pleasure in the slight drop of her brother's face. "We may suppose him thick and sturdy, standing for England as it was before the industrial era began. The second Jolyon Forsyte, your great-grandfather, Jolly, better known as Superior Dorset Forsyte, built houses, as the chronicle runs, begat 10 children, and migrated to London town. It is known that he drank sherry. We may suppose him representing the England of Napoleon's wars and general unrest. The eldest of his 6 sons was the third Jolyon, your grandfather, my dears, tea merchant and chairman of companies, one of the soundest Englishmen who ever lived, and to me the dearest." Jolyon's voice had lost its irony, and his son and daughter gazed at him solemnly. He was just and tenacious, tender and young at heart. You remember him, and I remember him. Pass to the others. Your great-uncle James, that's young Val's grandfather, had a son called Soames, whereby hangs a tale of no love lost, and I don't think I'll tell it you. James and the other 8 children of Superior Dorset, of whom there are still 5 alive, may be said to have represented Victorian England, with its principles of trade and individualism at 5%, and your money back, if you know what that means. At all events, they've turned £30,000 into a cool £1,000,000 between them in the course of their long lives. They never did a wild thing, unless it was your great-uncle Swithin, who I believe was once swindled at Thimblerig, and was called 4-in-hand Forsyte because he drove a pair. Their day is passing, and their type, not altogether for the advantage of the country. They were pedestrian, but they too were sound. I'm the 4th Jolyon Forsyte, a poor holder of the name."
"No, Dad,"
said Jolly, and Holly squeezed his hand. "Yes," repeated Jolyon, "a poor specimen, representing, I'm afraid, nothing but the end of the century, unearned income, amateurism, and individual liberty. A different thing from individualism, Jolly. You're the 5th Jolyon Forsyte, old man, and you open the ball of the new century." As he spoke, they turned in through the college gates, and Holly said, "It's fascinating, Dad." None of them quite knew what she meant. Jolly was grave. The Rainbow, distinguished as only an Oxford hostel can be for lack of modernity, provided one small oak-panelled private sitting-room, in which Holly sat to receive, white-frocked, shy and alone, when the only guest arrived. Rather as one would touch a moth, Val took her hand. And wouldn't she wear this measly flower? It would look ripping in her hair. He removed a gardenia from his coat. "Oh no, thank you, I couldn't." But she took it, and pinned it at her neck, having suddenly remembered that word "showy." Val's buttonhole would give offence, and she so much wanted Jolly to like him. Did she realise that Val was at his best and quietest in her presence? And was that, perhaps, half the secret of his attraction for her? "I never said anything about our ride, Val." "Rather not. It's just between us." By the uneasiness of his hands and the fidgeting of his feet he was giving her a sense of power very delicious, a soft feeling too, the wish to make him happy. "Do tell me about Oxford. It must be ever so lovely."
Val admitted that it was frightfully decent to do what you liked. The lectures were nothing, and there were some very good chaps. "Only," he added, "of course I wish I was in town and could come down and see you." Holly moved one hand shyly on her knee, and her glance dropped. "You haven't forgotten," he said, suddenly gathering courage, "that we're going mad rabbiting together?" Holly smiled. "Oh, that was only make-believe. One can't do that sort of thing after one's grown up, you know." "Dash it, cousins can," said Val. "Next long vac. It begins in June, you know, and goes on for ever. We'll watch our chance." But, though the thrill of conspiracy ran through her veins, Holly shook her head. "It won't come off," she murmured. "Won't it?" said Val fervently. "Who's going to stop it? Not your father or your brother." At this moment Jolyon and Jolly came in, and romance fled into Val's patent leather and Holly's white satin toes, where it itched and tingled during an evening not conspicuous for open-heartedness. Sensitive to atmosphere, Jolyon soon felt the latent antagonism between the boys, and was puzzled by Holly, so he became unconsciously ironical, which is fatal to the expansiveness of youth. A letter handed to him after dinner reduced him to a silence hardly broken, till Jolly and Val rose to go. He went out with them, smoking his cigar, and walked with his son to the gates of Christ Church. Turning back, he took out the letter and read it again beneath a lamp. "Dear Jolyon, Soames came again tonight, my 37th birthday. You were right, I mustn't stay here. I'm going tomorrow to the Piedmont Hotel, but I won't go abroad without seeing you. I feel lonely and downhearted. Yours affectionately, Irene." He folded the letter back into his pocket and walked on, astonished at the violence of his feelings. What had the fellow said or done? He turned into High Street, down the turf, and on among a maze of spires and domes and long college fronts and walls, bright or dark shadowed in the strong moonlight. In this very heart of England's gentility, it was difficult to realise that a lonely woman could be importuned or hunted, but what else could her letter mean? Soames must have been pressing her to go back to him again, with public opinion and the law on his side too. 1899, he thought, gazing at the broken glass shining on the top of a villa garden wall. But when it comes to property we are still a heathen people. I'll go up tomorrow morning. I dare say it'll be best for her to go abroad. Yet the thought displeased him. Why should Soames hunt her out of England? Besides, he might follow, and out there she would be still more helpless against the attentions of her own husband. I must tread warily, he thought. That fellow could make himself very nasty. I didn't like his manner in the cab the other night. The thoughts turned to his daughter June. Could she help? Once on a time Irene had been her greatest friend, and now she was a lame duck, such as must appeal to June's nature. He determined to wire to his daughter to meet him at Paddington Station. Retracing his steps towards the Rainbow, he questioned his own sensations. Would he be upsetting himself over every woman in like case? No, he would not. The candour of this conclusion discomfited him, and finding that Holly had gone up to bed, he sought his own room. But he could not sleep, and sat for a long time at his window, huddled in an overcoat, watching the moonlight on the roofs. Next door, Holly too was awake, thinking of the lashes above and below Val's eyes, especially below, and of what she could do to make Jolly like him better. The scent of the gardenia was strong in her little bedroom, and pleasant to her. And Val, leaning out of his first-floor window in B.N.C., was gazing at a moonlit quadrangle without seeing it at all, seeing instead Holly, slim and white-frocked as she sat by the fire when he first went in. But Jolly, in his bedroom, narrow as a ghost, lay with a hand beneath his cheek, and dreamt he was with Val in one boat, rowing a race against him, while his father was calling from the towpath, "Two! Get your hands away there, bless you!" End of Part 2, Chapter 1.